Good morning from Lords for what well could be a thrilling final day of this opening round clash between Middlesex and Derbyshire. After batting with control and patience to move beyond 300 yesterday, the visitors' first innings fell away in a matter of moments, losing 4 for none to concede a 97-run deficit. And from there, despite then losing 3 early wickets through Robbie White and Max Holden's entertaining, unbeaten stand of 141, the hosts resumed today at 201 for 3, some 298 to the good. In the short term, the question is at what point will Middlesex feel comfortable to pull out? From there, their job is simple. Take 10 wickets to claim all points here at Lords. And if Derbyshire decide to take it on and have a dart at the target themselves, well, all the better for everybody tuning in, and welcome one and all. I'm Adam Collins, and with me, as always, is Kevin Hand, the voice of Middlesex. Kev, with White on 79 and Holden on 68, they'll go again initially, and if they can pick up from where they left off last night, this lead will swell very quickly.
Yeah, the game is Middlesex's to dictate at this stage, isn't it? Good morning, everyone. The next three that come in, John Simpson, Toby Rowland-Jones and Tom Helm, such big, powerful hitters of the ball as well. That short boundary away to one side. The game is theirs. From the first ball this morning, I'm sure that they'll think, look, you've got 2 set batsmen overnight. All right, have a very quick look, but don't take a long look at this morning. Time is of the essence, having time to bowl out. You mentioned it on the preview this morning. It's Middlesex's game, really, isn't it? They need overs. They don't want to leave themselves too small an amount of time to take 10 wickets, especially on a pitch that's played so well. That yesterday, Dahl and Thompson were able to bat for a long period of time from 12 o'clock when, with a new ball in hand, you'd thought Middlesex got rid of the 2 set batsmen, overnight batsmen, the 2 last top-order batsmen as well in Rees and Deploy. There's going to be an opportunity here for them to go through. That didn't happen. They were able to settle down those 2, build a really strong partnership. Yes, it went quickly at the end as the tail went, but then equally the flip side of that, Middlesex were able to accelerate extremely quickly on this last night. So that will give Derbyshire lots and lots of optimism on this final day, that if they can go out well with the bat, there's no reason whatsoever this couldn't be a Derbyshire victory tonight. Yeah,
absolutely. To get into the swing of things, let's take a look at the highlights from Saturday at Lords.
Derbyshire collapse gives Middlesex chance of victory. The first 2 days at Lords had been dominated by the bat, with new signing Shan Masood scoring 91 on debut to help his side Derbyshire end day 2 on 177 for 4 in reply to Middlesex's 401 all out. Middlesex would need some early wickets on day 3 if they wanted to push for a result, but Deploy and Rees, the 2 not-out batsmen overnight, looked in fine touch as play got underway. Good intent between the wickets saw the pair bring up the Derbyshire 200. But with the score unmoved, Rees would have to depart. LBW for 20 to give Ethan Bamber his 2nd wicket of the innings. And Deploy, the other set batsman, was to follow soon after. A good catch by Robbie White, low to his left, to reduce the visitors to 218 for 6 in the 83rd over. Thompson was the new man in, and alongside Anuj Dahl, they went about rebuilding the Derbyshire innings, with quick running between the wickets, punctuated by some good stroke play. By the time lunch arrived, the pair had taken the score to 256 for 6. And the good work continued at the resumption, Thompson bringing up the 50 partnership with a well-timed shot off his pads for 4. Anuj Dahl then reached a milestone of his own, his 50 coming from 118 deliveries. Thompson then pulled for 4 through square leg to bring up the 300 for the visitors, as it looked like Derbyshire would approach something near parity with Middlesex. But Tom Helm and Toby Rowland-Jones had other ideas. First, Helm had Dahl trapped in front to depart for 52. He then had Connor's LBW next ball to leave Derbyshire 304 for 8. Then in the next over, it was the turn of Rowland-Jones, first removing Thompson and then getting some extra bounce as side-bottom loop to catch to slip to end the innings. The final 4 wickets falling without adding a run, and Derbyshire all out for 304. Shan Masood top scorer for Derbyshire with 91, whilst there was also good contributions in the middle order from Thompson and Dahl in particular. The wickets were shared around the bowlers with Tom Helm the pick, as he finished with figures of 3 for 52. Middlesex took a lead of 97 into their 2nd innings, and it was a good thing too as De Caires inexplicably shouldered arm to Connors to leave his side none for 1. First innings centurion Stevie Eskenazi came in to settle any nerves there may have been in the home dressing room, but played second fiddle to Mark Stoneman, who was regularly finding the boundary rope and even clearing it with a pull in front of square off the bowling of Lackmal. And the hosts made it to tea with the score 42 for 1, a lead of 139. A single to Stevie Eskenazi took Middlesex to 50, but the skipper would be unable to repeat his heroics of the first innings, Anuj Dahl striking him on the back pad, and up went the finger from umpire Kettleborough. Mark Stoneman, who had looked so assured before the tea break, was next to fall, top-edging a sweep to a diving Sam Connors at backward point to give Thompson his 5th wicket in the match. With the lead just 158 and 7 wickets remaining, the game looked like it might be in the balance, but Robbie White and Max Holden went on the counter-attack for Middlesex. Both men looked particularly strong on the front foot as they punished anything full from the Derbyshire bowlers. Max Holden brought up a rapid 50 off just 53 deliveries, with another drive off the front foot. A reverse sweep from Holden saw Middlesex reach 150 before this towering 6 from White saw him close in on his own personal milestone. He'd get to 50 with a clip off Lakmal and his side closing in on 200. And with shadows lengthening across the famous Lord's outfield, White would get them there off the penultimate delivery of the day. Middlesex closed on 201 for 3, a lead of 298 runs with White unbeaten on 79. He and Max Holden will no doubt look to add more quick runs on the final morning and hope they have enough time to take 10 Derbyshire wickets.
So that's where we'll pick up play with Middlesex at 201 for 3. Play resuming in about 5.5 minutes from now here at Lord's. Between now and then, we're going to go back to last night at Stumps, where Kevin Hand caught up with Tom Helm, who bowled beautifully across both the second and third days, finishing with 3 for 52.
Tom Helm well bowled. Really exciting day's cricket. Hard toil, but exciting certainly for the neutral.
Yeah, absolutely. Great day. If we'd been offered that yesterday, we probably would have taken it. Probably didn't get what we deserved. We felt like we didn't get yesterday, but we knew that if we stuck in there like we did today, we'd get our rewards towards the back end. So
4 wickets falling, no runs scored in that time. Sensational way really to wrap up the Derbyshire first innings.
Yeah, it's lovely. Their number 7 and 8 played really well, shaped up nicely. We thought we might have been out there for a little bit longer, but things happen quite quickly like they can. And like you said, exciting day ahead tomorrow.
Tim Mercer said you were picking the bowlers last night. How did it feel for you?
It's very kind of him. Yeah, it was good actually. Did feel good. I felt pretty good the last couple of weeks. Didn't know whether I was going to be in for this game, but I'm glad I was, obviously. And it was nice to do all right. Injuries
have been cruel over a number of years. What's key for you at the moment in getting that form and consistency going in the first team?
I think it's just getting a run, to be honest. I'm either in the squad and then I don't play. I don't tend to play a heap of cricket. I don't tend to go and play much in the second team. So if I'm not playing, I'm bowling through to mitt and not actually getting match practice. So I think that's a big thing. And I've made a conscious effort to try and do more of that this year, be it second team or first team. But yeah, everything's ticking along nicely at the moment, so hopefully it keeps going.
A match situation, it's been a good pitch for April. It's offered a bit to the bowlers, a bit to the batters. Bowlers have had to work hard, work honestly, but the reward's there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's something we've said all the way through the game, that it's not a flat wicket. There's a bit there if you put it in the right areas, but if you do bowl a little bit short, it's quite easy to bat against. So.
Fabulous stuff tonight from White and Holden. What do you think you need tomorrow, without giving the game away fully to Derbyshire, of what you'll do, but of what's defendable on this and how long you need to bowl on it, and what really you expect from the pitch on the final day?
To be honest, I don't actually know the answer to that question. It's above my pay grade. Max and Whitey played brilliantly. Whether we have another dip tomorrow morning, who knows? I'll leave that up to the bigger cheeses. So.
But in terms of the pitch, is there enough in it to bowl them out? Because obviously we've seen on day 3 that if you want to survive and dig in, as their 7th wicket partnership did, but equally if you want to attack, it's there for the batters as well. There's enough in the batters to feel confident in this pitch.
Yeah, it is. It's been a good cricket wicket. It's been something we've wanted to play on, better wickets for a little while, and it's been a great one so far. And like you say, hopefully we'll set them a target and try and knock them over.
The intent was there today with the bat this evening to show that Middlesex won't just let this match play out. It's getting a win. How important is the win at this stage in terms of taking away, a winning draw, but actually getting the points of the win itself?
It's huge. It's something we've spoken about a lot over the winter in the last couple of years, that we found ourselves in this position a few times in years gone by and not, put our foot on the throat like we could have done. And it was nice to see today. I thought we did that really well this evening, and set us up for a good place tomorrow.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks very much. Thanks, guys.
Foot on the throat were the key words there from Tom Helm. His observation that there were times last year when they weren't able to really drive home the advantage on the final day, which is what they'll need to do today. Helm was a big part of that yesterday, inflicting a 4-for-none collapse on Derbyshire to give the home side an opportunity in the final session, which they took advantage of, so they will start 298 runs ahead. Kev, you were talking to Tom Helm. He'll have that big role later today, looking outstanding in his suit, by the way. That's one noteworthy change from last year, wearing the suits to and from the ground. And he bowled as well as I've seen when covering Middlesex.
Yeah, in and out in the morning and in the evening under Richard Johnson's instructions in these Charles Stewart suit sponsors that Middlesex have now. Looking
Lovely
pretty
work.
Look good on the stream, those, wouldn't they, Colin?
Oh, I think so. I think so. We've got the camera in here. You want to pop us in tonight? Anyway, that's for another day. Walking out to the middle is Robbie White, 79, and he's there with Max Holden on 68. It was Holden who initially got moving yesterday. He reached 51st, but then White took over, punted a couple of well-controlled sixes into the grandstand to the short boundary and overtook him, reaching 79 by the close. And I suppose if they're willing to bat for... it's difficult to know for sure, but if they have half an hour in the middle, that'll be sufficient time for White to post 3 figures as well. Not the main game, of course, but worth noting as we start this 4th and final day.
Yeah, we've analysed throughout the match the fact that Middlesex are a couple of batters down. They're the new bowler, Shane Afridi's yet to arrive, so there's places up for grabs, but none of that can be on White and Holden's mind this morning. They've got to go out from the off, haven't they, and get going. As you say, that might open up the century for either or both. And they've just got to think match situation now. I'm sure there'll have been a clear plan. There'll be no need for somebody running out drinking a few overs saying this is the plan. The strategy will be quite clear and direct for both of these now. Richard Johnson, the captain, Tim Mercer, they'll know exactly what they want from these two and from the next 3. That's the big thing. The next 3 that come in, and I'll keep going back to it, but they are the big hitters. They are the powerhouse of this batting lineup. You don't want them stuck in for a couple of deliveries at the end. You want them to, if these guys aren't hitting out big, then you want those to get a good chunk of it before the innings is over. So
it's going to be Dahl to start, 1 for 20. His analysis, he picked up a wicket just after tea yesterday, knocking over Stevie Eskenazi, league before wicket for 15. He's had a good all-round game, Dahl. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 men on the rope to start. Holden picks out one of them, moves to 69. So it's going to be an exercise in controlling the boundary, as you often see in a situation like this. No fielding restrictions for Derbyshire to worry about, of course. The men on the tavern side of the ground, the mound side of the ground, are all in by at least 10 or 15 metres. A long boundary out there to our left. As you can see on the short boundary, deep backward square on the rope. Well, I should say now it's with White on strike. It's a deep third, a deep point, and a long off, just inside the boundary there in the Warner stand. 4 out on the leg side, and it's on leg stump. So into the 80s, White goes at the first opportunity on this 4th morning. I do think they'll also reach the lead, by the way, reaches an even 300, so another little milestone along the way. They were trying to knock that off last night, but now they're ahead by 300. There will be a point where they rack up too many runs for even a Mickey Arthur-led Derbyshire to consider. And I think he's an important part of it today. Lap, not quite. Deflection of Guest's pad. So by signalled, leads 301. Mickey Arthur loves situations like this. Of course, he was coach of that South African team who hauled down 408 on the final day, or the final couple of days, but in the 4th innings at the Wacker in 2008. That was a supreme chase. 4 singles to start the day, 205 for 4, 204 for 3 even, 302 the lead. A lot of numbers on the board to tend with here. As Holden gets back on strike with 2 balls left in the 45th. And we saw the side that Mickey Arthur was leading a few years later on Pakistan's tour of Australia get 450 when chasing 490 on the final couple of days. Holden does well enough here to get a couple just between deep extra cover and deep point. Nicely placed. He's into the 70s. The lead's 304.
Yeah, we had that nervous moment again this morning, didn't we, doing our preview? It's like, who's it going to be this time? Please don't be Mercer. Fortunately, it was Mickey Arthur walking past us at the key moment.
And look, his disposition will be chase, no doubt. So Holden retains the strike. He's 72. 1 over in. 7 runs coming from the first. Middlesex lead by 305. 208 for 3 the score. Yeah, but they will reach a tipping point, and that's pretty important when considering any prospective chase. If they bat for too long, then it just makes the degree of difficulty gets too high, and then you're bowling to a team who are trying to survive. We won't be anywhere near that, but if they hang in there for an hour, that's what it might look like, especially if they're going at 6 or 7 and over.
I think the big thing for me today is, especially in the Derbyshire innings, we saw that lull yesterday between was it midday and lunch, where Dahl and Thompson settled in, and at that point you just wondered, is the game going to drift a little here? And then Middlesex managed to wrap things up in the afternoon, didn't they? Get out there with Stoneman to get things going. But if there is a lull today, I wouldn't panic at any point, because again, at the end of the day, things can happen so quickly. A couple of wickets go, then all of a sudden pressure cranks up. But likewise, 200 after tea, as long as wickets are in hand, Derbyshire would certainly fancy it.
So Connors, nursery end to start. Short to Holden, who had a chance to get underneath that, but instead controlled it to deep fine for another single. Yeah, surely this game will have moments where it drifts a bit on the final day, and it's about patience for the bowling team, and knowing that even if they've only got 4 or 5 wickets at tea, even 3 or 4, that all they need to do is get on a roll, and they'll still remain in it late. A lot of experienced heads in that Middlesex attack as well, not least Murtagh and Roland Jones. Done this many times before. There's that swing across the line. Opportunity deep mid-wicket though, and taken. So White falls for 81, understandably trying to access the short boundary. Connors gets himself a second wicket, and Middlesex lose their 4th wicket with the lead on 306 and the score on 209. So in terms of keeping the run rate moving as quickly as they can, key to that was having White and Holden pick up from where they left off last night. Lewis Rees, who took the safe chance out there, hung in the air for a long time, but the first that we saw from White that didn't go the journey a couple of times last night, he went in that direction and went 20 rows back, but just got a bit big on him. And Connors, the reward of a second wicket, 5 in the match for him.
8 balls into the final day, and yeah, that answers anything, doesn't it? They've been told to not hang around, just get going. John Simpson comes out now, and in the first inning he's got a couple of shots away to push towards that 350. Toby Roland Jones to come, Tom Helm. It could be a lot of fun, this. The difficulty for Middlesex is going to be that Derbyshire will be trying to keep that ball, be the bowling from the nursery end or from the pavilion end. They're going to try to keep the ball towards Old Father Time, i.e. keep it away from that very short boundary to the grandstands. So that's going to be the difficulty, is accessing that short boundary for Middlesex. This morning, that's what they'll want to do. The field, as you said, very, very well spread, so it's going to be tough to pierce that field below Old Father Time, be it onside or offside, because it's such a big boundary. There's going to be every chance that the fielders will get around to stop a 4, and a 6 is a mammoth hit that side as well.
But if anyone's going to take it on, it's going to be Simpson, who, as we saw in the 100 last year, is a real pocket rocket. His first ball picks out the only man in on the 1 at mid-wicket. Simpson 14 from 12 balls in the first innings when they were trying to chase down that 4th batting point, and they got there on the final ball. I think 4 overs, 4 to 6 overs. The point you made last night, Kev, around the second new ball's a really important one, and what it does do is that if there is a lull, if there is a period of play, maybe either side of tee, where things just settle down a bit and the pitch flattens out, as it probably will on a sunny day, and without a frontline spinner, that Middlesex will know they've still got that second year ball to turn to. 8 men on the rope. Simpson does just get this out towards mid-wicket, just wide of the man on the one there, so he's off the mark. Lead up to 308. And actually, that I referred to that chase at Brisbane that Mickey Arthur was involved in with the Pakistan team in 2016, I think it was, where it was the second new ball there. It might have even been the third new ball there that finally got Australia over the line. I'll look for 2 here, Simpson. And he does. Good running. Positive batting. The lead up to 310. End of the over. 2-1-3 for 4. Simpson 3. And the strike goes back to Holden, who's on 74 from just 84 balls, and Holden will have the chance to hit towards the short boundary.
Yeah, a reminder for anybody that's joining us this morning, Sidebottom out of this match with a hamstring injury with the ball anyway. If he has to come out and bat and somebody at the other end's teeing off and they're 9 down, I'm sure he'll be wheeled out again. He looked pretty uncomfortable when he had to bat yesterday evening, just even on a forward defence with that hamstring injury that he has. But a big role, you alluded to it there, potentially a big role that Josh De Cares may have to play today with the ball, especially if they're trying to speed up the overs to get towards that 80th over a little quicker today.
Swing and a miss, well bowled from Dahl, with Guest up to the stumps, going well wide of the off stump. Scrappy from the keeper, but did enough to prevent them from getting through.
Well, there we go. That's that ball, the wide Yorker, really, isn't it? From the pavilion end around the wicket to the left-handed Holden, basically protecting that short boundary. 4 back on the onside.
Yeah, so bowling with a 5-4 field. Again, well wide of the off stump. Good cricket. Clever cricket from Dahl. No concerns there. It's like they're bowling white ball lines, or even wider than white ball lines, because they can do in a 4-day game, but with 8 men back instead of 4. Or instead of 5, I should say, isn't it, at the end of a T20? Just shuffling across there is Holden to access the man at deep backward point. So a good start here from Derbyshire. They've conceded just 13 runs so far and picked up White for 81. We're into the 3rd over of the day, so Middlesex have been hard held so far, yet to find the boundary. Again, squeezing out, this time the deep 3rd.
Excellent this from Dahl, isn't it? Hugely frustrating for Middlesex. Holden taking that pronounced step outside off to try somehow see if he can work that ball to the onside, get underneath it, get some leverage. But Dahl has done a really good job so far, which is going to make that 4 to 6 over scenario that we talked about. If things went very well for Middlesex, this is putting pressure on it.
There it is, resourceful. Holden down towards deep fine, but didn't quite get enough of it, and they do have protection in that direction. Got a sub-fielder out in that part of the ground at the moment, on for Ryan Sidebottom. It's not Harry Kame though, so a second sub-fielder perhaps. Alex Hughes down the ground, nice slap, good contact from Holden. The field might be spread, but slamming it straight past the stumps. No protection for that. He moves into the 80s to complete the 47th over. 2-2-1 for 4. Middlesex's first boundary of the day. They're in the black by 318.
We talked about somewhere between 330, 340 in these 4 to 6 overs this morning. However Middlesex want to go about it. They'll certainly want to give let Simpson have a look, won't they? He's had 4 deliveries. They'll have got the pace that they'll have known instantly that before they walked out. They'll know exactly where Dahl in particular will bowl. But likewise from the nursery end here, this ball will be kept very straight on the stumps. Won't give them any width outside off at all.
Yeah, point I made on the preview video we recorded this morning is that Middlesex aren't in sort of a privileged position where they can do whatever they want. I mean, remember, it did take them 117 overs to bowl out Derbyshire, and that happened halfway through the third day. Wide of the leg stump again. Simpson trying to follow the lead of Holden, getting inside to lap, but no contact made. And I only raise that to note that they haven't. I mean, they laid a great foundation, made 401, but they haven't dominated the game to such an extent that they have the privilege of being able to take the win off the table entirely for Derbyshire. To do that, they would need to bat for at least an hour. Misfield, so they get through for one. You occasionally see that, don't you, where a team is so far ahead in the game that they can just bat a team into submission and still have loads and loads of overs at their disposal. Well, that wasn't what played out here. Derbyshire batted with control and patience and were out there for 116.4 overs. It ended in a hurry, but they put in plenty of spade work to take this game deep, making room. Down to long off this time. The captain Goddelman in patrol. 320 is the lead. 2-2, 3 for 4 the score. So on that basis, I don't think that Middlesex has sort of earned the right to be too cocky about what their mission is here. And I don't think they would be, by the way. I mean, last year was a tough campaign that they're not going to be playing with any overconfidence. But lead of 320. By conventional standards on the final day should be sufficient. But the other point here is the pitch is good for chasing. We went out there this morning, Kevin, had a look, and there are no foot mucks to speak of, which won't be a huge factor anyway because it's De Cares who's the main spinner for Middlesex. They're not going to have him bowling 25-30 overs. Unlikely that he'll be needed to do as much work as a frontliner may on the fourth day. There are some footmarks at the pavilion end, but not many at the nursery end. Shot for leg before given. Across his stumps there, Holden. Hit in line. Doesn't look thrilled with the decision, but if you jump across your stumps and a hit full, it does make the decision one relatively easy. And so it was for umpire Illingworth, who raised his finger. But the end of an excellent innings for Holden. After getting a start the first time around, 82, he finishes with here. Middlesex losing their 5th wicket with the score on 224. They lead by 321, but remember that Holden walked out yesterday, Kev, when the score was 60 for 3, and it could have gone either way. There was a moment when Derbyshire had plenty of overs left with a relatively new ball, having just picked up Stoneman after tea, and Eskenazi just before tea, when things could have got out of control for Middlesex had they lost a couple further quick wickets there, and they didn't. And Holden didn't only stabilise matters, he also scored at a really decent strike rate and gave them the luxury of being where they are now, sending out someone like Toby Rowland-Jones to have a bit of a hit before they pull the pin.
117 runs in the match for Max Holden, at 35 in the first innings. So he's done a fantastic job. Only Robbie White has more runs in the game. For Eskenazi has 118 alone, but in terms of the those other contributors that are battling for a place, I mean, and that was there's a selection headache for Middlesex going forward now because he's batted really well, Max Holden. De Cares with a fine 80 as well, setting it up first thing in this match. Middlesex put in by Derbyshire, and we go all the way back to that first day. It's been a wonderful match the way it's ebbed and flowed, and you'd fancy there's plenty more of that to come today, but this should be some real entertainment over the coming over or so.
Thick edge. Rowland-Jones off the pair with a boundary. First ball. Had there been a slip in play, it might have been a pair, but instead the lead's 325 at the end of a successful over. 2-2, 8 for 5 to score. The two men out this morning, White for 81 and Holden for 82.
Yeah, as we said, those two are going to be given the instruction that don't hang around. You've been out there a lot, first and second innings now, so you know the pitch, you know the bowling attack. Time's of the essence, just get going. So nothing to look at for them at all with what they did or didn't get this morning. They tried their best. It's over to these two. Helm, as we saw in the first innings, is excellent with the bat as well. He's able to get some really big shots away. But over the years, these are the two that have been the ones where Middlesex have really needed to up a tempo. These are the ones that they've always looked to, this partnership now. So how many overs will they give? What have we had? 4 this morning so far?
Yeah, so 92 minimum left here, and once the first ball's bowled here, it'll effectively mean 2 plus the remainder for the changeover. Oh, big swing, good contact. That's why Simpson was elevated up the order, plonking it into the grandstand. The first time that Middlesex have cleared the ropes on this 4th morning, taking the lead beyond 330. And Simpson into double figures, 234 for 5.
This is the over, isn't it? I think this is the over now. Simpson's, this is 8th delivery. Dahl around the wicket to him.
I reckon we're nearing the end here. Simpson again, this time straighter. Does he beat long on? Not quite. Billy Godalman had to stop and prop down there, just in front of the bell, but had enough time to get back for a couple.
This is the Murtagh to Barker over last year, isn't it, I think? Well, I say over, that went on for quite some time, isn't it? The one difference was it was coming into Barker with the slope. It's just slightly going away. Well, I say slightly, it's going away from Simpson with the slope here.
Dahl needs to go wide, and does. Picked up through cover. Enough for 2? Yep, good running. Roland Jones knew the score there. He was turning blind to make sure that he gave himself every opportunity if the throw was on song, and it wasn't. Simpson the 16, the lead's at 3-3-5. So Holden out leg before. I saw you trying to freeze frame that before, the way you do so well, Kev, to see whether he was lucky or otherwise, or unlucky I should say, or otherwise. Dahl bowls again across the line here from Simpson, and that might be even bigger. Into the Warner stand with authority. And into the 20s he goes. Simpson 22 from 11 balls, 244 for 5. That gets the lead to 3-4-1. This might be the last over. Maybe one more afterwards. But if they pull out here after this over, that would give them, and we're going a long way into the future, I acknowledge that, but that would give them 9 with the second new ball later today.
Yeah, we talked about 330 to 340, didn't we? They've got to that now. We talked about 4 to 6 overs. What is this, the 5th?
This is the 5th, yeah.
So do they take one more after this? Let's see how the next 2 deliveries go. A couple more boundaries here. There's the 350 lead. If Derbyshire are able to chase 350 against that Middlesex attack today as well, you know, Derbyshire have been bowling at Middlesex a man down in this match.
Yeah, and look, the pitch is great. Nothing wrong with the surface for chasing. Better from Dahl, not allowing Simpson to get a free swing and getting him off strike as well for the final ball. He's 23, lead 342. I think the point here is that if Derbyshire go out and haul down 350 odd in about 90 overs, they'll have deserved to have won the game.
Exactly
and that is the risk reward that needs to be weighed up, and I think that gets lost a little bit when we talk about declarations. That for the longest time the convention was that you wanted to give the chasing team at least a little bit of hope, and if they're good enough, then so be it. You shake hands and that's the ball game. Roland Jones to retain the strike, or will Simpson come back? No, they're happy with that. So the lead 3-4-3, looking up towards the balcony. Doesn't look like they're going to pull the pin as yet. 246 for 5 with Simpson 23.
The fact they're all peering through the windows, though, looking out, it suggests that this, if it isn't this one, then at least they're very, very close.
Yeah. No, I think that'd be fine. 6 overs, 350, 88. Yeah, that look, they want to stick the landing here, and Roland Jones is on strike for the start of that. But
questions being asked down below of the ground staff as well. To the trying to see who the fielder is down there. There's obviously passed a message on from Godalman.
How did Holden go on replay? Was he unlucky?
I haven't got the exact shot that I'd like to freeze it on just yet. I've only had one attempt on the Matchday Centre, and that's the one I tried scrubbing on the stream first. But the Matchday Centres are great. If you go to the Matchday Centre, it really is possible to freeze it quite precisely.
The umpire scrutiniser, Kevin Hand. Roland Jones straight back over Connor's head. 1 bounce 4. Lead 3-4-7. Roland Jones is built for hitting just like this. He's 9 with a couple of boundaries.
Just on the first couple of looks that I had on the stream of it, the first thing you look for, right arm around to the left-hander, especially the nursery end, is it sliding down. It didn't look, it wasn't a horror show at all, that decision.
Truth be told, he got lucky yesterday. I say lucky, I mean, it's very difficult to tell when you're not right on the angle, which we're not with the camera here. But often when you are sweeping and missing to a spinner around the wicket as a left-hander, that's not going your way, and it did go Holden's way yesterday when he was still in single digits. So took advantage of that and finished with 82. If I wanted to be cute, I could say it was a sliding doors moment, a conversation we had yesterday. I did say to my partner last night when I got home, how do you feel about watching sliding doors tonight? She promptly rejected that idea. Down the ground again, Roland Jones, and finding the gap once more. Back-to-back boundaries. The lead beyond 350 with it. Up to 351. Middlesex up to 254 for 3. Of course, there is no point declaring in this over. Sometimes you see captains reach what they were going for and they go, oh, that's enough, we'll declare. And I can never understand it because these next 3 balls are gone anyway. So party time here for Roland Jones. Across his stumps, block hole, better from Connors, who I feel a bit for here. He's taken 6 wickets for the match, led the attack so well in the absence of Ryan Sidebottom, who was only able to send down 7 deliveries, bowled spell after spell from both ends, the 23-year-old. Picked up an early wicket yesterday. Fabulous piece of bowling to Josh De Cares, getting the ball going both ways in the first over, but yes, copping a little bit of tap here to finish. Well wide of the off stump. Oh, Misfield getting back for 2. They should do. Guest had so much work to do to get the bails off. It meant that Roland Jones was able to complete the second run.
Keeps the strike crucially for the last ball.
Yeah, who was the offending fielder down there at the far end of the ground? And might be just beyond my eyes. I think it was Shah Masood. So last ball of the over, and could well be last ball of the innings. Roland Jones high, out towards cover. Little plug. And the throw comes in there from Dull, and that is the declaration. Up on the balcony, Tim Murtagh says enough is enough. Middlesex, having faced 6 overs this morning, took their lead from 298 to 355, so 57 runs in 6 overs. They lost White for 81 and Holden for 82 along the way, but closing their second innings at 258 for 5 and setting Derbyshire 356 to win across 88 overs on the final day. That is just about perfect for all parties, Kevin Hand.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's gone well for Middlesex, hasn't it? 4 to 6 overs. What can they get? 330, 340. They've got over 350. So 356 the target off 88 overs. All of that is very manageable for both. Very manageable for Derbyshire. As long as they have wickets in hand, there's no way they'll be out of sight at tea. With tea taken, well, set exactly on 340 on the final day and a movable feast, so it could be 36 overs left after tea, which actually round it up relatively nicely. So let's say they've got 50 overs to tea here, Derbyshire, and they're only going at 2.5, 3 and over, let's say. So at tea they're at 150 on the board, 200 after tea. As long as there's wickets in hand, Derbyshire are in this game at tea on the final day. If they're not, then you've got the complete flip side. It's a Middlesex victory versus can Derbyshire hold on for a draw. So everything's at play in this final innings now. Middlesex haven't batted too long. I think that's what Tom Helm was alluding to in the interview yesterday evening. Perhaps they've been a little bit too cautious over the years, particularly since 2016. We mentioned that Essex match here in 2017 when they didn't declare at tea on. Sorry, they didn't enforce the follow on it at tea on day 3 and ended up drawing the match with Essex, who'd go on and win the title that year, and Middlesex as defending champions be relegated, waiting 7 more games. So I think that's exactly what Helm was touching on when he said it. So we all expected that Middlesex would put their foot down this morning, and not only put their foot down and then get out of it. That was the crucial thing. Not hang around too long, not push it up towards 400, and take crucial overs out of the match for themselves.
Yeah, they still have, as we said before, a minimum of 8 overs later with the second new ball if they need it, and I'm sure that would have been part of their thinking. They batted for an even 50 overs in their second innings for their 258, so they went just a tick over 5 and over. And that last partnership as well, Kev, was worth 34 in 13 balls, with Simpson clearing the rope a couple of times. 23 not out from 12 balls. He did his job, as did Roland Jones, 17 from 8. 3 boundaries, including back-to-back 4s in what became the final over off Connor, so that gives them that lead of 355. It gives them plenty of runs to work with. 88 overs. I think you're right from a Derbyshire perspective. It'll be about getting to lunch relatively unscathed, and if one of the two out of Godalming and Shan Masood can bat for a few hours, one of the two experienced men at the top of the list, the left-handers put on 65 for the first wicket on afternoon 2 and looked pretty good, especially getting through the new ball challenge presented by Murtagh and Bamba. As for Masood, it was completely against the flow of play when he was out for 91, the Pakistan international. And Godalming, who's made 300s on this ground, knows it well, in excess of 1,000 first-class runs at 40 here, a former Middlesex player, now 33 years of age. So I think much will come down to whether one of those two can not only get to lunch but still be there at tea. And if they are, then it provides Derbyshire with options. The run rate required, of course, isn't out of hand at all. And the pitch will lend itself to scoring at a decent clip if they choose to do so. It's more about the preservation of wickets and transferring pressure as quickly as they can back onto the Middlesex attack, which is for right arm over seamers, along with the part-time off spin, or probably a little bit better than part-time off spin, but not a frontline spinner in Josh De Ker's a 19-year-old.
Yeah, the run rate required, what is it? It's almost exactly 4, isn't it? 356 off a minimum 88. That's modest in modern cricket, isn't it? Especially with a short boundary. The one thing that we did see there is that Derbyshire bowled very well in protecting that boundary to some extent. Middlesex really could have gone. You think when there's a short boundary, well, they're just going to tee off into it, but you can set that field to the other side, bowl into the block hole. So that will be against Derbyshire when it comes to after tea. If Middlesex are worried themselves, if they need to hide the ball at all, that is possible. But first and foremost, it's this passage of play now to lunch. For everything we're talking about, or where it could be later in the day, 2 quick wickets here, especially the top 2, big names, those openers. Godalming went so well last year here at Lord's, and goes well against Middlesex most times. As a former Middlesex player, that's the way it works. But if Middlesex get in with a couple of wickets here, then all of a sudden tea's a long time away, so all of those equations go out the window. So it's all about the intensity of the start. Middlesex started well, we felt, up here watching in the media centre with the ball in the Derbyshire first innings. That's wait a while for that breakthrough though, didn't they? But Bamba and Murtagh bowled extremely well. Helm then came on and was the pick of the bowlers in that first innings. Roland Jones was Roland Jones, bowled without luck perhaps a little bit, but ended up with a couple. But yeah, and then the other one's thrown is De Ker's. But first and foremost, that front 4 for Middlesex, it's formidable. It has been over the years, the Roland Jones and Murtagh partnership. It's now Bamba who's likely to take that new ball from the pavilion ends. Helm is far from an emergency. He's been around for a very long time, troubled by injury. He noted something actually. You asked about the interview, and just worth touching on it while we have a brief moment at the innings break here. He touched on it yesterday. I said to him, look, injuries have been cruel, but in terms of getting in the side, staying in the side now, and having that prolonged success in red ball cricket that he'll crave, what's the key? And he said, well, even when I'm not injured, if I am not selected, I've gone away and not played, so not played in the seconds, perhaps not bowled enough. And he said the key this year is going to be keep bowling, which I thought was quite a nice note, because that's something that's often talked about, isn't it? Fast bowlers need to bowl. And in terms of the breakup, we won't turn this on to another subject, but in terms of how first class fixtures run and how many you have, Helm saying there, actually in hindsight, if there's one thing that he will be making sure he's doing, if he's not selected, if there isn't a game like there isn't next week, he will be making sure that he keeps on bowling. So yeah, Helm's going to be very interested in this one, especially as we know from watching regularly Middlesex and white ball cricket, Adam, if Derbyshire are teeing off, Helm's white ball skills will actually come to the fore in this as well, won't they?
Yeah, and I think that for both teams, the message coming through loud and clear as we see Middlesex preparing to cross the rope will be it's about patience. If it doesn't start well for Middlesex, they'll know that they've got, as you say, the experience of Mercer, Roller Jones, a bowler like Bamber, who Hanscom and Mercer were able to throw the ball to last year regularly when the game was drifting a little bit, and he would invariably be the partnership breaker. Tom Helm, who for much of the first innings was the best of the Middlesex bowlers, who you've already touched on. And Josh De Cares, who picked up the wicket of Shan Masood the first time around. So there's no need for them to get overly concerned if one of these two openers especially gets on top of them, or one of the middle order players. We know that Lewis's Rees and deploy of players of vast experience, for example. It does make for a tantalising and fascinating final day as Shan Masood and Billy Godwin cross the rope. As I mentioned, they opened with a partnership of 65 on the second day. That's where Derbyshire really struggled last year. Their highest opening partnership was 89, and more often than not, it was a rotating feast. They tried 4 different combinations in and around Godwin, and it never quite stuck. Well, with Shan Masood straightening them up at the top of the order, fabulous player, half a dozen Test centuries to his name, and in excess of 8,000 first-class runs. Spent much of his young life around here at Lord's when he was at school, and played a lot of cricket at Durham University as well under the tutelage of Foxy Fowler. So when it comes to understanding the conditions and combating the moving Duke's ball, he's about the perfect overseas. And his first job will be to see off Tim Murtagh, who'll start us off from the nursery end. The bowling figures for Derbyshire before we move into the 4th innings of the game. Sam Connors 3 for 61 from 12. Suranga Lakmal, the second overseas for Derbyshire, none for 62 from 13. Alex Thompson, 1 for 53 from 12. Anuj Dal had a good all-round game. He'll be needed with the bat later today, I expect. 1 for 52 from 9. Wade Madsen and Lewis Deploy bowled 4 overs of finger spin between them late yesterday without taking a wicket. Murtagh to start with a packed cordon as ever. 3 slips a gully. Then a point mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. Away from the nursery end, in towards Shan Masood. Plays that comfortably. A noticeable part of Shan Masood, or the distinction between Shan Masood and Billy Godwin in the first innings, was that Shan wanted to play, especially against Murtagh. He was happy to get bat on ball, shuffle across his stumps and play him out through the offside, whereas Godwin, who's played a lot of cricket here at Lord's, was keen where possible to shoulder arms. So again, there a ball that Shan Masood could have let go, but preferring to play defensively, and looks like he's got loads of time as well, the left-hander.
Yeah, I guess probably one thing that we should have noted in that required rate of 4 and over. What, an hour and a half, just under until lunch. So 20 or so overs. Derbyshire won't, unless the runs just get away freely, naturally, they won't be going after the ball here.
Yeah, and I don't think that will even factor into their thinking for a couple of hours or even 3 hours. The run rate required. It's more about, as I say, preservation of wickets, laying a foundation, taking the shine off the ball, as it were, or at least neutralising the threat that is presented by Murtagh and Bamber when the ball is hard and new here at Lord's. They took 110 wickets between them last year. Bat on ball on each of the 4 deliveries that have been sent down so far for Masood. And I mentioned earlier that there is the Mickey Arthur factor. Mickey Arthur, coming to this county, said that he wanted the challenge. The question was, why here? And he said, why not? And he said about building this team, the way he picked up Shan Masood. We've reflected on it already, but in an airport lounge, I said, what are you doing? What are you doing next winter? Come and play with me at Derbyshire. Play across the formats. Again, bat on ball. Fraction up-ish on that occasion, though. And this is the reason he went out and bought a player like Masood. It's because he's got a lot of miles on the clock and knows what he's doing, experienced in these conditions, and can be relied upon to provide a solid foundation alongside the captain. This is where they earn their money. They're overseas. Maiden to begin. Masood playing all 6 deliveries. Target 356.
Derbyshire's scoring rate in the first innings, a run rate of 2.6 for their 304. Middlesex's first innings went at 3.2 for their 401. These two batted very patiently. They were only going at 2 and over for a fair old while. And just looking at the strike rates in the end, Godalming was 23 off 84 deliveries in the end, strike rate of 27. Shan Masood was 91 off 152 in the end, so that came with an acceleration as it went on. His strike rate was 60 by the end. It was 220 minutes, which would be perfectly acceptable in the second dig in the chase if Masood went at that. But that short boundary means that there will be a natural scoring rate. It won't get completely bogged down because Middlesex will be bowling a pretty straight line, particularly from the off here, so they don't have to go looking for those runs.
Bamber to Godalming.
They don't have to go looking for those runs. They can let Middlesex bowl at them to some extent at this point. The key is not to lose wickets in this hour and a half up to lunch. Damage limitation in the wickets column for Derbyshire. If they get in 0 down at lunch, I don't think it particularly matters what runs are on the board. I think you can completely wipe that out for them. They've just got to see off this bowling attack, as you mentioned that first morning. 110 wickets between them, Mercer and Bamber.
Straight on it to start from Ethan Bamber. A comment in here on YouTube from W. All results still possible if Derbyshire are 3 or 4 down at tea. And by all results, I'm sure what he's alluding to there is that the tie would also be in the frame. There have been 67 first-class ties dating back to 1783. And there's a reason I'm raising this, Kev. Not to get ahead of myself, but because the club president, Mike Selby, was in touch last night. I noted that he was a key player in the last game that Middlesex tied, which was back in 1973 against Yorkshire, where Self took 6 for 74 on the final day to bowl out Yorkshire for 207. Their target was 208, and that was played at Bradford. There's a great photo of the final wicket. That Self sent through. With him taking middle stump out of the ground to tie the game. Middle stump cartwheeling. And able to split the difference in most unusual circumstances. So of course you might be wondering what's the tie compared to a draw. If you don't watch a lot of first class cricket, you might be relatively new to the stream. Good leave, as I said before. Godalming keen to leave the ball alone outside the off stump where he can, especially down the slope against Bamber. That would be where Derbyshire reached 355 and lost their 10th wicket at that juncture. Unusual as that is, and Middlesex have been involved in 6 ties. The first back in 1868 against Surrey. Had a couple against Surrey in the 1800s, actually. Easy leave again to end the second over. 2 maidens. And 1 against the touring South Africans in 1904 here at Lord's. 1953 against Northants at Wantage Road. And then 2 in the space of 6 years. Hampshire, Middlesex in 1967. And Yorkshire, Middlesex in 1973. The most recent in the championship was only 2018, actually. That was the Don Bess moment at the end when he was chasing the runs, and Somerset all out 77 at a target of 78, and Bess was making brisk work of that. I think he was down at number 9 or something like that, and he went dancing down the track at Keshav Maharaj and got stumped, and it was game over a couple of balls later. Extraordinary scorecard, that. 99, plays 192, plays 170, plays 77, match tied there at Taunton. And looking at the bowlers who took wickets, Leach took 12 and Maharaj took 11. Looked like it was a Hyderabad type strip that week. Masood down the ground to get Derbyshire going in this chase. A compact off drive, looking to get bat on ball against Murtagh. And doing so in style here, Derbyshire for that loss.
Yeah, compact. That's the key word there, isn't it? I think that's exactly what these 2 openers will look to be. I mentioned letting Middlesex bowl at them. So often you say, as batters, don't let the bowlers bowl at you. That's not the situation before lunch here. It's survival. But keeping compact, you can still score runs. That was a lovely shot by Masood. They just won't want to give anything away, is the point. These 2, but a beautiful drive to get them going.
This time the on drive. Stop. Tom Helm there beneath us. Sorry, my apologies. Toby Rowland-Jones beneath us, saving 4.
I was just scrambling before that boundary, actually. Was it? It was here at Lord's, I'm sure, where there was that marathon spell without getting off the mark. I'm sure it was the Derbyshire match last year.
With Stoneman. Where he made the 40 ball duck or whatever it was.
Well, there was Stoneman that did it, but I'm sure there was a Derbyshire partnership as well. Maybe it was just Stoneman there. Maybe I'm confusing the 2. Maybe it was Stoneman who... No, it was the Worcestershire game, wasn't it? There was a Derbyshire game here. I'm just trying to think. There wouldn't have been a Derbyshire game here in 2020, though, so it must have been last season.
Yes. Yeah, and that shouldn't concern Derbyshire fans who are watching. If what are we here? We're 75 minutes until lunch, so they might get 20 overs in or thereabouts. Past the edge. Murtagh up the slope. The most threatening delivery we've seen so far, and noting that Masood wants to play at Murtagh, doesn't want to leave him alone in the channel, and Murtagh equal to it, getting one to go the other way, beyond the outside edge and through to the gloves of Simpson. That's where he's at his most dangerous.
Yep, classic Mercer. That's where they'll just look to leave the ball. That's what Derbyshire will do, looking to leave as much as they possibly can, but Middlesex will be looking to leave the ball on that kind of length.
Does it again to end the over. So after Masood looked pretty good against Murtagh to start, bat on ball, boundary down the ground, nearly another. He goes past the edge twice. It's that sort of counter-cyclical approach from Murtagh where he can push up away from the left-handers, up the slope to provide that point of difference, and to get Masood having to consider his options, and that was exactly what he did to Billy Godalman. You might recall, Kev, in the first innings where Godalman was keen to leave, then he pushed a couple away from him, past the outside edge, and eventually came the big inducker, and that was the end of his day. Bamber bowling to Godalman here. Nice positive leave, getting his front pad well outside the line of the off stump before raising his bat in the air. Yeah, so in terms of the overs that'll be sent down before lunch, he might be at sort of 23 or thereabouts at that point, give or take, 23, 24. If Derbyshire are 50 odd at that point, so long as the wickets column reads 0, 1 or even 2, that'll be fine as far as their chase is concerned. Godalman off the mark, just wide of mid-off. It's not really about the remainder of this first session in terms of run scoring. It's about just laying a bit of a base and getting some overs into the legs of the Middlesex seamers.
I was trying to look up that stat. I can't find it precisely, so I'm going to give up. But that second innings, Rees and Godalming opening, Derbyshire were 0 for 1, first ball of the 5th over. So when the first run did eventually come, I've got a feeling it was around about 50 balls, 40 to 50 balls before the first run was scored.
See if I had it in my notebook, but from a slightly different era. Runs here again for Masood, square of the wicket this time. So much as it was when he was facing Murtagh, his first ball against Bamba. Getting out and greeting it and placing it comfortably to deep point to the fat side of the ground for 3. He moves up to 7. A controlled start from him, but 8 without loss, Derbyshire.
But fast forward to then when Godalming fell, Rees going 0 for 1. Godalming fell at 140 for 4 after 53 overs. So even with that particularly slow start, that's the scenario we're talking about today. If they're 140 or so on the board, around about 50 overs, they're very much in the game at tea. It's just that wickets column that's going to be so key.
Yeah, I think if they're with 32 overs to go, if they're left, let's call it a runner ball, for the sake of the exercise. If they're left somewhere in the vicinity of 190, between 180 and 200, something like that. So long as they're only 3 or 4 down, then I'm certain the instruction from Mickey Arthur will be to the set players, like you are given full license to try and do something special here. Especially if it's one of these two, the most experienced men in the lineup. By contrast, if they're 7 down and they're sort of nearing the runs in the final session, that would be the appropriate time to shut up shop. They're not going to throw away the good work they've done across 4 days. It's just all about wickets. The point here being that required run rates in the modern game don't mean quite so much as they used to, due to all the white ball cricket they play. Bamba to finish, quick single. Good running from Godalming. He retains the strike. He's 2, 9 without loss. Target 3, 5, 6. Masood down the other end on 7. Kev, over to you to steer us through the next passage of play.
Got there in the end. 46 dot balls to get off the mark last year, Derbyshire.
I didn't want to mess with your rhythm there. I could see you were deep in research. Thought I'd do one more over.
Godalming came back, ended up with 70 off 156 deliveries, strike rate of 44, 12 fours. He's a player who can really go through the gears, Godalming. He can accelerate greatly, he does have the shots. He's on strike now against Tim Murtagh. I'm trying to think actually, Godalming's debut would have come just before Murtagh joined Middlesex. I think there was a slight, there definitely was a slight overlap between them before Godalming headed off to Essex. Nicely played, quick single, just dropped in between points and mid-off. For all we were saying about keeping it compact and not going for the boundaries, keep it compact and turn the strike around as well, to not let the bowlers bowl at them in that way. Keep rotating the strike. Yes, they're 2 left-handers, but it just takes the pressure off them as well, not letting Murtagh get set at one batsman in particular. In fact, Godalming's debut was a one-day game at Essex. Well, certainly it was the first time I saw him. I'm sure it was his debut. And he went out with all the shots. And I mentioned Jack Davis with a couple of fine innings in losing causes last year.
Yes.
I think that was the case for Godalming at Chelmsford that night, day-night game. Really took the ball to all parts of the county ground Chelmsford. Then obviously went on and had this first-class career that was impressive to begin with for Middlesex. But he certainly has the potential to open up if needs be. That's nicely clipped away. Down the slope it'll go. And Stoneman is going to catch it up from mid-wicket. They'll run 3 in the meantime. Masood moves to double figures, 13 on the board. Just as we said, Middlesex will be bowling at the stumps here. They'll be bowling straight, so that will allow runs. to eke away. It won't be a case of Middlesex worrying particularly about Andy Derbyshire's scoring rate here before lunch at all. They'll have one thought in mind, and that's that hard new ball in hand and trying to take wickets with it.
Yeah, this is box office stuff, isn't it? Murtagh, nursery end, new ball, captain of the side, up against the overseas Masood, who again wants to get bat on ball. Well, that's Godalman on that occasion, but when it was Masood in the previous over, and indeed to start the new over here with 3 out through the onside, that was from middle stump. Like, he's not... His disposition is to not let Murtagh get into a groove. He wants Murtagh to have to think about it, not get on that autopilot mode that Murtagh can, and that's when he's so dangerous, when he starts to make it look like a minefield. Murtagh did beat him outside the off stump twice in the previous over, though.
And behind that, yeah, that's a perfectly appropriate use of the word box office, and I think the point worth making as well, there was no team other than these two that lost more games last year. These are the two that lost the most games across all formats last year. But you look at the names in the squads, you know, from Stoneman number 1 for Middlesex down to Tim Murtagh at number 11 in that batting lineup. Missing 3 that they'd have liked to have had him for this game in Robson, Hanscom and Shiner Freedy. Played again in behind that one. Throw Roland Jones, Helm, Simpson, highly regarded players. And then Derbyshire likewise. We went through that Derbyshire got the better batting lineup in this game, arguably. Well, not arguably, in first class record they have, haven't they? This opening pair, really powerful middle order of Madsen, Deploy and Rees. Lackmal joining, bolstering the bowling attack, but obviously a bowler downside bottom, which has hurt them in this game. And whatever the outcome of this game, you have to look back to that. Whether it's a victory for Derbyshire, you say really well done doing it bowler down. Yeah,
it's a contrast, the Derbyshire batting lineup, in that they bat quite deep down to 8, and then they've got a long tail. So Thompson at 8, who looked, every bit the 7 or 6 even in the first innings. He batted beautifully yesterday. So Dahl at 7, Thompson at 8, no concerns there. All the way through to that point, they'll back themselves in the chase. The problem they've got is that 9, 10, 11, Luckmal, Connors, side bottom, there's 3 number 11s. And Middlesex will be mindful of that too. One of those number 11s comes with a torn hamstring, and they lost 4 for none to finish their first innings. So that reinforces that point about patience.
Well played, quick single taken by Godalman. Just over the top of it, right up there as Bambi you'd expect him to be. He did manage to pick up a few LBWs, getting the ball right up there and just bustling it down the slope.
We've got a few games that are really nicely set up across the country today. There's an innings break in Division 1 at Wantage Road with Gloucestershire and Northants, where Northants have been set 299 in 82 overs, so they were just a little bit behind where we were at stumps last night. But
went around the wicket now, Bamber, and that one's angled away through square leg. With that adjustment going straight, it just allows Masood to work that one away through the onside. 4 more for him, moves him to 14.
Yeah, but Gloucestershire, having had a first innings deficit of 50 odd, they batted really well the second time around to make 363. Ryan Higgins, after his 5-wicket haul, made 139, and Tom Lace made 73. I know Middlesex fans won't enjoy hearing that necessarily. And 5 wickets for Sanderson for Northants to go with 4 in the first, Gareth Berg 3. So that game at Wantage Road in the first division, the 2 promoted clubs going punch for punch there. That'll be one to watch. Maybe in a second tab. Don't leave our stream. You can do both. The beauty of YouTube. Staying in Division 1. Almost certainly going to be a draw at Edgbaston. Warwickshire still batting in their first innings there. 335 for 7 after Surrey made 429 for 8. They're a long way from a result. No declaration as yet, so they've effectively accepted their fate there at Edgbaston. Also in Division 1, it's a similar story for Essex and Kent. Essex made 514 in response. Kent are batting into their 145th over now. They're 430 for 5, so 2 matches there that haven't even made it to a third innings as yet. Jordan Cox not out, 111 for the visitors.
Left alone, end of the over, 19 without loss.
And then over in, and of course the other game in Division 1 that I didn't mention, wrapped up yesterday with Hampshire flogging Somerset by an innings. A brilliant start to the season there, down at the Rose Bowl for the side who probably will be favourites now to win the whole thing. Hampshire winning that comprehensively to start the new season. Then in our division, Division 2, another game that regrettably isn't going anywhere is Glamorgan and Durham. They lost time to rain, then to snow. In fact, they've just reached the innings break with Durham all out for 383.
That one back in, all behind it.
After Durham made 232. So Durham have a lead of 149. I suppose in theory they're in the game if they can take 10 wickets in the space of a couple of sessions. They'll be able to win. And that's thanks to Alex Lees, who made 182, top scoring for Durham. Just what you want from a man who's returning from international duty.
Leg side again, and tucked away by Godalming down to the pavilion gate. Will be 4 more. Just going a little bit too straight, Mercer, and with the slope, easy one for Godalming to work fine.
Yeah, Godalming lost his off stump to Mercer the first time around, but that won't be a threat. He gets that nice movement across his stumps to access the leg side when there is a ball there to be put away, and so it was. Down at Hove, Sussex batting a second time, a 51 for 1. They're still 108 behind after Nottinghamshire had a big first innings lead. They made 534 for 9 declared, finishing up yesterday. But in order for the Knots to win from there, they would need to bowl out Sussex in somewhere in the next 50 or 60 overs. With the attack of Fletcher, Hutton, James, Patterson, White, the task ahead of them for the side that was most fancied in Division 2 by most pundits coming into the season. Having finished the season pretty well last year, Knots, that was the alternative structure.
Left alone, keeps it line up the slope. Seems to nearly taken in front of second there.
A similar game to the one we have here being played at Grace Road, where Worcestershire declared their second innings closed at 534 for 5, setting Leicestershire 370. But they're a bit further along in that game, with Leicestershire having already lost 2 wickets in the 4th innings. They're 46 for 2, so it's Worcester's game to win from there. Colin Ackerman, though, he's walked to the middle, and we know what he can do in the 4th innings. Middlesex know all about that from last year.
That's better from so that's exactly where he wanted it, those 2 that were away for boundaries.
What did Leicestershire chase down at Grace Road against Middlesex last year? It must have been at least 350, if not more. And that was Ackerman on the final day. He's batting at the moment with Hassan Azad, who was another impressive opener throughout the course of 2021. Charlie Morris and Dylan Pennington with the wickets in the second innings for Worcestershire. So, decent chance for a result there.
It was around 380, wasn't it? Just looking up the record was 394 for 7 versus Derbyshire in 1947 at Grace Road for a chase, and it was just shy of that.
Ackerman got plenty, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, Harris 185, and then it was Ackerman that saw it over the line unbeaten with a ton as well.
Yeah. So there are some games we'll keep an eye on. Wantage Road and Grace Road look the 2 best, and possibly if they can get busy, there is an opportunity as well for Knots.
Bama continuing, silly mid off right in front of Masood, who managed to get it just fine of that fielder and in front of point for a single. Mert's going for 13 off his opening 4. Bamber 11, 10 off his opening 3 with a single to add to it now. Which just tells you that they're bowling that straighter line than they usually would. Metronome's the pair of them. Merta barely goes at a run of ball, does he, in his opening spell with the new ball at any given time, but with the match situation it's very much a case of bowling a straighter line, which, as we were discussing, invites a quicker run rate. It goes down the slope, pace and bounce on it. There's Nathan Souter. He got a mention from us a couple of days ago, didn't we? Came on a white ball contract with Middlesex, then got the full contract. Quite the tussle for the spin options. No frontline spinner played in this one.
Came up to say hi in the commentary box as well. It's quite nice this year that the players can come up and pop their head in the door, which wasn't the case during the more pronounced COVID-19 times when they had to stay well away from us.
Oh, there's the first one that just gets a little bit of note, goes away down the slope, and as much as anything I think Godalming will probably feel a little disappointed that he went after it himself. They haven't done anything like that so far, Godalming or Masood, but just went after one outside off.
Just a little noise through the effects mic as well as ball passed bat, but it was a moot point because I don't think Simpson gloved it, spilling away to his right. Wasn't an edge, no appeal from the cordon. As you say, down the slope. Now the one that goes the other way, that's usually the one that's dangerous for Bamber.
It's a little bit fuller, and Godalming happy to lay bass on that one to cover.
Of course, you can engage with us on the comments on YouTube throughout the season. A lot of people in there today watching our game, which is great. Try and catch up here as we go. G'day to Ken Saberi, who's on important duties looking after his wife today, who had a hip replacement, he says here, so usually here watching the side Middlesex at Lords. Well wishes to Ken and his wife. Cheeky Peter D saying we're spending so much time talking about Mickey Arthur. Where's he in his batting lineup? Well, believe me, Pete, knowing Mickey as we do, it's not about him coming out to bat. It's about the positive attitude he will instill in that dressing room. He'll have everybody in there believing they're winning this game.
That's all the over for Bamber. Leave by Godalming. 8 gone, 24 without loss. Bamber none for 11, just the one, the first ball of that over.
Tim Lucas, if Masood gets a big 100, I think we can win this. So again, that sort of infectious positivity from Derbyshire fans. I'm enjoying this. Everyone believes their team's going to win today. No concerns at all.
We asked about that Leicestershire game. Here's the scorecard of it in full.
Yep.
I was just scrambling back through the notes of the milestones. I didn't note the exact number that Ackerman finished on. He was 126, not out. Harris hit 185 off 311. And this all after they were, 83 for 2 in the 34th over. So scoring rate-wise, it was relatively low at that point, and that's the example of the acceleration that's possible. 378 for 5, a 5-wicket victory for Leicestershire.
Yeah, one of 3 times where Middlesex had 280 or more to play with in the 4th innings. That's noteworthy here as well. That not for a heartbeat would I think that would have factored into Tim Murder's thinking this morning, but from a Middlesex perspective, they did struggle to close out games last year. The aforementioned game at Grace Road, here at Lords against Somerset as well, stands out in the memory on opening weekend. Similar day to this, wasn't it? Same pitch as well.
Oh, that was taken from a straight line for the single to Stoneman at mid-wicket, and that was, as you'd have seen on the screen, the hands on head from Merta and a couple behind the stumps as well. Just got a thick inside part of the bat on that for the single. Should mention that man, Tim Merta, wasn't in that match at Grace Road. Bamber, Helm, Anderson, Waller, Luisa and Holman. They went with 2 spinners, 3 seamers. Roland Jones was injured at that stage last season, wasn't he? As memory serves, it was just rotation for Merta that match. He might have had a slight slight strain of some description, but it wasn't anything particularly problematic.
Well, that was it with playing so many games week to week, which I thought was great. By the way, I thought the way they set up the season last year, having, was it 8 rounds back to back, Murder pulls out, just has a little reach towards, no concerns. Must have lost his run. For a moment, I thought, hang on, no, there is here. Let's stay with this.
Ooh,
he did reach for his left hammy,
me.
and then he did reach for his left hammy, just as you mentioned, whether he might have had a little twinge last year at Grace Road. Then he took a few steps, and I thought, no, I'm seeing things, but no, he's clearly pointing at his left hamstring. This is a big moment in this game of cricket.
He's thinking about it, isn't he?
This is a massive moment. If Tim Murtagh walks over here to Richard Illingworth and says, "Can I have my cap?"
Yep, he's
which
throwing
he's
the ball
going
to Helm.
Tom Helm. Well, the game changes immediately. In that Derbyshire dressing room, they will know what a massive opportunity that is now presented to them. In the very same way that Middlesex took advantage of Derbyshire being 1 bowler down back on the first day, Derbyshire having made it through 8.2 overs unscathed so far, 25 without loss. Masood already up to 16, and Godalman, the captain, there with him on 9. In terms of laying this foundation, if it's Tim Murtagh finished, and well, if you're walking off with a hamstring injury, the probability of them bringing him back or him bringing himself back on later in the day would be on the low side. Put it this way, lucky they've got 3 frontline seamers to follow, because otherwise they'd be in strife here, Middlesex, and they don't have quite the same bench depth as they ordinarily would with Martin Anderson or a frontline spinner. But yes, 10 wickets without Murtagh, and the bowling rotations that they won't be able to deploy in terms of who gets the captain's armband in Murtagh's absence.
Well, yeah,
Eskenazi?
I think Eskenazi, absolutely. Roland Jones and Eskenazi. I know Eskenazi, I mean, looking at it at the moment, it's Roland Jones who's orchestrating the field. Eskenazi, I think towards the end of last season, he didn't particularly want the captaincy back, I don't think. Having been dropped after being captain for the first 2 games of the season, I think he wanted to focus on his own game. I'm sure he wouldn't for a moment not take the captaincy here if he were asked to.
Well, it was Roland Jones who Murtagh went and spoke to immediately, so before throwing the ball to Helm.
So 4 balls left, this the 9th over. Helm the pick of the bowlers in the first innings. Starts off with a good right on the spot. As soon as he held it, it wasn't like the side bottom hamstring, was it, which looked straight away, oh, that doesn't look good at all. But I just thought, please don't bowl another delivery. It's not worth it. As you say, there's a fair number of options here. They've got 3 seamers otherwise. But Murtagh out for a season as opposed to Murtagh out for a day, no matter what it means for this match, the hamstring's just not worth the risk. Maybe they'll have a look at him, but hamstrings usually suggest it's terminal for a game at least. It's good leave.
Yeah, I think that, just to build on that point about rotation, so when trying to remain patient, part of that game for a skipper is being able to mix up the attack a lot. Now, that was already a challenge for Middlesex, having 4 right-arm seamers and no Wallaluita or Holman to set and forget at one end. De Caires is going to have to step up here, and he showed plenty of promise in the first innings as well. The wicket of Shan Masood, but bowled some good spells. He'll have to bowl a few good spells today as this ball starts to deteriorate, and presumably he'll do most of his work from the nursery end again, given how many left-handers that Derbyshire have in their top 7. Deploy and Reese as well, both southpaws, after the opening pair here. But what they wouldn't want is needing De Caires to bowl a lot of overs in the final session if they're chasing the runs.
Coming in behind that, end of the over, fields it in a short cover. No gully now, just the 3 slips for Helm, end of the 9th. So Helm completing Murtagh's over. That is a big blow. Certainly for this passage of play, you'd have thought for the day, as it is a hamstring. It's rare that they come back on for a hamstring. Sidebottom, the hope is, which looked pretty bad, the hope with Sidebottom was that it would only be a week and not a long-term injury for him. Murtagh's doesn't look as bad. The one time that he did have half a season out in all those years, these years that he's played for Middlesex, and for Surrey it was a hamstring injury. He'll be desperately hoping that that's not a long-term problem. He did ponder whether to bowl again, didn't he? So hopefully that's a good sign. Here's Bamber starting up the 10th, his 5th.
Yeah, and a bowler of Mercer's experience, and even with his leadership hat on, he would know that to run the gauntlet there and to bowl that extra delivery and to do any more damage, I mean, first things first, get off, get assessed. That's what the medical staff are paid for. And maybe they can strap him up and he goes again. Wouldn't be the first time we've seen that. Or a seamer just wants to make sure, and that's fine. Because you're right, it didn't look like the straight up tear as side bottoms did on the first morning.
Nicely driven, and as far as mid-off. Diving Stoneman in there at a very short extra cover. No, he's it. Actually more a silly mid-on, isn't he? So if that ball does stop at all, pace of the pitch has been mentioned a lot.
Yeah, so Derbyshire at this stage, if their objective is just to get to lunch without losing a wicket, in all probability Murtagh wouldn't have bowled too many overs more before lunch regardless, but still, just that psychological blow for the Middlesex bowling group.
Driven again, this time
Shot
through the gaps. It goes 4-4. Lovely from Masood. He's on to 20. Around the wicket, as we mentioned, Bamber to Masood. Just going a little bit too straight earlier on. Clipped away through the onside, and that one beautifully put away. Far from a half volley, was it?
Shan Masood is going to make so many runs this season. Whether he goes off and peels off 100 and wins the game here or not, I mean, he looks like he has that much time against Bamber and Murtagh. And the reason I cite those two bowlers is that most counties have bowlers that are sending it down at roughly this pace. And he doesn't look phased at all. He looks very confident. Mentioned before the experience he has in the UK.
Good response from Bamber.
Presents a nice straight blade. Happy to get on the front foot and score. He's already up to 20 from 28 balls. 3 fours. That drive down the ground. Doesn't overhit it. Tall and stylish and organised. Before he fell out of favour with the Pakistan national team after a run of low scores at the end of 2020 and the start of 2021, he was one of the inform openers in the world, full stop.
It's a little too straight. Masood got it down to long legs, single taken.
And that big 100 against England at Old Trafford, where he batted for 470 minutes. A ton against Sri Lanka at Karachi when they returned to playing Test cricket in Pakistan, that first series there. And what an opportunity here on the final day at Lord's, the ground that he used to jog around as a youngster when he was living in St John's Wood. Used to dream about playing here. Has played here before, but big part of his life.
Back over the wicket. Bamber for Godalming. End of the 10th, 30 without loss.
Got some comments in here from Australia. Matt near the Gabba, which would suggest that he's following from Brisbane. It's his first experience of following the Middlesex County Cricket stream. Hello, Matt. Got a question in here from Busker Astana. Are they playing with the Kookaburra or the Duke's ball? I can definitely confirm that they play county cricket with the Duke's ball.
Helm continuing at the nursery end, having taken over from Mercer. Well, this makes it look a little bit more like that match at Grace Road now. Bamber and Helm the opening bowlers. Anderson was changed. It's Roland Jones in this match. Wallaluita and Holman with the 2 spin options. It's De Cares in this one, but yeah, it was a merciless Middlesex that saw Leicestershire chase down 378 for 5 at Grace Road, as you say, on a sunny day like this one. Thick edge all along the floor to Holden, but nicely bowled, and Helm's right on the spot here, and I think that will certainly fill Middlesex with hope that Helm has bowled very, very well in this match and appears to be in a very, very good place. He's going to be crucial on this final day now.
Yeah, he bowled an excellent spell the either side of T, wasn't it, on day 2, and earned the reward. He got the wicket of Brooke Guest. He only had 1 wicket by stumps on day 2, but was clearly the best on show, and then cleaned up the bottom order yesterday, just when they needed it.
Leg side. Drops him behind the knee roll, actually, doesn't it?
Well, that partnership between Dahl and Thompson stretched to 28 overs, and the life of this match was being sucked out of it in terms of the probability of a result. I think we joked at the time, if there was a WinViz measure at that juncture, it probably would have said draw 80%. But then Helm goes bang bang, consecutive leg before decisions going his way on a hat trick, and then down the other end, Roland Jones takes 2 in 4, and that's it. 4 wickets falling on 304, and the game sped up somewhat.
Fascinating to see what percentages this game will be at right now. 325 more. Middlesex, their main man down.
Okay, let's do it. Kevin Handviz. Let's do it. Let's write down our numbers independently of each other. I don't want to inform. I don't want to influence yours or yours influence mine. And then we'll share them in good faith.
How do we hide our notes
right.
whilst holding the effects mic, the lip mic?
You've got the skills here. I believe in you.
That's clipped away down to deep backward square leg, and Masood will turn for a couple. Nathan Bamber patrolling in front of the tavern, a long, long way down there.
I reckon that number's changing ball on ball as well, When we started, I would have thought Derbyshire are sort of high single digits, or maybe somewhere in the teens. I don't think they're there now, owing to the Murta factor. And a good start.
It's driven nicely.
Like
Yeah, nice shot. 4 more. Last ball of the 11th. Nice way to finish the over for Masood. And for Derbyshire, this is proving to be a very, very good start. No real alarm bells ringing at all for Derbyshire. Only that one loose drive from Godleman, which he probably should have been leaving well alone. It was more a shot selection in this situation, I think, with Bamber bowling down the slope to him. But other than that, there hasn't been any great alarm. Ball not going past the bat regularly again. Middlesex persevering on a straight line, so that's helping that scoring rate, as we mentioned. Here comes the first change. Bamber none for 16 from 5. Roland Jones from the pavilion end. He's having a long chat with Bamber there, and it does look as though Roland Jones is skippering the side now. We should mention that. Eskenazi's been pretty quiet at slip, just to confirm that it looks as though it is Roland Jones that's taking it over. So how long they worked out. How long are we till lunch now? 40 minutes. So Bamber's had roughly 40 minutes, hasn't he, for his 5 overs. So Roland Jones will get the same return now from the pavilion end.
Yeah, they might need another blast out of Bamber before lunch. What they'll need to do is use Bamber at both ends.
Oh, it's a nice start. Well, that'll please Middlesex, no doubt, with the loss of one of their talisman. I say that Roland Jones really is the talisman on the field for them. Mercer's obviously been Mr. Reliable injury front as well over the years. Roland Jones, flip side of the coin, he's been the one that's been dogged by injury since that 2016 title, but what a start that was.
Yeah, and in the 4th innings against Derbyshire at Lords last year, it was Roland Jones who stepped up and took a bag of 5 and then finished the job with Middlesex winning by 112 runs. A similar kind of chase. Godleman was the first of the wickets that Roland Jones took in that stretch. He was on 70 at the time, and then he rolled through to lower order, steamrolled through. And Derbyshire fell well short of their target of, I think, 342, if I recall correctly. Seeing a plane fly over the pavilion in the distance.
Apparently they're scrambling for the countdown music at the back of the box for us revealing these numbers in a moment.
Oh, I've got mine written down. I've done mine on gut. I changed it after Shah Masood's boundary. I made a little alteration. I gave them an extra number, an extra percentage point.
Do we start with the draw? We both reveal what our draw percentages are
what
first.
what have you got as draw?
20%.
I've got it at 16.
Oh, I like it. Yeah,
I had the draw. I was going to go a bit higher on the draw than Masood's cover drive. So 16 on the draw. What have you got for Derbyshire?
38.
I've got them at 25. I still think Middlesex 59.
It's the Mercer factor that's changed it for me. But that after that ball, you changed it slightly on the Masood drive. I might change it slightly on that Roland Jones ball. Nicely bowled again, just left alone.
I do enjoy the volatility because, of course, WinViz. I feel like I spend my entire life defending WinViz. I do not work the CricViz. I don't know how it works. It's a retrospective, a backward-looking measure where it's used to try and gauge what would have happened based on all the inputs of what they got in front of us. So Merter's a big one there. That algorithm would fold in. Well, it would have Merter locked on for at least a couple.
It's nicely played by Masood. You talked about it on the first day. It's a big scoring area for him through mid-wickets. He's picked up 3. Very well run indeed. He's on to 30, and goodness me, what a start he's given this. 30 from 37 balls.
Yeah, so what the algorithm would do, it would take Merter out, which would immediately send Derbyshire up a couple and Middlesex down a couple, or something like that. And it would look at the sort of innings that have been played before. All sorts of bits and pieces get folded in to the mainframe, and it spits out those 3 numbers. I should say, by the way, that we're adding those up to 100 there. Maybe we should add it up to 99 and leave 1 for the tie. But even that would be...
I'd probably take it off my draw one, to be honest.
Yeah, it's probably more like, given how many first-class games have been played.
That's a beaut from Roland Jones. Just fuller on this occasion. We saw the lifting ball to start the over. It's the fuller length that beats Godalming to end it. Fine first over from Roland Jones, and that was exactly what Middlesex needed to see. Lovely boundary, lovely 3 in fact, clipped by Masood in the over, but 40 without loss after 12. It marks a very, very good start for Derbyshire, especially as we've been mentioning with Mercer off the field.
Yeah, something for both teams in that over. The fact that with Roland Jones down the slope with 2 left-handers, when he's able to get it on the dance floor and make them play, remembering that Godalming's disposition will be to leave. We've seen that throughout the first innings. He wants to shoulder arms, especially against the newer ball. It's only 12 overs old. But when Roland Jones makes him play from that line, that brings in those 3 catches immediately. So Helm to continue over the wicket. I wonder how long it'll be before we see Helm do as he did in the first innings to this pair and go around the wicket at them. He was generating prodigious movement down the slope from the nursery end. I know he's only into his sort of second over. Well, he did complete the over that Merter didn't bowl, but his second over where he expected to be bowling, so he's still in plan A mode, but
Now nearly a mix-up. Throw goes back to the wicket-keeper, but Masood will be back. Quickly sent back by Godalming. I'd say that was the right call. I mean, running to the danger end as he was. The throw eventually went to the keeper. That was because Godalming was unmoved. That would be the last thing to do, give it away with a run out now.
Yeah, it's sort of Masood's disposition, isn't it, in this innings? It's to get bat on ball and to look to score, look to get down the other end, and he realised quite quickly that there was no single on, but yeah, nothing wrong with that.
Kaz there just rolling to tidy up in the covers.
Some other win visitors are being sent through. We've got Michael Hall on Twitter that believes Derbyshire at 25%, Middlesex 35%, the draw 40. Yeah, I can definitely see a scenario where there are a clump of wickets and Derbyshire pull out. Absolutely can see that later in the day, but not from here.
That's guided nicely. Angled across him from Helm, and Masood dabs down to third. No sweeper down there, so another boundary racks up, and already for Middlesex, he just starts to think about things like that, that actually protecting third would be an option.
Yeah, I know this commentary is a risk of becoming a bit of a Shah Masood fanzine, but I mean he's just class, isn't he? He has. You don't know why some players look to have more time than others, but the way he steered that away, the Corden were never in the game.
Good response from Helm.
Even though Godalmann's been the man for Derbyshire for a long stretch of time, along with Madsen, of course, but Godalmann as captain. It looks like immediately Masood will be the most important player in this team this year. Luckmal to an extent, sure, but Masood, you're looking at a guy who should be playing Test cricket, if not for the fact that Abdullah Shafiq has burst onto the scene in recent months. And
oh, it's a nice shot. Now, what did it strike? Was it the bat of Godalmann's? Or was it? It was the stumps. I thought it was wider than that. Was it? Or
I reckon it might have hit Godalmann and then maybe Helm. Hard to tell from our angle behind the bowler. We'll get a look on the replay. Saved 4 either way. Struck that beautifully. Yep.
Oh.
Godalmann's done Middlesex a service there, because that was right out the screws, as they say.
From one former Middlesex opener to another, end of the over, 44 without loss. Nick Gubbins, good afternoon. He said he's not leaving the sofa today. He's got the stream on.
Oh, good.
Watching. And, yeah, he says he's enjoying the comms.
Well, they've already won.
They have, yeah, indeed. Yeah. All 3 emojis, though, not just cricket. Aaron Jones starts up full, right behind it.
So we've got the football, which I acknowledge that we'll be competing with later.
Yep.
That's
the second emoji.
I'm not saying it's the easiest sell county cricket against the top of the table Premier League clash, but you know,
many screens to
chase
work with
here
nowadays. Many screens to work with.
I had to make the big call this morning. The F1 at Albert Park, or my football club playing around the corner at the MCG. I balanced off the screens as we got flogged in the footy, and an impressive finish for McLaren in the F1s. Some points at last.
Dabbing at this one. The biggest conundrum is just what order you put it in. It's which one goes on the big screen, which one goes on the laptop, and which one's on the phone.
Absolutely.
So the third sport for Nick Gubbins today is the golf.
Yeah. What time's it start? 7. Yeah, a bit later.
So there you go. So he's fine. He's only got to jostle with 2 screens today. I'm backing him to keep.
And you need
Middlesex
a phone to be following Twitter for both, right? So.
Yeah. So the
TV,
so the
iPad,
tablet device comes in as well.
Right. Yeah.
Quick single, just fine a mid-wicket for Godalmann. Stephen Finn always used to have the Xbox going as well, so you have to throw that into play as well.
He brought that in his Finney. He's playing. I can say this. He's on the field at the moment. He had to pay excess baggage on the way home from Australia because of his Xbox.
Did he have it in that security box as well? The security suitcase thing.
I'm pretty sure he did.
The screen, yeah.
I'm pretty sure he had. I mean, I don't know what constitutes an Xbox these days. It's not really my bag, but he had. There was so much weight in it, and having lived in Australia for a couple of months, or a few months by the time that Test series ended.
We just found a bit of bounce again from Aaron Jones.
We were on the same flight home, and he had to cough up at the check-in desk.
It looks like he's on official business for a pretty menacing business, whatever it is, as well, when he carries that box. And then he opens it up, and it reveals that it's a screen on the top, and the PlayStation, I think he plays it on, is sat at the bottom. Big Fortnite gamer.
We had to spend a bit of time in isolation when we were in Oz for the usual reason, a bit of COVID, which we've all copped at one point or another on tour in the last 2 years.
Edgeley away in front of backward point. Long old chase for Nathan Souter, who's on as the sub fielder for Tim Murtagh. He's not going to win it. He's the fastest of the lot. Gubbins dubbed him the snake in the grass. He's quick around the outfield. Souter, smile on the face from Holden. He was the man closest to it. How long was it in the air for?
It hung. Just kind of trickled away towards the rope, which gives a suggestion of just how long it was in the air for. Sort of plugged a little bit there, but yeah, more a backward point than a gully.
clipped watchfully in the end from Masood to mid-wicket. Roland Jones feeling he might have just pushed through on that a little bit more and lifted it, or beaten that inside edge indeed. There's the Derbyshire flag fluttering above the north turret, above the home dressing room. The MCC emblem at the back, at the top of the turret. End of the over, 49 without loss.
Yeah, I believe Cameron Smith's second in the Masters at the moment, the Queenslander. I'm not sure if he still gets around with a mullet, but he certainly used to. He really lent into the perception about our haircuts in Australia.
Has that been and gone now then, the mullet? Because it came back. Did it come back briefly, or is it still riding the crest of a wave?
Not sure it ever really left. There's photos of my old man with a mullet when I was a little baby, which I get out fairly often.
Oh, Helm. But now, it's Godleman pulling out as Helm was running in. Now, that's what happened with Mercer. If we go back to that Mercer injury, it was Godleman pulling out, actually, that stopped Mercer running. So,
right,
whether it was pulling up, having had to slow down through his run-up, we could probably scrub back and watch it on the screen, actually, but it was actually the first thing was Godleman pulling out. I'm sure it was Godleman that pulled out first. We can go back and have a look. Oh, now that's very well bowled. It must have been bat, otherwise Helm would be screaming right now. Full, hitting the stumps. There must have been bat involved. Just dropping the bat down. It kept a fraction low on Godleman. He was right back, trapped on the crease by it. But, yeah, that would have been absolutely plumb but for a bit of bat.
Yeah, just judging by the response from the cordon, they were more enthusiastic than Helm, which would suggest a little tickle onto the pad.
Did it drop outside the line as well, actually, looking at it again on the replay? Yeah, probably just dropping outside the line as well.
Yeah, and squared him up the slope too. Good sign, moving it both ways here, Helm.
Oh, and again. Now that pitched outside leg again, I'm sure, and look at that go across. Keeping low also. Now that'll be of great note. Helm from the nursery end, where you expect him to pick up a little bit more bounce going up the slope, but he and Roland Jones will relish what they've just seen there.
Yeah, that's done plenty. And there's been no volatile bounce here at Lords across the 4 days, but if there's going to be any, it'll be deep into the final day. Can you get that a fraction fuller?
Varsnick Gubbins for his win viz.
Okay.
And he's played along. Good man.
Where are we? Where's he at?
So, his first answer was, I'm worried, with 3 main bowlers. Well, that's it, because of course part-time spinners to cares as well. So, yeah, they've got their 3 seamers, but it is a part-time spinner, or certainly a young spinner. Let's put it that way. Very, very young spinner. Bowled again from Helm. He's gone with and without Mercer. With Mercer, Middlesex 50% win, draw 35, Derbyshire 15. Without Mercer, as it would appear as though Middlesex would probably be now for the remainder of this day, Middlesex 20, draw 30, Derbyshire 50.
I reckon he's underclubbed on Middlesex there. You've got to dance with the one that brung you when you've declared 355 ahead.
He's thinking as a former Middlesex. I mean, he grew up with all these guys, didn't he? Helm and co. So, tapping down on that again. Just trapped that bat down in time there. Godleman works away. I think he's
scoreboard pressure of still. You know, 1 wicket here. I appreciate that WinViz doesn't build in prospective events, so yeah, it's just seeing it for what it is right now. But 1 wicket here, and well, everyone's WinViz would change, wouldn't it? But especially if it were Masood, it becomes a long way to the finish line for Derbyshire. They haven't gotten away here. They're only going a couple of runs and over. The issue is that Masood looks in great nick. Noted before, into the 15th over, 49 for none. If not for Abdullah Shafiq and Abid Ali, he'll have been playing Test cricket throughout the last couple of years. Abid Ali had a brilliant 2021, but unfortunately is missing from the Pakistan side due to that heart condition that he's been diagnosed with. then they replace him with Abdullah Shafiq. There's the flight. There's your conspiracy theory from yesterday,
Yeah.
Kev, that the planes are doing the rounds more over the middle of London now. Are we in that direction, though?
That's right.
Oh, that is coming from the middle of London, isn't it? Yeah, okay. Prevailing winds. We will get the chief executive up here to talk about that at some point.
It's going to be
On a
grilled.
quiet afternoon. But yeah, Masood, there's so much competition for opening spots that gives him the chance to now be out of the national team and build a case for returning as soon as possible.
Jones starting up. The man who won Player of the Year in 2016. Nick Gubbins, the man who won Players Player of the Year in 2016. The title winning year.
So the players' player, how does that get voted on? Does everyone in the team in each game vote?
I'm sure that Nick Gubbins won't mind me pointing this out at all. Actually, I think Toby Rowland-Jones said it to me on Twitter. How many batsmen are there in a side and how many bowlers? So bowls, I think height's a problem for Rowland-Jones. We've seen that bounce that he's got from the pavilion end so far, not out the call. Beating the inside edge of Masood, hitting high up. Very, very difficult. Right arm over to a left-hander at the pavilion end to get an LBW here at Lord's. Ball has to do a little bit to really convince the umpire it's doing enough to come back up that slope. And that one also had height against it, I think. Lovely shot for 4. The appeal, big appeal from Rowland-Jones, followed by a dip of the head as that one goes away down the slope to the Tavern stand. It's again far from a half volley. It's the 50 partnership as well for the opening stand for Derbyshire. 303 more to win for them. They're 53 without loss, and Masood's on 42 and looking in fine fettle, much as he did in that first innings.
Just doesn't look daunted by the pace at all. Standing up tall, striking through the line, playing on the up when he needs to. That's a good combination. Just resets, takes guard again.
Go back to Nick Gubbins' percentages there. Of course, he will be full of nerves because he's got so many mates in this side. All came through together, didn't they? He'd have been part of that 70% of the first, 71% perhaps of the first team squad until he moved down to Hampshire of those that have come through the ranks. Afternoon to all the Gubbins clan that may or may not be tuned in at this stage, because they'll have watched all of these guys come through with Nick Gubbins. Punched away.
Shot.
Down the slope it goes again. Just below Old Father Time, it pops over the boundary rope. And the runs required drops below 300. Masood's on to 46. From 50 deliveries, 57 without loss. Rowland-Jones has bowled some peaches from the pavilion end, but they are up against what at the moment's looking a pretty immovable force in Shah Masood.
Just adjusting my wind viz after those back-to-back boundaries, Kev. Albeit a measure that hinges entirely on Shan staying in the middle for a lengthy stretch of time, but he looks perfectly set. He's only faced 50 balls.
Look, I think we both were in agreement, weren't we? 150 on the board at T. It's just the wickets column then that they've got to worry about.
Yeah, absolutely. When they're going at a better run rate than they would need to be. You know, if you were flagging it up around, leaving 150 odd there to collect at the end. It's the top start.
Around the wicket, Rowland-Jones. 2 slips. Good ball. Oh, it's just going to scramble through for the single. The throw will go to the keeper. It's well run. De Cares collecting from mid-wicket. Very well run by those two.
Yeah, a little bit of criticism for Goddelman from some Derbyshire fans in the comments. And I'll just counter that by saying that his role here is to provide support for Masood, who's scoring more heavily. Where Goddelman is at lunch is neither here nor there. If they're none down in 20 minutes' time when they walk off for a curry or a sandwich or whatever it is they're serving up in the pavilion today, that is the only thing that will be on the minds of the captain and the senior pro here, Masood. The fact that Masood's doing it so easily is just a bonus.
Back over the wicket for last ball of the over. Goldman leaves alone. 16 gone, 58 without loss. Derbyshire 298 more to win.
Especially with Murtagh going down. So if they can get overs in the legs of Roland Jones, Helm and Bamber and not get them into the book and therefore not have them bowling with any real sort of confidence. Confidence might be the wrong word, but not bowling sort of in such a way that they feel like they're about to run through a side. You can't really measure momentum, can you? But that sort of roll they got on yesterday, if they can hold that back for a couple of hours here, it's going to make it ever so challenging for Roland Jones with the rotations.
Lunch is going to actually come at a really good time for these now, isn't it? Swap.
Yeah.
20 minutes. A couple more overs each. Maybe around 5 or 6 each, won't they? Helm and Roland Jones at the end of their first spells. Bamber having done 5. I'm sure they'll throw the over a spin to De Cares against the 2 left-handers before lunch as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind that with the relatively hard ball as well. We saw with De Cares that, much as it was with Thompson, that with the harder ball, he has that one that goes straight on, which brings the stumps into play, especially when coming from the nursery end, down the slope, around the wicket. That's the angle that Helm's on here.
Edged and wide of second slip. Third taken out. That's the 50 for Masood. He's on to 51 from 52 balls. And Derbyshire fans in the background there applauding him. He's given them a great start here in this chase. Thick edge flies from Helm. He'd gone down to 2 slips. He raises his bat with a rare full stroke, bringing up his 50, Masood. Lovely, lovely innings from him. And it set this game up beautifully here at Lord's. For Middlesex, oh so close to a breakthrough. But well out of reach of second, would have been comfortable for a third. And now clipped away through square. Probably 4 more down the slope. South is fast, he might have a chance. Looks as though it's almost slowing a little actually, which is unusual down the slope. They've run 3 in the meantime. And Masood's on to 54. His strike rate moves above 100 for the first time. Dangerous, dangerous batsman for Middlesex right now to try and remove. Derbyshire will be thinking, goodness me, if he can go through a chunk of the afternoon, then he'll have taken a huge wedge out of the victory target that they've been set here at Lord's. Tom Helm, who's been mooted as an England Test bowler for many, many years. Roland Jones, formerly so. England past and perhaps England future. It's a Pakistan international looking in top order out there. They've brought in the 3rd slip now as Helm's going to go back over the wicket. It's Godalmän on strike. He gets right behind that one. Yeah, Godalmän's 11 from 46 now. That's coming from some criticism. Again, I'll go back to that chase last year. What was it? 46 balls before they got off the mark in the chase. And then lost Lewis Rees in between as well. That's a lovely ball from Helm. Squared up a little on the back foot. Godalmän to that one. But yeah, it was they were very much able to still pick up that scoring rate as they needed to. And Godalmän, again, if he's there in the final session tonight, Godalmän, never mind his scoring rate, if Godalmän's still there in the final session tonight, it's highly likely Derbyshire are winning this match. So Masood's playing a game of his own out there at the moment, and allowed to do so, I'm sure, by Mickey Arthur. Look, however you see fit is how you play it. Even Lone Godalmän wants to come at the over.
Yeah, and with a big chase, often it can be about one player going out there and asserting themselves. Thinking back to that win that South Africa had at the Wacker in 2008. And I only raised that because Mickey Arthur was the coach of the South African team at the time. Graham Smith comes out there and as the captain and says, look, we are going to do this. So he can galvanise the rest of the team. And the overseas pro playing the way he has so far, and it does mean it just provides that end of the over, 65 for none, still 290 away from their victory target, 291 I should say. It just gives them that sense that someone's thinking about the target, and that's clearly Shan Masood. That Middlesex balcony, they won't be saying it to each other quite yet. They won't be indulging in any negative chat or anything close to it yet.
You can just see Mercer, if you really peer in through, with his left leg up at the moment. It was the left leg that he was holding that hamstring, wasn't it? So resting it at the moment.
Okay.
You'd have to feel he's out of the game. There's no... I can't imagine. They'll have looked at it surely at this stage and just said, yeah, feed up and forget it.
Looking forward to diving into some stats at lunch here, Kev, which is a bit hard to do when we're on commentary, but Roland Jones starting a fresh over. Derbyshire's highest chase at Lords, for example. That's one that's of interest to me.
I haven't got that one, but I do have some.
Okay. It's worth just knowing, having in the back.
Every county has their own statistician who goes around, apart from Middlesex, annoyingly, actually.
Okay.
But every other county has somebody who goes around. It's the photographer for Derbyshire, David Griffin.
Of course.
He's a big statistician and historian for Derbyshire.
Deep point now out there for that square drive, keeping it to a single.
They've only had 2 higher successful chases in their history, Derbyshire. Than
Full stop.
Than 356, yeah.
Okay. Well, it's unlikely one of those would have been at Lords then.
No. One was against the Australians in 1997.
Ah, the Dean Jones game. And the Grizzly Adams Dean Jones game. Adams makes a stack of runs on the final day to win it, chasing.
And the other one's an equal beaut.
After Dino made a ton in the first innings, I think I'm right in saying. There'll be Derbyshire fans who can correct me if I'm wrong here, but Dino was skipper in 97, led them to second position on the table, their best finish in the championship. They've never done better than second since, or reached second since, but he put down Mark Taylor in the cordon when Taylor was scratching around so desperately for runs, and it was possible that Taylor would have dropped himself. He said as much, and yeah, Dino put him down, and pretty sure he made 100 in the first dig and Adams made 100 in the second. Shout here, no, not quite. So how many was that, the 97 game?
97 was 371 for 9 against the Australians.
So it could have been a tie as well.
So that was the record last innings total to win by Derbyshire. Second on that list was just a couple of seasons ago against Notts, 365 for 7. We'll go back and draw up that scorecard in a moment. There's plenty of this side playing in that.
We're going to see more and more of those records go, and that's a function of short form cricket and how much short form cricket these guys now play and how conditioned they are to chasing. That they're not daunted by a chase of 300 or 400 in the way they might have been historically. Teams bat deeper as well. I think in that 97 game they went after Warne on the final day as well, if I recall correctly. I feel like Warne got taken to, which was unusual in this country.
Heavy night in Derby the night before?
It could have been, yeah, could have been. But those were certainly the days when it came to playing all the counties. That's the last big tour, 97, end of 18 overs, 66 for none, where they played all 18 counties. I think they got all 18 counties in 97. By 2001, that was finished, and these days they're lucky to even play a couple of tour games. They played Derbyshire in 2019 between the loss at Headingley, the Ben Stokes miracle, and regrouping for Old Trafford. They did have a victory over Derbyshire at the county ground there, which was important for them, just to take the sting out after losing so spectacularly when England chased down 362 on that occasion. But on that trip, there was the tour game at Worcester. And I think Worcester and Derby were the only places we went, if I recall correctly. There was a game they played against each other down at the Rose Bowl. That was and that's become increasingly a part of test preparation, the squad games against each other, which I'm not too fond of, but they seem to be. We've got Josh De Caires coming on.
Which I'm pleased to see. It's a chunk of him, and it's sensible as well, given in mind the workload that the other three are going to have, that it's not just one obligatory over of spin before lunch.
Yeah, he should get two in, although, as we saw yesterday, they managed to stretch it out in such a way they only got one over in before lunch. So first ball here, round the wicket from the nursery end, as we thought what might be the case, owing to the fact that he has got quite a useful one that goes straight on and generates a decent amount of overspin. Gets it up and down, as tweakers will say. But that was flat to start, easy single. Now gets a chance at Godalming, just one catching man at slip. I'm surprised we don't have any Derbyshire fans in the comments here talking about that 97 win over Australia. Come on. Good from De Caires, bringing Godalming forward.
They're still sobering up after the 2020 win against Notts.
Yeah, we're going to see massive chases become more and more a part of first class and test cricket. I'm certain of it. I mentioned yesterday that I was at Karachi a few weeks ago for Pakistan when they were set. Must have been about 530. And had they had one more session, they would have got that. Had they had an extra session to chase, they didn't look like they were going to collapse. There was a bit of a late twist there with 2 wickets in 2 balls for Nathan Lyon and a couple of drop catches close in, but the point is that there'll be a big one. There'll be a 500 and something go in the years to come. Good again from De Caires. So he's found the outside edge and the inside edge of Godalming in the space of 3 deliveries. Just one catcher though. I wonder whether there might be a case for a forward short leg. Nearing lunch. Wickets are the main currency here, not runs. Relatively spread. Sweeper out at deep point, one out at deepish mid wicket as well. And a man around the corner there to backward square where there's always going to be a single. End of De Caires' first over. There's still 6 minutes until lunch. They should be able to get 2 more in before the long break. 68 for none. Derbyshire's target is 356 after Middlesex declared their second innings closed this morning. 6 overs after the resumption. They added 57 runs in 6 overs, losing White for 81 and Holden for 82, but both men did their job. Some power hitting from Simpson, Roland Jones to get Middlesex to 258 for 5 after their 50 overs, allowing themselves 88 overs to bowl Derbyshire out with 356 runs to play with. Roland Jones, the acting captain, bowls here. His last over before lunch, and an easy single for Godalming into the offside. I say an easy single. If they were batting conservatively and they weren't batting with a view towards the target, maybe that'd be pushed into the offside and they'd stay put, but it's quite clear that both of these experienced left-handers are thinking about the 356 in the corner of the scoreboard, and as they should be on a batting track that, well, on a track full stop that's given plenty to players of all disciplines. We've seen the seamers move the ball around. We've seen half a dozen wickets to spin, and that's in the absence of Middlesex having a frontline spinner as well. An excellent surface. False stroke there from Shan Masood, inside part of the bat. Roland Jones trying to go up the slope from round the wicket on that angle. maybe a bit of natural variation, one that can straighten and bring those slips into play.
The record for Derbyshire against Middlesex, 290 for 9 in 1986, but I need to check if that was Lords or
290
Derby.
for 9 in 19... Okay.
Well done. D. Griffin picks for these stats, David Griffin.
Squeezed away. 2's the call from Sean. I think better of it. 70 for none.
I don't think he needs any introduction to Derbyshire fans. All the stats are there for Derbyshire every round.
So 69 overs left, or 68 and a half overs left in this match. And it feels as though we're going the distance. Roland Jones back over the wicket. And Gordelman back where he likes to be, shouldering arms, doing a really good job here, the captain. Being outscored, but absolutely pulling his weight. Just 8 balls left until lunch. What a fillip it would be if they go in. None down. And again, able to shoulder arms. We saw Roland Jones go round the wicket to Shan Masood to bring that angle into play, but setting it wide outside the off stump to Godalman, he's not going to be tempted. We know that much, having watched him bat across this match so far.
65 these two put on in the first innings. 65 for one when Godalman fell. That was in the 29th over.
And that took a fine piece of bowling from Murtagh as well. His 900th first-class wicket. Another single out to the offside to finish. The over bookended with Godalman playing that stroke and retaining the strike. So Roland Jones has finished for the session. He's bowled 5 overs, done for 22. 71 for none the score.
Good time for a break,
gone. Yeah, well, look at the run rate. They're going at 3.5 and over. That's a very good clip when you consider how they would want to weight this innings and how they want to manage this, especially with Murtagh out of the attack. They'll know that if they can get repeat spells in to the 3 seamers that Middlesex have left, and a reminder that Martin Anderson isn't playing this match either, out with a side complaint. If Anderson was available, this wouldn't be quite so big a deal. It'd still be significant, but you just move Anderson into the rotation, and had he been fit, he would have been batting at 6 regardless, but not to be this week.
Yeah, lunch comes at a bad time for Derbyshire, a good time for Middlesex, a good time for a break for Roland Jones, with 5 overs done, because they will have to get through a few spells now, the Middlesex trio.
Here comes the helmet. We're going to have a close-in catcher for the final over, Davies. But Godalman on strike. Comment in here from Babar Azam, Pakistan. I doubt it's that Babar Azam, but I admire your pluck by naming yourself that. Pakistan nearly chased 490 versus Australia in 2017, if you remember. I think it was 2016, and I was there at the Gabba. They got 450, beaten by 40 runs. Oh, lunging forward, inside edge. That's why the short leg's there. That's where Dequez looks most dangerous, when he just gets a little bit of overspin. Bowling down the slope as well. Yeah, slips that one down the leg side too. Bit of drift. Again. Enough bounce there. Godalman back for a second. Shan Masood to the danger end. But generous applause from the Derbyshire balcony. They're appreciating this positive intent between the wickets. We saw a couple of quickish singles from Godalman in the previous over, and the left-handers really wanted to there. Masood got on the bike and threw comfortably, even if the throw was on target. he would have been fine. So 2 balls left until the breather.
Breather that can't come quickly enough for Middlesex, I'd say.
So around the corner goes Davies. They've moved him from forward short leg to leg slip or leg gully. And Carey just pulls out at the last moment. That's the angle that the two that have hit the shoulder of the bat have ended up at leg slip. Godwin going a fraction more leg side there to defend out to cover. Well played. So last ball before lunch, final day. Inside edge, an ambitious appeal there from De Caires to end the session. That was a good one for Derbyshire. They did concede 57 runs in 6 overs, but they've neutralised that, or they've negated that at least. They've made 73 of their own without losing a wicket. And it's the opening partnership that was such a problem for them last year. But with Shan Masood at the top of the list, straightening them up alongside the captain Godalman, they look a much different team. Masood, after making 91 the first time around, is 57 from just 58 balls. And at the other end, Godalman 16 from 68, but playing his role, the skipper, knowing full well, Kevin Hand, that if this pair are batting for another hour or two, they're going to give themselves a platform from which they can launch at the target of 356 in the final session.
Yeah, that Mercer injury right now, you'd have to imagine he's done for the day. Going to be so costly. I was just looking through what other options there are. Max Holden, off spinner. We talked about his performance here a few years back against the Australians in a List A game, a touring match for the Australians. Bowled very, very well in that one. Those 2 beamers in the pre-season friendly against Surrey, which are going to be a real opportunity for him to bowl at Merchant Taylor's there, taking him out of the attack in his first over. Right now that looks pretty costly because they could have done with Max having had a good season with the Austrian. I'm not sure how he went in the one other game that he played, but you can imagine that at some point they're going to have to turn to him as well, especially if these two keep going. Just see, you never know, sometimes, well, Nick Gubbins has been in contact, Sam Robson, how many times have those two picked up wickets when they've come on? It's just broken the concentration a little bit. It's drawn a full stroke. Perhaps Abbas has done something a little bit naughty, but that's the kind of thing that I'm sure at very least they'll look from Max Holden if they have to turn to that, because otherwise those 3 seamers, you've got a lot of toil to get through in the next 2 sessions.
Yeah, their task is an obvious one. They need to break up this opening partnership and then take 9 further wickets to take all the points here at Lords to start the season. For Derbyshire, they can dare to dream. They're 383 runs away from what would be an historic victory here at the home of cricket. Derbyshire at lunch, 73 for none with Shan Masood 57, Billy Godalman 16. We'll take a break here on the Middlesex Live Enhanced stream, and we'll be back with our coverage in about 35 minutes.
Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Afternoon session of the final day in this county championship match between Middlesex and Derbyshire. This is the live and enhanced stream from Middlesex with Adam Collins and myself, Kevin Hand. 73 without loss at lunch, Derbyshire. Target of 356 to win this. They've had the perfect start. Shah Massoud with 57, Billy Godman 16, and Middlesex, a bowler and a captain down. Tim Murtagh leaving the field this morning with a hamstring injury, much as Sidebottom left the field on that first morning for Derbyshire. So a real test for Middlesex. 3 frontline bowlers in the match. The spin of Young to Cares. In desperate need of a breakthrough, really, just to settle this final innings, because at the moment this is a more than useful start for the visitors. It's going to be Ethan Bamber to get things going again after lunch. Welcome back, Adam Collins.
Hello, Kev. Yep, Bamber the man they throw the ball to when they need something to happen. Well, certainly was the case last year. Bowled well in the first innings. Didn't get quite the same reward that his colleagues did, but a couple of wickets, 2 for 63. Including the big breakthrough of Madsen late on day 2. We'll start around the wicket. A couple of slips. Sanders steers away, first ball of the session. I suspect, I've got a feeling, Kev, that we are going to have an influx of watchers from Pakistan over the next couple of hours. I've just got a hunch that when word gets around the internet that Shah Massoud's on one, it'll be the right time of day or evening. By that stage, of course, they can pop it on YouTube and away they go. And we might have some new fans to the county championship. Catching cover in position there. In action early. And then they'll get to stick around next time when Middlesex are playing to tune in when Shaheen Shah Afridi takes the new ball at Cardiff in a couple of weeks. So big Pakistan influence in the county championship this year. Naseem Shah, of course, at Gloucestershire. Rizwan's coming out as well, isn't he? Oh, straight past the edge. Ethan Bamber 101. Ever so close to what will be the big wicket. Prodigious movement. Round the wicket. On that angle, even though it's up the slope, Massoud knows he needs to play. Couldn't have been closer to kissing the outside edge and getting Middlesex in the hunt for these 10 wickets. Oof. That's the first sloppy shot we've seen from Shan. Trying to get bat on ball after the lunch interval. Threw his hands at one that he should be leaving, and we know that of the two of them, Godalman's more inclined to let balls go, but on that angle, that's only going to get him into trouble with Eskenazi and White in weight alongside John Simpson.
22nd over of the innings. That's only the first full swan from him, only one from Godalman as well.
Make it 3. Prompts a little stare from Bamber.
Well, I mentioned Helm at the nursery end, Roland Jones at the pavilion end. England's past, potentially England future. Helm's been the next cab off the rank for so many years, but injuries have held him up. But Ethan Bamber is Mr. Reliable for Middlesex.
Yeah, very capable young man. To the crease. On top here. That's better from Shah Massoud. Same channel. But what he will also know is that Bamber has the ability to bring one back the other way. High quality maiden to start. Ethan Bamber. Score remains 73 for none. Derbyshire 283 away from their victory target of 356, which looked unlikely, but getting through to the lunch break unscathed does give them an opportunity here over the next couple of hours. Still 66 overs remaining in this match. I mentioned off the top that there might be a few watchers from Pakistan. Immediately a comment here. ACL, true, I came here just because I heard Shan Masood's playing. Welcome to you. To anyone else who's found it. Lawrence Thorne, I'm loving the Pakistani influence in county cricket this year. So many talented cricketers out there. Could not agree more. Brilliant to have some of the best players in the world who are from Pakistan here at the moment. And I'll tell you what, if they end up needing to find a couple more, there'll be a couple more. I referred to Abdullah Shafiq earlier. If he puts his hand up for a little short stint somewhere, every county will want him. It's going to be De Kerr starting after the break to continue his spell from the nursery end. Bowled 2 overs before the break, none for 4, but did find the shoulder of the bat, the shoulder of Godalman's bat, a couple of times. Thus, Jack Davies round the corner there at leg gully. Eskenazi, the other catcher, at slip. Godalman scoring from the first ball that he's faced in the session. Derbyshire's first run of the middle stanza. 74 for none. I think Rizwan comes out. We've got Babar Azam back for a burst in the T20s perhaps this year, I think. Azhar Ali's playing at Worcestershire. Didn't have a good start, double failure this week, but he'll make plenty of runs, I'm sure, there at New Road. Shan Masood struck him on the pad, turned down straight away, sliding down the leg side. He did get Masood in the first innings the ball after a persuasive leg before shout that was given not out. Next up, he went well wide of the off stump and prompted Shan to dance and got him stumped. Well, he did the same here. Falling straight. The single's on. Oh! And overthrows as well. Frustration for all involved. Ethan Bamber's errant throw. 5 runs to the good for the visitors. Up to 79 for none.
Immediately face palmed as he released that throw. Bamber just dragged it a little. And Simpson equally, I think, was looking through a crowd of players, the batsman passing. I think mid-wicket had come across as well, so...
The last time I saw 4 overthrows run into the rope in that corner of the ground, it was actually 6 runs. And I was commentating downstairs and it was the World Cup final.
Oh, yes.
Needed to be on your game that day. There were so many moving parts towards the end of that match. Great final. That's a better line there from De Kerr. I like him on the 4th stump line or in towards off stump. He brings the stumps into play.
How much backup did he have that day? Scorer?
We sort of did. I wouldn't call it an official scorer. De Kerr's bowls here. Easier single there for Godalman. We had Jared Kimber providing as a utility on the radio.
I was about to guess it was Dan Norcross.
No, Norcross was one of the commentators. Daniel and myself and Neil Manthorpe were the 3 callers, and we had Damien Fleming, Derek Pringle, Jeremy Coney, and Harsha Bogley, I think, joined us as summarisers. End of the over, 23 bowled, 80 for none the score. The target's 356. And we were all part of it, all marking in, and it was good to have sort of Jared there who was able to just make sure of everything. What you don't want to do in a situation like that where there was the super over, there was the tied super over, there was the boundary count back, and there was the Ben Stokes 6 but 4, 2 added to the back of the bat. Every possible, you needed to process a lot of information in a hurry that you wouldn't ordinarily need to, and having a well-supported commentary team was integral on that famous day at Lord's nearly 3 years ago.
Middlesex were at Glamorgan that day, just finished in time to watch them.
How did you... I loved the videos of the various county players coming together, the 2 teams coming together to watch. I want you to talk me through your experience. 3 slips for Ethan Bamber, about to start his 7th over, so an extra catcher in. Godalman on 18. Pulls out as he arrives at the crease. Something going on behind the bowler's arm. Godalman's pulled out a few times. One of them, I'm not saying it was the reason why Tim Murtagh pulled up and broke down with a hamstring injury, but
the chat at lunch was.
Yeah, correlation or causation. It definitely was the ball where he did back away. The chat at lunch was that it was.
The chat at lunch was, yeah. Murtagh only pulled out of his run up once Godolman pulled out of his stance.
I shouldn't laugh, really. That's better, good leave, but tons of movement down the slope from Bamber. Always say it with him. It's not about the one that he moves down the slope. It's the one that goes the other way.
That day in Cardiff, the game finished. I think it was a championship match. It may well have been Roland Jones that had a field day that day with the ball. I interviewed Tom Helm at the end though, so maybe it wasn't the same match I'm thinking of. Roland Jones, maybe that was the year later. So close play interview was with Helm. Which was massively delayed for the finale. So I was up in the media centre with all the Glamorgan media contingent watching it. The dressing rooms didn't come together actually, because for Middlesex it was watching Owen Morgan, one of their own. So it was very much kind of, I think, personal for the Middlesex dressing room to be cheering on Owen Morgan, and not just England, Owen Morgan and England. It was watching it up in the media centre long after the game finished, and the post-day press.
Again, that positive intent. Whenever they've seen an opportunity close in on the offside, they've taken it, or at least looked to take it. 81 without loss. Godolman up to 19.
That had to wait for quite a while, the interviews and so on, because both dressing rooms, and the dressing rooms are a long way away at Cardiff, aren't they? Relatively.
They're a deep mid-wicket, aren't they?
Yeah, but a long way away from each other as well.
Oh, okay.
Once you go up to that top floor, turn right for the away dressing room, but then you have to go around another corner and down in a corridor, and then likewise off to the left. It's a long way down for the Glamorgan dressing room.
Down leg, shout, given! Shan Masood strangled down the leg side. And for Ethan Bamber, it is the one that goes up the slope. It didn't threaten the woodwork, but it did have Shan Masood playing at a ball just on the wrong line, little feather, and sure enough, John Simpson, with some of the best gloves in the country moving to his right, completes the job. Derbyshire 81 for 1, Shan Masood's outstanding half-century. Well, it's an innings that what might have been gone for 62, and now Middlesex, even the depleted Middlesex attack in the absence of Tim Murtagh, will know they have a substantial opportunity over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, they said they bowled well at the start of the first innings. Middlesex, Bamber and Mercer in particular, followed up well by Helm and Roland Jones. Had to really wait for that breakthrough, and as you said, a magical ball from Mercer to go through the gate of Godolman to eventually break that opening stand. On this occasion they needed a little bit of luck. That strangle down the leg side, and I know there'll be some ex-bowlers in particular will say it's not luck to get a strangle. It's part of the game, but brilliant take by John Simpson. Brilliant take, so crucial. Bamber went up so quickly knowing there was a little flick on it, and could Simpson grab and hold on, and he did. So huge credit to the keeper, John Simpson. But Bamber, Mr. Reliable, who just seems to come up with it every now and again. Talked about the two giants either side of him, Helm and Roland Jones, both with England aspirations past and hopefully future for Helm. But Ethan Bamber, he just felt, especially with Murtagh out of it, he's Mr. Reliable to just keep that ball in a spot and try and find something, and just down the leg side, up the slope, but brilliant from Simpson behind the stumps. Huge breakthrough, huge moment on this final day in the chase.
Yeah, off the face of the bat, so Masood effectively walked before the finger went up, umpire Kettleborough. And it brings Guest out to the middle at number 3. He was out for 2 in the first innings. He was the first wicket of Tom Helm caught in the cordon. And so it will be a packed cordon, 3 slips in weight. Bamber, a couple of deliveries left into his work. Hits the seam here. And how different this game looks without Shan Masood. We were doing our little Kevin Handviz before lunch. I went around the press box at lunch and sort of took a few soundings, and there were some pretty pessimistic numbers for Middlesex, I must say, from those who priced into their market that without Murtagh it'd be a long way to 10 wickets, whereas with Shan Masood ticking over as well as he was, and it was an outstanding half-century, they looked more likely of the two to get full points. But as we said off the top, Ethan Bamber has a knack, and it's a good knack, of taking wickets when it matters most for Middlesex, especially here at Lords, and so it's been after lunch on this final day. 81 for 1. Derbyshire still 275 away from their target, and that, in the absence of Shan Masood, looks a lot further away than it did a few minutes ago.
Very tidy figures there as well for Bamber. 1 for 17 from 7. 81 on the board after 24 overs. Bamber really has done what Bamber does. Just holds it nicely on that length, just outside off. On this occasion, straight a little too straight, but got the reward down the leg side though, got the little bit of luck. With the help of an awful lot of brilliance behind the stumps from John Simpson.
And I like this from Roland Jones, the standing captain. I mentioned that Tom Helm was the man who removed Brooke Guest the first time around, so sure enough, with Guest out to the middle, it's Helm taking up the attack, replacing De Caires. He bowled 4.4 overs before lunch. He completed the over of the injured Murtagh. Gets his first chance at Billy Godalming, and now to think about the role Godalming plays and how that might evolve a little bit. I'm certain that even having lost a wicket, they'll look at that start, 81 for 1. Had they been 81 for 1 in any circumstance, they'd have been very happy. The fact that Shan Masood's made the vast bulk of those runs does change things considerably, but nonetheless, you've spoken on commentary today, Kevin, around some innings you've seen of Godalming where he's rattled off run-a-ball hundreds and the like. Oh, that sneaks through. That sneaks through.
Just kept it a little low again, didn't it? And I think taken on the bounce by Simpson. Again, up the slope. And that's just been something to note, that we've seen a little bit more today than we have on any of the other days. So that's something that both Roland Jones and Helm, but even Bamber, the pavilion ends, there are one or two just keeping a tad low. I think it's been more from this end, from the nursery end.
Played. Gap there at mid-wicket. Worth 2. Should be worth 3. With Roland Jones after it. And so it is. Godalming into the 20s, 84 for 1 the score. Getting sledged here by Nick Friend from the Cricketer. I tweeted out just before the start of the session, tune in Pakistan fans, Shan Masood. Who knows what's possible here, all the rest of it, talking up the coverage. Tune in. Here at Lords, and Nick has replied with Shan Masood caught Collins, bowled Bamber, 62. Helm now to Guest. That's the channel. In the first innings, that's where he was able to work him over. Around that fourth stump line, trending down the slope. And when he did present the blade, it was Robbie White there at second slip who did the rest. 3 slips now. Eskenazi, White, Davies. Fabulous opportunity for the Middlesex quick. Guest off the mark. Well played.
Historic cricket pictures on Twitter.
Great account. I love that
Picture
account.
Sporting, at Picture Sporting.
Yep.
Managed to tweet perfect timing at lunch. Hollywood actress, singer Jane Mansfield posing with a cricket bat. I've no idea when or when. Can anyone help? I couldn't help on that, but I did say that Shan Masood's looking an awful lot better at Lords right now. So I'm taking some of the credit for the commentator's curse on poor old Shan Masood.
We all got part of it. Well, commentator's curse. As much as I don't believe in it, I feel responsible for Mitchell Marsh not playing Test cricket at the moment. Close to the off stump there. The number of times I've been on commentary with Mitch Marsh looking pretty good, and me declaring that he was looking pretty good, only to get out next ball far too often. 25 overs gone, 85 for 1. excellent over there from Tom Helm. I like that matchup for him against Guest, and just to build on that point, the opportunity that Helm has, Kev, it's a competitive pace lineup. I was corresponding with a couple of Middlesex fans at lunch who were like, well, who plays at Cardiff? Anderson provides a bit of balance. If he's fit, it makes sense for him to play as the all-rounder at 6. He's the fourth name we haven't spoken of. By definition, that probably means they can get away with playing a spinner. And if that's the case, only 2 of the seamers in this game are getting a game at Cardiff. And they've got 4 playing here. And Murtagh being the captain, if he's fit, he plays, and Bamber being the outstanding bowler that Middlesex had last year, he's playing as well alongside Shaheen Sharafridi. So that would leave, in that scenario, Helm and Roland Jones completely out of the 11. So the only way that configuration might change is if one of the 2, and Helm looking the man most likely from what we've seen in this game, could tear through, could shake up the pecking order a little bit.
Was that very delicate word, rotation, isn't there? And that was a big part, really, going into last season when they had Finn and Harris as part of this bowling attack as well. Blake Cullen then emerged quite quickly, really, as a serious player. He was the bowler just left out of this this first 11 named of the season. And again, that touches a little bit on what Helm was saying last night. You know, there's sometimes you drop, sometimes you are just rotated. You'd have to wonder whether Cardiff makes a good opportunity to rotate. I take that game as the Murtagh rotation. No matter what level of hamstring injury it is that he has, which we're assuming, again, not on the field after lunch, we're assuming he's out of today. I think it's a pretty safe bet now. Cardiff is 2 weeks away. They've got the round off next Middlesex, but there straight away you could say, right, Freedy in for Murtagh. That's the rotation match for Murtagh. Murtagh's return will be the rotation match for one of Roland Jones and Helm thereafter. Just ensures there isn't anything, buys that little bit extra time, doesn't it, for the hamstring and for monitoring it.
Yeah, I think, well, you're right with Murtagh. He wouldn't be captain if Hanscom's here, so it doesn't, I suppose, if you think of it with Murtagh needing to play it as skipper, that becomes less important if he's not leading the 11. That might be the case when Hanscom arrives.
Well, rotation's an awkward thing. The funny thing is, all this talk about play too much cricket in England, as soon as the bowler's rotated out, the first thing they do is complain.
Scoot away.
See Rory Burns' quotes we were talking about, weren't we? Playing too much. Imagine the complaints of rotation if you're playing fewer games across the summer. So it's
it worked pretty well for Burns playing a lot of cricket at the start of last year, if I recall.
Yep.
On the cusp of being dropped from the Test team, makes bulk runs for Surrey, keeps his Test spot, makes 100 at Lord's first Test of the summer. I don't know whether he would have been as effusive when he was going well.
Again, you know, well, it's always worked in England as well. End of the over, sorry, Colin, 85 for 1. The way it's always worked in England as well, you know, watching Test cricket over the years, the batter then switching it from a bowler to a batter. A batter's not scoring the runs for England, so right, we'll go away and score some runs for the county. As it is, they don't have the opportunity to do that. It's so difficult to find a county game in the middle of the summer around the Tests. If you say to a batter, right, go away and score some runs for the county and see if you're back in by the end of the summer or to get back on the tour in the winter. So that's the difficulty. They managed to get those games into the middle of the summer this year, which works really nicely. Really nicely to have a run of games at the height of summer. But yeah, imagine a reduced format again. And then a batter short on runs for England in the middle of summer. Where are you going to go away to prove that you're getting back in?
It kind of comes back to the conversation we were having on day one about the schedule. It's what we all talk so much about, isn't it? How do you get the England schedule right? I do think there is a world when you could play 4 first-class games in the heart of summer. I reckon it's not as complicated as we make it out to be. It's actually more to do with where you put the blast. If you're committed to giving the blast its own window, and I think that's sensible, it works better that way when it feels like a carnival. Maybe there's too much of it, but I'm not going to weigh into that. Got a bit big on Godalming there, extra bounce. Assuming there'll be the same volume of cricket, Royal London Cup Blast Championship 100, for the sake of the hypothetical. If you did clear off a bit more of the Royal London earlier in the year, as we were discussing the other day, it does just give you a bit of space. And if the entirety of the Blast was played in June, then you give yourself the month of July to play Championship cricket, all through July, then the 100 in August. I know that people have sort of different views about what constitutes the middle of the summer, but when Test cricket's being played, usually there's a series starting in August now, like the main series of the summer. The main sort of meat and drink of an England summer will be, well, a little bit of Test cricket early on, then they come back in August. Well, if you give a month of first-class cricket to them in July, with no competing white ball cricket, maybe some one-day internationals could be slotted in there, but as far as the domestic commitments, having the Blast all played in June, oh, that's sloppy from Godalming. Wants bat on ball, and that's not been what we've seen much of him so far, so that might just be the first sign of being mindful of the required rate, which isn't remotely out of control with 270 to get in 62 overs, but they can't afford to go through a period of 10 overs where they are struggling to score, and they've only added 7 runs since the break, and they've lost Shan Masood along the way. You sort of close that point as Helm changes angle around the wicket, as he did on Friday on day 2 when bowling at Godalming, which contributed to Godalming's downfall. Got big movement then. Will he here? Nice start. Yeah, if you play a little bit of the Royal London earlier in the year and you make that the sort of the first chunk of the season, then we have half a dozen county rounds back to back to back from the middle of, well, let's call it the middle of April, end of April really, start of May. Get to June, hit pause on that, a month of Blast. That's all dealt with in the space of 4 weeks. Then 4 weeks of Championship cricket, almost like another block of Championship cricket. That gets you kind of what you're after there, I reckon. Inside edge to finish from Helm. Spits out into the onside. A good over from him. None for 21. 85 for 1 the score. 270 is the gap between the teams. I know it's not perfect in that you're not having...
What's in August? What do you have in
the
August?
100 in August, because the 100 is going to be in August regardless.
But no, but during the day, would you have the Royal London Cup during the day?
No,
I
wouldn't, because of the sheer volume of whinging last year around not having the full complement of players around for the Royal London.
I thought the Royal London was a beaut last
So
year.
did I, but I mean, I continued hearing whinging about it. Everywhere I went, it was...
yeah, but I think people...
It was all the players are somewhere else. So you've got to find a balance. I mean, there was... I agree. I thought it was great as well. It was a great opportunity for a number of younger players. Outgrounds being used. I thought it was good.
Brilliant.
But the criticism I kept hearing in my social media feeds was that the world was ending because a lot of players were at 100 concurrently. New over from Bamber.
No, the only complaint I'd say there wasn't enough one-day cup in August. It's 5 games, isn't it? 5 days cricket in August wasn't enough. They should play at home and away, 10 games across the month. 10 days cricket in the month of August for the counties, home and away in the one-day cup. Trying to get my maths right on that now, the memory of it, but I remember it being really quiet. August.
Oh, that wouldn't bother me either. If you're willing to have the Royal London and the 100 running side by side, we can do it as we do at the moment and just start the season a bit later. That's fine too.
8 days. You just said to me off mic there. Yeah, it was 8 days, wasn't it? 2 groups of 9, and 8 days. So 4 at home, 4 away. But even 8 across the month wasn't enough. Then you're absolutely right. So what I'm calling for is 16 across the month, or split it into 3 groups. That was that was where my train of thought last year went, which I'm now catching up that train.
That's fine.
Was to go 3 groups of 6 and play 10 days at least.
home and away, 10 games.
Yeah.
Look, if there was a consensus, and I'd be okay with this, Bamber again, that it's fine to have the 100 and the Royal London running side by side forever.
I'm fine with that.
As am I. The sense I got was that there was far more pushback the other way, saying you're reducing the status of 50 over cricket, you're turning it into a development comp, it's not being prioritised, people aren't tweeting enough about it, and these types of it almost undermined the primacy of it. And I was purely thinking that if you give it its exclusive window at the start of the season, well, you get around that, don't you? 4. Through about 4th slip, not in control of the shot. Wasn't through the air, though. Godalming to 26, 90 for 1 the score.
We'll have to get back to this in a minute, won't we? But, the other thing, and I know we kind of touched on it a little bit the other day, was taking something abroad. I put it to a load of anti-100 cricket fans yesterday evening, a whole group of them. What about if the 100 was played overseas in October? And they loved it. That'd be great. End of the season, that'd be something to really look forward to. No, genuinely, not in terms of, thank goodness it's gone, but something genuinely, a TV spectacle to look forward to at the end of the domestic season. The best are all taken away to Abu Dhabi somewhere in October.
Back-to-back boundaries. First was flashy, and that was timed nicely. To the long boundary down the hill. Godalming skips through the 20s, moves up to 30, 94 for 1. That's what they needed after losing Shan Masood, for Godalming just to shift gears and assert himself as the dominant partner.
We probably should start on that one now, because it's a crucial point of the game, but I'd lap that up. In October, I think that would be brilliant. Right, feet up, cricket season's over, the best of the best off to wherever in October and play this 100 tournament, representing the cities.
Yeah, I suppose the major issue there would be it would be counterintuitive when a big part of the 100's remit is to get people coming along to cricket for the first time at grounds like this at Lord's. 94 for 1, end of the over, 261. Derbyshire are away, 262 I should say from their target, with the captain on 30, guest on 2.
Actually, you can ask you about this one. So in the Big Bash, it's still based around the major population centres, isn't it? Which is that's kind of the issue with the 100, isn't it? That it's bringing the new fans in. Are they going to? Because the way allegiances work in this country in particular, but in Australia as well, you are kind of tied to your area. That's historically how it's worked. But anyway, like I say, that's a bigger conversation. But whether something was taken overseas, but that kind of solves it. That the one that doesn't currently have the allegiances, to take that one overseas and make it a big spectacle, saying, look, if you want to see this, you can go and watch the Blaster in the summer.
Oh, look, I agree, but you're presupposing there that through August that you're going to get more than a couple of thousand people to a 50 over Royal London game, and you're not. So on a good day, if with a fair breeze on a final, if it's a crucial knockout, maybe a final at Lord's, of course. But
so just leave it where it is.
I mean, it's hard to imagine that culturally is going to change. This isn't, this isn't the glory days of the Gillette Cup we're talking about here in terms of the level of interest and the amount of coverage it gets. It just isn't that. So there's no point pretending.
No, the only reason I'd say for that, not for the Royal London One Day Cup, but actually to put the championship into the summer holidays then.
Oh, right. Past the edge, Helm, good. Really, really good. Yeah, well, I think...
The August summer holidays, for the counties, they've only got 8 days cricket to sell to the kids, haven't
But what they have in August is usually 4 test matches. So if you gave that ramp up... I think last year where they were exposed was that there were only 2 rounds of championship cricket in the middle of the summer. There was the wonderful block at the start that we're enjoying again this year. We had was it 9 consecutive weekends, each county played 8 games. I think I'm near enough to that. Maybe it was 10 weekends. Shot, well placed. Off the balls of his feet. Won't get 4 for it, but will build in confidence as a result. Nice running, gets a third, taking on Roland Jones. 97 for 1. Guest has 5. There was this, what felt to be a wonderful stretch of county cricket, which we all relished and cherished because it had no competition, really. It wasn't as though there was any international cricket up against it. The enhanced streams around the country, well, not all the streams are enhanced, but ours certainly is, and others that have invested in that way. And it was like like a day like today where there are 3 or 4 games that are very competitive on a Sunday, where there could be results in a number of places. It was excellent viewing and was really dominating the conversation. And then we hit stop, and then there were 2 games or 2 rounds of championship in the middle of the blast. They were being spliced around blast games. I know they were trying to bring the festivals back, and Cheltenham was part of that, and Scarborough was part of that, but fairly incongruous when all that energy is going into promoting the blast at the time. Like, oh yeah, we'll just bung in a couple of midweek 4-day games there. It just felt odd and disjointed, and players weren't available for it anyway because they had England commitments, and it just didn't tick the box. And they went into that India series without much 4-day cricket, those who were in the test team, having not really played much red ball cricket at all since New Zealand were here in June. And that didn't feel right. If you just, and that is because well, lots of reasons, but partly it's that they were trying to do the blast and the championship side by side. Now, if you kind of clear the blast in June and give that month to it after 6 weeks of red ball cricket, or 6 games of red ball cricket, maybe 6 in 7 weekends, each county getting a week off through that bit. That's a pretty substantial amount of cricket. I mean, 6 red ball games in 7 weeks, no one can quibble around that. And then you shift gears entirely into the blast, and then you return to the championship for a month after that. It doesn't feel like that would be a bad blend. Maybe I'm being too simplistic.
It's not far off what it is now. There's 5 games in June and July this year, isn't it?
That's what I'm kind of getting to. Is that they've moved to a model this year where they do have more red ball cricket in the middle of the summer. End of the 29th over, 97 for 1. So 60 overs left, 59 overs left. 60 overs left, 59. Board ticking over now. 259 runs to go.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close right now. I think if we can settle into it like this, like I said, I'd just like to see more one-day cup cricket in August. Would probably be the only quibble.
Yeah.
Because basically you're asking what are currently the squad players, i.e. all the ones not playing in this game. You know, they're getting their chance in August, aren't they? Once you've shifted a few onto the 100. So
I think that look, if that's where the consensus lands, that the 50 over cup is going to be at outgrounds, off Broadway, not televised, and squad players get their chance. If we're cool with that, I'm cool with that.
Isn't it more saleable to kids as well in the summer holidays, the one-day cups? They're in pyjamas rather than in whites?
Maybe so. I certainly enjoyed Durham's kit last year, going the retro kit. I think did Kent do it as well? They had the original tops from 1993, I think it was. If there's more of that, they'll sell a few shirts. No, yeah, maybe so. Outgrounds.
Some great matches in the One Day Cup last year, I thought. Really good.
Some brilliant games of cricket. The couple I did at Radlett were outstanding. Yeah, as I say, if there's a consensus that's fine. What I detected last year from the opposed 100 hashtag set was that it was a disgrace that the Royal London didn't get its own window. And as much as they were enjoying the Royal London, as we all were, that it wasn't getting the attention it deserved and the position in the summer calendar it deserved as it had yesteryear, because the highest profile players weren't there. So there's that disparity, or that discrepancy in the opinion. So acknowledging again that there might be an enormous amount of anti-100 sentiment out there, it's not going anywhere, so you can sort of roar into the abyss about it. It's going to be here. Single, easy one, Guest to 6. He started pretty nicely here, especially against Bamber, 98 for 1. And on that basis, it's around like a threshold question. Does the Royal London stay side by side with the 100? Sounds like you think that's fine, actually. I think it's fine too.
I actually wrote a piece for the Cricketer about 2 years back, calling for exactly what the model is at the moment. And the main reason being, there is a way that you can serve up domestic cricket in 5 chunks of red ball, white ball, red ball, white ball, red ball, as it currently is planning out. England play exactly the opposite at the same time.
Yeah. Shot again, Godalman. Out through the covers. Has a gap to work with. Willing to take it on. Down the slope to the long boundary. He's 34. And Derbyshire pass a little milestone on the way. They have to break this chase up into chunks. And they go beyond 100. 102 for 1. Only in the 30th over. They're 253 runs away from what would be a mighty victory. Having lost Shan Masood since lunch, the degree of difficulty goes up. But with the experience of Godalman, Madsen to come, Deploy and Reese, the southpaws, and then Thompson and Dahl, the industrious all-rounders, they remain in this match.
Just that little lull that we said will come at some point today. I think they're afforded plenty of time to settle again here, Derbyshire, and just build again.
How many times have we seen that from Godalman? Into the offside and just wants the single. Doesn't always take it, but his first instinct is we want the one. And thus the board keeps ticking over. Excellent batting. He's 35, retains the strike, 103 for 1.
The simple thing of that then is, easiest way of explaining it, as soon as the county switch to the blast, the 100 teams come into play, that's when you play Test cricket in those two blocks.
So that first Test series of the year in June.
In June, yeah, and the second one around August.
That's perfect. Sounds like we've written the same piece. Leaving alone here is Bamva.
You've written it as well.
To end, I thought the over ended before it, by the way. Now 30 overs gone. I wrote a column for the cricket paper last year saying almost the same thing, that we should play Test cricket in June and August when the white ball cricket's
Well, you've
being
got
played.
Breakfast to hot cocoa at night, cricket all day, all summer long then. Either the Test team are playing during the day and the counties or the 100 are playing in the evening, or the counties are playing during the day, and when they are, the England team are playing white ball.
Yep, everything's a winner there. The only tweak I had was that you basically play the white ball 50 over cup abroad because of the arguments we raised the other day about the suitability of April for cricket on the whole in England. But look,
well, you could argue then that the 8 that are in August, and I'm saying that's not enough. We'll extend that then to home and away, and you play the other 8.
Play the first month
in March, or
first month or thereabouts in March, or back end of March. First couple of weeks in April, and then the way I framed it up was you start the England summer on the first May bank holiday weekend with an extravaganza of 50 over cricket here at Lords for the big national final, and you kickstart into the county championship after that. Helm round the wicket. Godalman clipping. 2 more. Roland Jones has been a busy boy out there. They get a third again. All 3 times that they've taken on Roland Jones, who's been in pursuit from mid-on, they've been able to add 3 to the board in this session. Godalman 38, 106 for 1 the score. So they're inside 250. That target is now 249 runs away.
I've always said you're a very clever man, Colin.
Yeah, I think that the reason I picked up the other side of the debate is that I had concluded that there would never be an acceptance of the 50 over cut being played alongside the 100. Straight and full from Helm, making guest play as he must, and that you needed to give the 50 over cup its own window to get around the
complaints,
the extreme animosity that'll always be there for the 100.
Well, there are complaints, and there certainly always will be complaints that the One Day Cup, is being done a disservice by being played at the same time. However, I think that those places are going to be filled by youngsters from the clubs. That's a celebration of cricket in the month of local cricket in the month of August, club cricket.
Skewed down the mid-arm. That's the one that Helm gets the trend just a little bit up the slope after hitting the seam.
I think the other thing that can come into play as well is post-COVID, that the players that aren't playing, especially regularly in the 100, they're making up the squad, release them back to the counties. As soon as they're not in that match day squad, straight back to the counties.
Did they do a little bit of that last year? I
don't seem to remember them coming back. I remember them get called up because Cracknell was a late call-up, wasn't he, from Middlesex, played one of the first One Day Cup games, then off he went. I think because of COVID they weren't allowed back, wasn't that the reason? But hopefully if they're allowed back, that solves another problem.
Yes, actually, that's it, isn't it? We were at that point of the summer where it felt like everybody was getting pinged just when the 100 was starting. I got pinged out of the Merchant Taylors game, the 4-day game against Leicestershire.
Yeah.
I got a close contacted out of that game, which I wasn't best pleased about. And I think that was a big fear for the ECB, was that they were going to not only have players getting ill, but at the time, before the law changed in the middle of August, around halfway through the competition, that they were going to lose players and entire squads through the app and close contact tracing. Helm's working nicely into this spell. A lot to like about the way that he's making guests play.
Yeah, we fell on that at quite a nice time, didn't we? Because again, they've slowed up massively since the fall of Masood, Derbyshire. Gone for a fabulous 62. 25 runs added since then. Say not slowed up massively, but there's just a lull, isn't the Guests? What, 6 from 23 now?
Yeah, so Guest is trying to work his way into it. Godalman down the other end has hit 3 boundaries since losing Masood. So the senior man here, as we've detected from the outset today, Derbyshire have got victory on their mind, not preservation. And without Murtagh, again, there's an element of patience required from this pair, knowing that Helm looks the man most likely. If they can get through his spell, get through his rotation, he's going to have a breather. They're going to, at some stage, have to turn to De Caires again, or maybe to Holden. Or I'm just trying to think, is there any other filthy medium pace there on that scorecard? I'm not sure. Maybe you can ask Nick Gubbins, who you were texting before, who might be the most likely to bowl some frustrating seam up. We saw Stoneman bowling over of off spin to help change ends yesterday. Yeah, the point here, as there is a change at the pavilion end, Roland Jones back for his second burst. He bowled 5 overs before lunch, none for 22. The most expensive of the Middlesex seamers so far. But yes, from Godalman's perspective, if he can, and Guest especially is the new man in, if they can get through Helm, they've already gotten through Bamber, then in all probability they're facing De Caires another. Edged and taken! Eskenazi at first slip. A crucial moment in this game. Godalman trying to steer through the cordon, down towards deep third. Got it too fine, and Eskenazi, who has a fine pair of hands, takes the chance when it comes. Roland Jones back into the attack and strikes with his first ball. 106 for 2, and both openers are gone. Masood for 62. And now the captain, Godalman, for 38.
Drags himself off, Billy Godalman. Yeah. Big sigh from the Derbyshire captain as he walks back towards that pavilion where it all started for him. Tried to lead the chase last year for Derbyshire here at Lord's. Failed then. This one here he has given, well, both he and Masood have given them a fabulous foundation. Again, take the runs out of it. He's faced 96 balls at the start, just taking a bit out of that new ball, putting some overs into the legs of the bowlers. He has done a tremendous job for his 38. He's disappointed that he isn't able to capitalise on it himself and take it on. But Madsen, Deploy and Rees, it's a powerhouse middle order as well for Derbyshire. Guest out there to be joined now by Madsen. There's a lot of hard work that's been done already for Derbyshire, and the onus now in the middle order to build on it. But a fine innings from Godalman. He's disappointed, but goodness me, that was a great effort from him. Nearly 100 balls faced, and that's the big part of an opener's job. It's not just runs, it's get bowlers into their second spells, and he's certainly done that.
As Simon Whiteside pointed out on Twitter before that snaffle, the catching in this game has been top class, and as it was there from Eskenazi, that was flying. Got a good look at it because Godalman was back in the crease when it flew off the edge, but away to his left, his non-preferred side. That's a classy bit of cricket. And Roland Jones, the acting captain, has got the second big one they needed. It was always going to be about Shan Masood and Billy Godalman if they were going to mount a realistic tilt at this target. As Madsen comes to the middle, he might constitute the third big dog here. So much experience, 31 centuries for his county across 13 seasons. 38 years of age now. Missed much of last year with that hamstring problem, but once they get beyond this partnership, it really does start to open up for Middlesex. 3 slips. Madsen was out leg before Wickets and Murtagh. Make that to Bamber, I should say, not long before Stumps on the second evening for 34. He started well. as we noted before lunch, they do bat down to number 8, Derbyshire. They have genuine batsmen down to that point, but from there, they've got 3 number 11s, one of whom has a torn hamstring. 3 in the slips, past the edge. That's Roland Jones. That bounce, that's why he was such a handful when he played for England. It wasn't the pace, it was the bounce, and hitting the seam there, up above the shoulder of Madson's blade, into the gloves of Simpson. Tidy work.
Ball's fresh enough here, isn't it? 32nd over. Should still be plenty in it for the Middlesex bowlers. Just saying a few moments before that wicket fell that Derbyshire have the time to build again. Have absolutely no choice but to build again right now with the loss of Godalming. Roland Jones, as he was with that delivery there, right up there, and will probe hard at these Derbyshire pair, Guest and Madsen, from his favoured pavilion end.
I think when Billy Godalming gets back into the dressing room and takes off his clobber and sits down to watch the dismissal back, he'll be frustrated by that. I mean, I understand what he's trying to do, use the angle and force the ball down to deep third, keep the ball ticking over the way he did so effectively after losing Shan Masood. Good fielding there. Ethan Bamber over there at mid-on, cutting off 1. But when it doesn't come off, it looks like you've been giving catching practice. So it's Madsen, then the Lewises. Past the edge again, just holding its line after hitting the seam. Toby Roland Jones, a wicket maiden, bringing himself back into the attack and getting himself straight into the book. 106 for 2. Derbyshire need 250 runs even from here. And guess the number 3 is just getting going. He's 6 and Madsen yet to score. So 2 right-handers to be followed by 2 left-handers in Deploy and Rees, and then the all-rounders Dahl and Thompson. And as I say, then they go 9, 10, 11 with Luckmal, Connors and Sidebottom, who all could raffle that number 11 spot. So it reinforces how important it is that Middlesex can stay on top through the second stanza of this session. Carving away. Well, in much the same way that we saw Godalming take the initiative when Shan Masood departed, might it be the same for Brooke Guest, who goes into double figures with that boundary. His second, 110 for 2 the score.
Yeah, and just looking at the equations that we teed up as well, 245 more to win. Our overnight talk was about, could they, you know, if they've got 200 to score after tea, they won't be afraid of that. Tea will be taken at exactly 3:40. So what have we had? We've had an hour now, nearly, of the afternoon session. Exactly an hour to go until tea in a few moments. So yeah, 3:40 it's stuck out on the final day. It won't move by the overs remaining. So
they're going to have a lot of overs in that final session. So there's 66 minutes until then. They'll get 16 in there, which remember going to have a session of roughly 40 overs after tea. Gee, wouldn't that be tantalising? 200 odd in 40 overs, 5 and over needed if it is the case that these two are still there. I mean, a long way to go for that to be the case, but I suppose in that stretch of time they'd score more than 45 runs. They'd probably have it down to about, on balance, 170 or 180. And that's about 4.5 and over, and that would be fun.
Even if you did call it 200 or 40, though, that's a modest list A rate to chase that. Okay, no fielding restrictions and the like. But 200 or 40, having seen it over the years when sides have tried to whittle it down, they do actually try and whittle it down to a T20 then. So, well, can you get it down to 130, let's say, off the final 20 then?
And that's kind of what Middlesex did yesterday. They knew they only needed to get to, well, in the end it was 250, but a score in that ballpark, and in order to do so, they wanted to get to about 200 by stumps. At 60 for 3, like, okay, we've got a bit of a problem here, but they only ever needed 200 to 250 to be sort of in a strong position, so they were able to treat that last hour kind of like white ball cricket, and we saw a few balls sail into the grandstand as a consequence of that. Now, it won't be that easy batting fourth. It's a different psychology around batting fourth as it is to racking up declaration runs. But still, if they get a fair wind and get on a roll with these two, Guest, the wicket-keeper, bat in his first sort of full-time season as the wicket-keeper, trusted to bat number 3. Has that experience from the Australian system, having made it to the Aussie 19s before coming over here and having a couple of bites of the cherry of being a county cricketer. Now the full-time gloveman at Derbyshire, and Madsen at the other end of his career. All of that experience into season number 14. That's the end of Helm's over. It might well be the end of Helm's spell as well. He's been going for 6 overs from the nursery end. 110 for 2 is the score. So 246 away from their victory target. Guess 10. Madsen yet to get off the mark.
So yeah, I'd say Derbyshire are well on target at the moment in terms of the runs. It's that wickets column for them, I think. But another scenario is that new ball comes available, 8 overs to go. Middlesex needs 3 full wickets to win. That new ball becomes available. Derbyshire still 8 overs to go, maybe 60 or so to win, let's say.
That would just be delightful.
New ball could be
that's where we can start
as quickly.
Well, I was going to say, that's when we can start talking about the tie more credibly. If we get down to sort of, if it's Dahl and Thompson, if they're 6 down, let's use that as the benchmark. Squared up a little bit there, Madsen, but played with soft hands. If it's Dahl and Thompson, because once they get down to the bowlers, it's, unlikely. But if it's that pair needing, let's use that figure, 60 to win, 8 overs, that would be, well, tantalising to say the least. That
against a new ball.
Against a new ball which will fly around.
Yeah, exactly.
Second ball in a row just to get a bit of extra lift, and we saw that from the final ball of Roland Jones's previous set too, to hit the seam and rear up. That Madsen, you're still yet to get off the mark.
Interesting little conundrum, I suppose, for Middlesex at the moment, as we talked at the very start of this chase about Middlesex won't worry about the early runs going, because they will be bowling that little bit straighter. They'll be bowling at the stumps. They'll understand that new ball will deflect away. Compact was the word you used, I think, when Masood got off the mark with a drive.
Well played. Good enough to beat it off. Bit of pace taken off it by Tom Helm. They get back for a couple. 112 for 2. Madsen off the mark.
So yeah, at that stage, Middlesex really were thinking new ball, get in amongst them. Right now, actually bowling pretty tight lines and lengths. Not too defensively, not too far outside off. But, just not perhaps being quite aggressive with the line, slowing Derbyshire up a little bit, because there will be an onus on Madsen and Guest not to grind to a halt here, because they'll put too much pressure on the remainder of the innings. So Middlesex can bowl a, that slightly more normal line and length that they'd be accustomed to.
Super stuff. Trending up the hill after hitting the seam. Guests, and make that Madsen rather, had the presence of mind as to pull the bat inside the line of the ball to mitigate the risk. But yeah, that bounce here, isn't it?
Yeah, just pretty much exactly that ball, just outside off. Goes way up the slope, one comes back down, then Madsen's got something to think about, but it's not as close to the stumps as they were bowling from the off this morning, and quite rightly so, with Mercer and Bamber.
Solid. So one more round on the equation, shall we? So we're nearly at drinks. So an hour left in the session. Let's say they'll get 15 in between here and tea. Let's give them 4 and over. No, let's wind that back. Let's give them 3 and over.
for the final hour of the session.
Yeah. 3.5. I reckon we can get it back to 190, between 180 and 190 for the final session, across 40 odd overs.
It's modest.
Bending his back to finish. A big grunt there from Toby Rowland-Jones. 112 for 2. Halfway through the middle session of this final day. Madsen 2, Guest 10. 2 wickets lost in that third hour. Shan Masood just after the long break, caught down the leg side by John Simpson, diving away from the bowling of Ethan Bamber for 62 against the flow of play. As it was when Billy Gottleman steered a catch to Stevie Eskenazi at first slip, who had to move sharply to his left, and Rowland-Jones got himself a wicket from the first ball of his new spell. So wickets for Bamber and Rowland-Jones, 2 of the 10 that Middlesex need for full points. And for the second hour of play, Kevin Hand, take it away.
Here goes Helm, 3 slips in place. Nice ball, just sided outside the off stump, and that's pretty much what I'm talking about. If, whether to go at 2.5 and over, it perhaps even get it down to 2 and over Middlesex. But they won't want to bowl so far wide, and not negatively. Negative is not the right word at all, because it is a tactic. But they won't want to go too much to that tactic, because they will want to keep off stump in play still and realise that this ball is only in its 35th over. So the ball's not going to get any better than it is now. So you do want to try to make the most of it while it's still got a little bit of life in it. Got away with that one, Helm. They'll get a single. Good stop by Snowman in the covers. There's a bit of a loose wide half volley coming towards the end of this spell. Try to remember, did he bowl 4.4 in his first spell when he picked up from Mercer? So
I think he was at 4.4 before this stretch. So yeah, I suppose this is over 6.
This is over 6. Thank you.
Yeah.
So he's there or thereabouts, isn't he, for this spell?
Asking him for one big push really here, aren't they? Especially with 2 right-handers on strike, which is the matchup he wants from the nursery end. 3 catches in the cordon.
Just coming back up the slope. This is usually the end he bowls in T20 as well, isn't it, Helm, if memory serves? It's a vastly different game, vastly different prospect bowling with the white ball. But it does suit his shape, for a big 6'5", 6'6", whatever he is guy, sharp pace. He does get a lot of that away shape, doesn't he, naturally?
He's got the action for it.
That one skirts away, just in front of Stoneman. So Rowland-Jones will give chase down towards the mound stand. They're turning for 3. Madsen moves to 5. Doesn't get away with it for the second time in the over, Helm. Whether it is by ploy, just keeping it that little bit outside off, or whether it is just a little bit of fatigue at the end of the spell from Helm, trying to dry up the runs. But those 2, well, like I say, got away with it first one, didn't he?
Rowland-Jones replaces his divots there in front of the mound stand. That's the 4th time in the session he's had to race out there and give up 3. I wonder whether, given he's acting captain, he might take himself out of the firing line and stand at mid-on. On the short side of the ground.
Bit of an oversight, that, isn't it? Straighter ball, Fuller, driven to the mid-on, which is Ethan Bamber, who, again, that's the deployment. If Helm finishes up now, do they go to Bamber for a stint at this end and let Helm have another go before tea at the pavilion end?
I would. I think that part of the reason Bamber's a professional cricketer, really. I mean, not many professional cricketers get around bowling at the pace he does in the long term. It's the consistency, it's the movement, and it's the bounce back ability. Spell after spell, over after over. He doesn't slip. His standards seldom slip, and he says that himself.
Looking to shape that one back in, up the slope again, Helm. He's got away with it. It's cut to Stone. Probably end of Helm for now. End of the over, 116 for 2.
We interviewed Bamber, I think it was after he bowled nicely here against Hampshire last year. Might have been against Surrey. Either way, and he said effectively what I did then, that if you're not quick, you need to do everything else perfectly, and one of those component parts for Bamber is due to his extreme fitness. I mean, he's got an engine. I mentioned that he played a lot of hockey and runs and runs and runs. That he can be brought back for spells after a short rest, and this might be one of those instances in the absence of Murtagh where they need to call on him for that. I mean, there's still 53 overs left in the day. He'll bowl a decent slab of those, but yeah, I don't mind the idea of him from the nursery and after Helm.
And Jones bringing that one back into Madsen. Mentioned Nick Gubbins. Well, he said he's glued to the sofa all day, but whether he's got the sound turned down at the moment, I don't know what time his football team kicks off today. Chelsea fan. Oh, they played yesterday, so what football's he watching today? Oh, he's got an eye on the City-Liverpool game then, has he? Chelsea still can't be interested in that one. They're gone those two, aren't they?
I'm more your non-league kind of guy these days, Kev.
I think I remember you telling me about this either end of last season. Where you were off to watch a game somewhere?
I have a season ticket at Dulwich Hamlet. I've been going there for about 5 years now.
That's a fair old trek for you.
It's okay. I used to live in Peckham, so that's when I first started going down that way. But same as the Middlesex colours, actually. I was getting away last year with wearing my Dulwich scarf and beanie to games in coverage in a tavern stand when it was freezing cold and we needed the bobble hat and the gloves and the scarf and all the rest of it, pink and blue.
That's away. Long leg will get around. Hold them to 2. Madsen moves to 7. I dodged one there then, basically.
Yeah, Easter Monday will be down there. I'm in the absence of any cricket that I'm involved in next week. I'm heading down to Margate for Easter. Everyone seems to be doing it, going to Margate. A lot of people moved there during lockdown, didn't they?
This is the Only Fools and Horses pilgrimage, yeah.
I know that's a reference point, but I've never seen the show, so I can't add to that. More libertines for me. So I got a hotel there.
Jolly Boys outing, I think was the episode name.
Right. Pete Doherty lived down there for a long time, frontman of Libertines, Carl Barrett, and did mention to my partner that we could try and stay at the Libertines Hotel, but she wasn't too keen on that. But we will be taking some time down there, but we're going to get back for the football on Easter Monday. Go down to Champion Hill. Quite a few Middlesex fans and supporters also double up with Dulwich due to the colours. I've spotted on Twitter in the last few years.
I don't know why I'm going to look to the back of the box because Ollie's too young for this, but Chaz and Dave? No, he's not looking at that one at all. I'm sure their song was about Margate as well. Chaz and Dave, Snooker Loopy. I'm going to hit you with one of these, I reckon. I'm trying to think of the Chaz and Dave clap.
You're going to have to throw so many pop culture darts at the dartboard to get like, it's just, having not grown up here, it's just too hard.
Does Snooker register with you all?
No, I wish it did. I watched that documentary the BBC made last year about the glory days or the golden days of snooker.
Yeah.
It's a wonderful time to have been a sports fan in this country in the mid-80s with that's such a big part of it. 118 for 2 at the end of 36, 51 to go, 238 away from the target.
All on free-to-air as well, all of it. It was round the clock.
Literally
coverage.
Round the clock with some of those finals.
Darts as well,
30
yeah.
hours.
But, I mean, there was so much on free-to-air back then. Of course, these streams are free-to-air now, so bringing it back to the 80s.
I live around the corner from the Arras. I live not far from Ali Pali, a mile away from there. But the reality of my work balance is that I'm back in Australia in the Test cricket in December and January, so I don't get to attend the World Championships there, but the occasional gig.
Here's Bamber, as we thought, then, from the nursery end, replacing Helm on for 32 from 10 so far. Richard Gubbins is tuned in. The Gubbins clan are all tuned in, so great to hear your dulcet tones once again. All the best for you and Middlesex in 2022, says Gubbins Senior, in regards to all the clan tuned in. Again, they've got a great interest in the one because so many of the players grew up with Nick Gubbins, so they'll know them all very, very well. They're all still Middlesex's fans. We'll whisper it in case any Hampshire fans are tuned in.
I might, as you start Bambers, you spell, look at a few scores around the country. I'm keen to see how it's going at Wantage Road.
Guess to look at first for Bamber. He's fainted away up to mid-off.
So let's start there. how have Northants been getting on? That is going to be a cracking finish. So the target's 299, and Northants have made their way to 79 for 2. They've still got 47.3 overs left to get 220 runs. Safe Zabe, who's a bit of a prodigy down there at Northants. He's there on 11 with Ben Curran on 18. For Gloss, who made 363 in the second innings. Matt Taylor's taken both of their wickets. So that's the closest game around the country, other than the one we're watching. Although in saying that, Durham are opening up the game for themselves in the second innings with the ball. So Glamorgan still trail by 56. And Durham have taken 4 second innings wickets, so they're in the ball game there.
Turned watchfully up to mid-on by Guest.
They'll have to get past Kieran Carlson though. He had a great year last year. Carlson is on 29. So 6 wickets for Derbyshire to get to make that interesting. Still plenty of time to do just that. The third game, interest was over at Grace Road, where Worcester have had a very good day. So they set Leicestershire 370, and for a time there, Leicestershire looked like they might be in the hunt. However, now Worcester are only 3 wickets away from victory. Leicestershire 123 for 7. They've collapsed badly. Josh Baker 4 for 36 and a couple for Dylan Pennington.
His fingertips to it, Bamborough. Makes it easy for Roland Jones at mid-off.
So it's Callum Parkinson and Hassan Azad who are trying to keep Worcester at bay. So they're the more competitive games, the games where we might see a result. 4 of them. There was already a result yesterday at the Rose Bowl, and then there are 3 games that are a fraction less competitive. We'll come to their scores in a moment. First result was Hampshire winning inside 3 days against Somerset by an innings, which is why Nick Gubbins is able to watch the stream today.
Oh, it's why they're all able to admit to it today. They've been secretly tuned in a few days, but couldn't admit until the Hampshire game was over.
Gubbins got 37, I should say, when Hampshire racked up big runs first time around. We've got Kent. This is a slightly preposterous game at Chelmsford. They're into their 182nd over batting, and they've just taken the lead. 530 for 7 after Essex made 514. Centuries for Ben Compton, 129, Jordan Cox, 129. I wonder how many times in first-class history 2 men have both made 129. One for Andrew Sampson. If he's watching, he probably is. So that game's petering out to a boring draw, 118 for 2, end of the over. We have... Oh, I tell a lie. The game down at Hove's still on as well. Very much on. I've missed Notts getting on a roll. They should win from where they are here. They've got Sussex 140 for 7. Finney's batting at the moment. He's yet to score, batting with the teenager Archie Lenham, who's on 3. So they're 140 for 7. They still trail. They trail by 19. So Notts are effectively 3 wickets away from victory. Hutton's taken 3. Lyndon James 3 as well to open up that game on the final day.
Ooh. Inside edge. Single taken. Roland Jones with that slope from the pavilion end.
So even if Sussex were to eliminate that deficit, they're going to have to add quite a few runs to be safe there with 49 overs remaining in that game. So that's not a bad effort, having 5 of the 8 games still alive and well this deep into the 4th day. And the other game that's petering out towards a draw and yet to reach the 3rd innings is Surrey and Warwickshire at Edgbaston. Surrey 428 for 8 declared, and Warwickshire 450 for 9. They're still going. Michael Burgess brought up a century, 110 not out.
Shape up the slope, just getting the excitement there.
So it looks like we'll have 6 results and 2 draws. Well, maybe 3 if this ends up a draw. I was pricing this in as a win for one team or the other. Maybe that's a bit premature. But
if it's to be a draw, this one, you
Yep.
fancy it's now going to be a thrilling draw?
Yes, it could be. It could be that all the results are still in play with an hour to go. Because Middlesex will be in this game until quite deep because of that second new ball, the 8 overs they get. Pending light too, whisper it, like it's nowhere near as sunny as it was an hour and a half ago. The light towers aren't at full mast as yet, although I know because you told me, Kev, they take 9 minutes to
be put up
to reach their point.
I used a little sideways glance you gave me there, Colin. I used a far better word than the MCC release did.
Yes, I've battled with that throughout the week, I must say.
Elevated, extended.
Extended, yeah. Bit of seafood extended there to get that up to where it needs to be of effect at the back of the Warner stand. Yeah, they may be required, and if they are required, umpires Illingworth and Kettleborough might at some point need to say to Middlesex, I'm sorry, you can only bowl your spinners. I wouldn't rule that out. I mean, they're going to have a lot of overs to bowl, and they've only sent a couple down with spins so far.
Oh, that lifts. Classic Roland Jones. High up to the glove. They'll take a couple, but they'll have really enjoyed that one. I said this ball's still got life in it. Only into its 38th, and well, Toby Roland Jones, he's still got life in him as well for sure. Madsen having to try desperately to ride the bounce on that one.
Nearly blew his thumb off there. So we've seen 4 balls from Roland Jones in this spell take off. One went over the top of the shoulder of the bat. 2 hit the splice, now 1's hit the thumb. Lively.
Oh, comes back down the slope. Good lead by Madsen. Good over from Roland Jones. His 4th of this spell. 1 for 30. 1-2-2 for 2 Derbyshire. 233 more. 234 more indeed required for victory.
Yeah, the issue that Middlesex have really is that as well as Roland Jones is bowling here, and Bamber in support now from the nursery end, Roland Jones has now bowled 4 overs in this spell. There's going to have to be some management of him, or he'll have to manage himself, because there's 50 overs to go, and he'll need to bowl a dozen of those, 10 or 12 of those. When does he bowl them? He'll be needed for the second new ball, presumably, which means that he can't bowl 4 more overs in this spell. This is going to require a deft touch from Roland Jones as to who bowls when and from which end, and how he uses De Cares to help provide a little bit of respite. But you don't want to use De Cares now, because all that will do is provide Guest and Madsen with respite. They would love nothing more than to see spin, just to allow them to take a moment and pause and not be under quite so much a threat. But they will need to use De Cares at some point to break up the 3 seamers. They can't do the whole job themselves. But when do they do that?
Just a leg by. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Yeah, Max Holden was another name that got a little bit of a chat at lunch. Whatever happened to Holden's bowling? It's still there, and there's still a want for it, both from the county and from the player. Just maybe they'll have to have a look. 2 right-handers out there at the moment. Deploy and Reese to follow, a couple of left-handers. Thompson and Darley shared that partnership in the first innings.
Yeah, and looking to deploy. Had a really good time of it in South Africa during the winter, averaging 150, but yeah, very struggled last year with the bat.
18 he averaged last year,
Yeah.
to a first-class average of 43 overall.
Yeah, high ceiling, but it's the recent form that was the issue there. And Dahl has come into form at the end of last year, ended the 2021 campaign in great form, and yeah, half century yesterday. And Thompson just strikes me as the kind of dependable cricketer down the list that if you ask him to put in a shift and try and bat for 20 overs to save the game, he'll be up for that. Alternatively, if you're saying to him, we need you to go at 8 and over and have a crack and be the guy that takes a few chances, he'll be cool with that as well.
That's got through. The last one, South was able to stop. This one hit with a bit more of a whip, and De Geer's giving chase. He won't get there from mid-on. Boundary for Madsen. Bumps into the gates, or the picketed fence at the bottom of the Compton. I did look up actually the chase against Nottinghamshire, just to see what protagonists there were in that. The one from 2020.
Oh, yes.
I'll get that scorecard up. 365 for 7. Edged out of reach of a tumbling second slip. Robbie White, no third. I think it would have been catchable height for third. For White, fully extended, he might have got fingertips to it, but I dare say for third that would have been just around forehead height, maybe just over the head of third slip, but nonetheless they'd have got 2 hands up to it.
Yeah, that would have been in the reach of some third slips, I think.
Golly Rayner used to field at second. He used to take some stunning catches over his head.
It would have been sharp. Would have been sharp. They're up pretty close for Bamber.
End of the over, 131 for 2.
But again, that's we go back a little bit here before lunch, but that's the scoreboard pressure that Derbyshire were able to apply on Middlesex. If Derbyshire didn't come out with purpose and knock off 77 of those runs before lunch, and just about run a ball effort of Shan Masood getting to 62, and the way that Godalman continued that, and even the way that Madsen and Guest have looked to play through the line, through the offside when they've had the chance to do so, that's the reason why there isn't just three or four slips or even more catches than that around the bat, because they see down the bottom of the scoreboard, well, 225 to win, 49 overs, that's within grasp. That's because Derbyshire laid the groundwork earlier, so they benefit by not having quite so many catches around the bat now. So when you talk about winning a match like this in the 4th innings, there was a comment on the chat earlier that you need 5 players to contribute, and they've had 2 players contribute already in Shan Masood with a half century, and Godalman providing support to Shan, but also going up a gear when he lost him. So sort of 2 of the 5 have made a contribution, making it that much easier for Guest and Madsen here. So all about marginal gains at this stage of a chase.
Behind that one, Edgerly, straight to ground, soft hands, angle bat. It's Holden who's going to dive, but it'll beat him. 4 more. Guest moves on to 16. There's a little bit of climb on that again for Roland Jones. They're able to ride it better though this time. Guest on strike.
And run rate just picking up again now as well. So we sort of talked about the idea of maybe 190 runs left on the board for Derbyshire at T. Well, they're only 30 runs away from that. They're still 37 minutes away rather from that T interval. So that they might be even further ahead in the game than we foreshadowed. If they can get their 2 down.
The edge has been more in play in this innings, which just made me think of that, exactly what you were saying, that quite a few have come off the edge in this innings, which is probably more so than at any other stage in the match. That will enthuse Middlesex. Seen that little bit of lift for Roland Jones, 1 or 2 just starting to keep low for Helm. I think we said it from the very first morning, Colo, this is a belter 5-day wicket. Great for April in the county championship. Sort of up on his toes, that one once more.
Yeah, what a difference it makes when the curator gets the chance to prepare a wicket like this and not have various competing interests. And that's no criticism, that's just the way it is here at Lord's, the home of cricket. A lot of cricket played here, a lot of formats. That square gets a real workout across 6 months. But to start the season, fresh pitch, work into it, not much rain to speak of the last couple of weeks either. It's provided us with 4 days of really high quality county cricket.
I did think a penny for the thoughts of the old coach. The good batting surface that this has been for the first game of the new season.
Yes, I can imagine if he's listening or watching, Stuart Law he might be a fraction frustrated that he didn't see surfaces more like this under his time.
He was a big fan. He was a big fan of Carl McDermott. Had a great deal of sympathy for him. The work that he has to do to prepare so many pitches for so many matches here. A couple taken out this year, of course. Eaton Harrow's gone. Varsity's match gone as well.
Gone. Yep.
But overall, it's still a huge weight of games that he has to consider. End of the over, 40 gone, 48 remain, a minimum of in this match. You won't get any more than the 40 though, because tea will be taken at 3:40, come what may. So from 4 o'clock, they're going to have the best part of 40 overs still to bowl. 38, 39, 40 overs maybe. 221 more required for Derbyshire. That Nottinghamshire match, so they were set 365 to win, 365 for 7 in the Bob Willis Trophy at Trent Bridge, August 1st, 2020. Derbyshire winning by 3 wickets.
That's right, that was the first round, wasn't it? Thrilling finish.
Just about in behind that one.
Came down to the last over, didn't it? I think it was the last over they got the runs, or at least it was the very start of where the live stream started taking over, and we were at the press box at the Ageas Bowl watching England play Ireland in the one-day international series, all huddled around a computer and watching this crazy chase. I remember it now. 365
for 7 off 120.5 overs. So if it was the last over, it was also with the ball to spare.
Ball. I think it was. Yeah.
I would not question your memory, Colo. It's incredible.
An affliction mostly.
It's almost a little bit frightening, to be honest. Good stop there in the covers by Stoneman. Lewis Rees 24 and Billy Godolman opening 86 in that innings. Wayne Madsen was in at 3, got 43. Matt Critchley 35 to his name. Lewis Deploy 7. Harvey Hussain, who I saw in this match, he was up here doing a tour of the media centre at one point. He made just 3. Finn Hudson-Prentice now back with Sussex, 91 not out. And then Matty McKernan 20 and not out 20 from Michael Cohen, 30 from Michael Cohen, again not playing in this one. Driven away, it's Roland Jones again with the long chase. Something we mentioned, that maybe with that big boundary, Roland Jones needs to go from his preferred mid-off to mid-on, just save his legs a little. They've taken a couple. But yeah, the those who saw it over the line, not here. Hudson-Prentice and Cohen. Critchley likewise with a crucial little 35 down the order.
Yeah, that comment came through on YouTube just before by Jack Jarvis, who's been in the comments through the week, saying just a shame we don't have Critchley in this chase. He was busy rattling off 132 for Essex down at Chelmsford on the second day. I saw a couple of Derbyshire fans picked up on me saying yesterday, England's next number 6. I stand by it. Just you watch.
Middlesex just start looking at that board now, and well, I say now, I'm sure for a while. Got to go back to Nick Gubbins when he was giving us the percentages that I said to you, listen, there'll be a fair few nerves added to the way he's swaying those percentages. 138 for 2, still needing 218 more. Trail by 217. But this is the 41st over, 47 more to go. Middlesex have only taken 2 wickets in 40 with a new ball. A chase is a chase though, and wickets do fall, and it gets progressively harder as the pressure grows. The closer you get, the greater the pressure grows, and the wickets follow as well. But Middlesex will be very aware that just 2 wickets in 40 overs, and this ball will be getting ever softer. Short boundary on one side, 2 batsmen getting well set now. Guest has been out there for 52 deliveries, Madsen 29. Carved away, slapped hard off the back foot. Only backward points and cover in place, so a fair gap to look at. And he found it, Guest. He's on to 20. Bambo 1 for 47 from 13, so a little bit of tap by his standards. Roland Jones 1 for 34 from 10. And yeah, the deployment also comes into it now, around about well, time-wise, exactly half an hour till tea, so around about 7 overs, which again will be 40 left. Middlesex are actually at the point we were discussing, Colo, if they bowl quickly enough, they'll get more of that second new ball if the match is panning out that way. It's not panning out that way at all. It's going completely the other way. Middlesex will not want to add any overs at all here for Derbyshire. Here's the change that we were pondering, and it's De Cares from the pavilion end, his off-spin, turning it back into the two right-handers. So he's bowling with the slope.
Had to come at some stage where Rowan Jones was... He couldn't just depend on three seamers getting through the whole session. So De Cares actually did bowl 1 over after lunch. He was taken out of the attack as soon as Shan Masood was dismissed, because they wanted that match-up of Helm up against Guest, who he dismissed in the first innings. But now De Cares has been changed to the pavilion end, which stands to reason. When he was bowling the two left-handers, the short boundary was out to the offside, but against two right-handers, they want the leg side to be the big side of the ground, the Tavern Mound stand side. 1 wicket in the match, Shan Masood. Had him stumped the 91, cagey piece of bowling. And he did get some good bounce before the lunch break. Bowls at a nice steady pace, not too quickly.
There you go. Exactly as you suggested.
I think he's going to be better than a part-time offie.
Oh, absolutely. I retracted that when I said it earlier, part-time. Young offie.
I just think, I mean, a long way to go. He's very new to his professional career, but...
First sweep out early from Madsen, looking at that short boundary.
We saw him get a bit of flight when he bowled in the first innings. Sorry, a bit of drift, rather. And he's willing to flight it. Haven't seen him sort of turn one square as yet. If he was going to do so, it'd be more likely to come from the nursery end, just where the footmarks are located. Not many footmarks out there to aim for, though.
Goes again with the reverse sweep and does get it away on this occasion. That will be 4. All the experience of Madsen right now will know if he can get on top of De Cares, Middlesex have a big problem, a bowler down.
Oh, that's a great shot. I mean, if first you don't succeed, etc., etc. That perfect execution. Madsen might be 38 years of age, but that's the bag of tricks of a younger man. To the short side of the ground. How will they tweak the field here? They'll move deep point a fraction finer, deep backward point, which opens up a shot off the back foot.
Give that a little bit more loop, turn to mid-wicket. Problem for De Cares is as well, from the pavilion end, bowling with the slope, and Madsen will know on that reverse sweep, LBW is almost fully out of the equation.
Yep. And also, if De Cares drops short here because the sweep has gone behind point, he can punch in front of point to the short boundary. He doesn't need to overhit it at all.
It's a good ball. Just squirts for a single through that vacant point out to towards the fielder you mentioned, Colo. Slip gets around. It's Helm out there patrolling. Eskenazi heading from slip to gather. Last ball of the over coming up.
You can see Guest looking leg side, can't you? He's trying to work out, can I clear one of the two deep mid wickets, or is it deep backward square and a deep mid wicket?
Just a single. They'll think about 2, but should settle on the 1. Robbie White coming in. 148 for 2. End of the 42nd. They have what?
26 minutes.
26 minutes, yeah.
So 7 overs. Where are we? 7 overs.
Oh, they'll be bowling it slow. I'm going 6.
7. Yeah, maybe. 207. Yeah, just with the way they're going at the moment. Let's assume De Cares bowls all the way through, and they use this as a chance to give a couple of their seamers an extended break, so the time we have between now and tea, and then 20 minutes to put their feet up during the last interval. We're seeing Rowan Jones swung around here, so we're going to see some short, sharp spells from each of the seamers, maybe just to relieve the workload a wee bit.
Shoulder in the burden, eh?
Yeah,
Skipper.
I think they'll just play this smart.
That's a lovely shot, beautifully timed through square, off the back foot, and that's the 150 up as well. We talked about them being 150 at tea. They're there with 6 or 7 overs to spare. 152 off 253 deliveries, 181 minutes. Guest and Madsen settling nicely now.
Yeah, and that's a tired delivery to start on the hip of Guest. No real zip in that. Roland Jones has barely had a breather. He swung himself pretty much straight around after a 5-over spell. So in effect, it's the 6th over of his spell, with only a couple off and changing ends, so thus having to reset with the slope. I know we talk about it a lot, but it is a big factor for seamers bowling at Lords. There's such a marked difference between running down from the pavilion and up from the nursery. And they get 4 runs immediately off the hip. 204 to win.
Oh, goes way down the slope. It's the man plagued by injury so cruelly in recent years who is shouldering the burden here, not only as captain but in terms of the workload, and because the injured captain off the field. It's a little, it's a horrible feeling inside the pit of my stomach at the moment watching Roland Jones. He will be straining every sinew to try to lead the team as captain and as that talisman, as we call him, towards a victory.
Yeah, it was the shoulder that kept him out of the Bob Willis Trophy a couple of years ago, missing all of 2020. Truncated season that it was.
Hip, shoulder and knees, all the way up and down, I think, the injuries over the recent years. I'm sure there was a knee one in there, but not
knee last year, knee operation last year after the training mishap. That's before the Hampshire game, wasn't it? Yeah, so in terms of how he might play this, Bamber just on for a couple of overs from this end, then Roland Jones for a couple, then maybe Helm for a couple, which means that none of them have to bowl lengthy second spells in this middle stretch. They can regroup and charge up for a long final session.
Edge short. Shorter slip. White went low to his left. Eskenazi to his right. It was always heading to the turf in front of him, though. White just tried to see. His instinct took him. Can I get there? It was, I reckon, even short of his hand had it have got across. Straight to the ground. Off the back foot. Edge. 152 for 2 it is at the end of the over. Again, we've, as much as we said the ball's beaten bad a little bit more today, there have been those edges falling short as well on this final day.
Yeah, no chance for Eskenazi, and effectively no chance for White either. It would have taken him taking off before the ball was even reaching the bat, really, to have had any meaningful opportunity of dragging that in.
As you mentioned, they were up quite tight for Bamber as well, weren't they? Not quite as tight for Roland Jones. It's Kerr's 5th over. Cry catch. Quite a few bounces before bobbling to Helm on that reverse sweep again. Madsen, who moved to 27. He looks very happy to bring that shot out against De Kerrs. This will be an interesting little match, though, to see how Guest fares. Madsen's full of intent against Middlesex's young spinner. Be a single more. Bring Madsen back on strike midway through the over.
Yeah, in much the same way we saw Godalman want to take the initiative earlier in the session, and out of the quick 20 when Guest came to the crease, you sense that Madsen's looking to do the same here, and
backs right up again to that single more.
Yeah, wherever he can take runs off De Kerrs here, it just makes it harder for Roland Jones to pull that lever in the final session. It just gets him to the stage where if it is 40 overs, well, they're splitting those overs between the quicks. If Madsen can get hold of De Caires, that is.
Well, I guess there's two ways to go about De Caires, especially before tea here. Do they go after him? The reverse sweeps that we've seen. Try and get him away for a couple more. Or do they just milk him at 4, 5 and over? Which they do. Takes a sizable chunk still out of that post-tea spell. Also, do they take a gamble? The over before tea, give Holden this end. Just to let him have a look. He hasn't been throwing the ball at all in this match so far. 155 for 2.
Yeah, good over from De Caires there. That helps. Only conceding a couple of singles there. 201 away here, Derbyshire. Yeah, I wouldn't see it as too much of a gamble necessarily. It's more that Middlesex will, I expect, want to play to their comparative advantage with Roland Jones and that Helm to come up from the nursery between now and the short break. So 44 overs gone, 44 to come. We're exactly halfway there. Derbyshire aren't halfway to their tally, but they've got more than half of their wickets, and that was what it was all about, getting to a point like this. I mean, the foundation is now laid.
Oh, inside edge. It was up there for the drive.
And I suppose the other point here is that if they get to tea with 40 overs to go, that isn't that many overs to bat out for a draw comparatively if things do go awry. So it does provide them with licence to really go after the scoreboard in the first sort of 40 minutes after the break. And if it's still going well, let the good times roll. And if it doesn't, they lose 2 or 3 quick wickets. Okay, well, that's fine. They can go the other way and retreat. And they shouldn't have too long to see out. And that's why when there was some criticism of Godalman's scoring rate, it was like, well, it's not really about, at that stage, the scoring rate. It's about how do you get to about here. And it's by batting conservatively to start, helped along by Masood going along with such purpose. But from here, you've got 2 credible options. If you're 5 for 155, you've got kind of 1. You're not going to collect 200 with your bottom order, but you just might from here if things go right with the top order, middle order.
Onto leg stump and away for a couple, final long leg. Helm down there in front of the Warner. Floodlights are going up.
They're being erected.
9 minutes.
Count them out.
I think this day and age there may be a way to do so a little quicker.
Some artificial intervention. What's the crick viz looking like, says Harry Clem. The crick vizzers. We were doing this before lunch. How do we see it? Well, let's do before lunch. What Kev and I did, Harry, was we put our WinViz numbers down on a piece of paper and we shielded them close to us so we didn't want any groupthink. I didn't want to have
no influence.
Kev influencing me or vice. It's got to be independently thought out. No algorithm here, just our cricket computer. Our onboard cricket computer. I might do the same. Earlier, it's a long time ago now, we had Middlesex 59, the draw 16, Derbyshire 25. I'm going to be adjusting mine, that's for sure.
Straight to the fielder.
Says a little bit about my arithmetic that I need to deduct from 100 numbers I put on the page. I'm just a little bit worried I don't want to embarrass myself.
I know, I'm taking my time here as well.
199 runs away from the finish line. Okay, I'm satisfied. I think I've got my 3 numbers. Might adjust them slightly. Okay.
So I was Middlesex 42, Derbyshire 38, draw 20. Stretching the draw to 5. Where are you going on the draw now?
I've got the draw at 52.
Oh.
I think the most. So you've gone to 5 for the draw.
Yeah, I reckon.
I think the most likely scenario is that they don't quite have the weaponry to get there, and the Middlesex don't quite have the artillery to take the 8 wickets. But now I'm second guessing myself. That was more about Middlesex, that 52, than it was about Derbyshire.
That's right. The percentage they're most interested from both of us are the teams.
Okay. I've got Derbyshire at 23 and Middlesex at 25.
Whoa. It's got through. From to Cares.
I still think that if you're the bowling team here with runs in favour, with a second new ball, maybe I'm a bit long on Middlesex. Feels like we've got a big disparity either way. Where have you got Derbyshire?
I've given that entire 15 from the draw.
Yeah.
To Derbyshire.
Right.
And I've taken 10 off Middlesex. So I'm going 63 Derbyshire, 32 Middlesex, 5 the draw.
Okay. I can absolutely see your rationale for doing so. But 63% chance from here of Derbyshire pulling off one of the biggest chases ever at Lords and their biggest chase ever against Middlesex or at this ground. I mean, that says a bit about the faith you have in the batting to come, and I admire that. I admire the way Derbyshire played the whole game. One bowler down.
Yeah, deploys 43 first class average. You say he's just had an excellent winter.
Yeah.
Lewis Rees, opening batsman, who I really think is a quality cricketer, and then the pair that defied Middlesex in that first innings to really put Derbyshire into a decent position. Single taken out to deep square. Robbie White, as you say, 9, 10 and Jack. Going to be a bit more of an issue for especially Sidebottom, as we know he's seriously hampered. He's really only going to be holding up an end, isn't he, if it gets to that. But what concerns me is the 2 wickets down in 46 overs for Middlesex. I think that will be a major concern. They're a bowler down. Their main man over the years, Tim Mercer. But the 2 wickets in 46 overs I think is a big concern, and this partnership's building nicely.
Message here from Dan M asking why Middlesex didn't keep batting if they knew that Mercer couldn't bowl. Just to clarify, Tim Mercer did bowl. He was injured whilst bowling his 5th over, so they were never pricing into their thinking with the declaration that they'd be 1 bowler down. That wouldn't be prudent. So, yeah, that was definitely an injury that he's picked up in this 4th innings.
And also the issue that Roland Jones, as you say, he's gone back-to-back here. From the pavilion end straight down to the nursery. He's shouldering all of the workload in this particular passage up to tee. That second new ball that we talked about as being crucial, which is, we think, part of the reason why Middlesex pulled out this morning at the time they did, because it meant they'd get a second bite of the new ball if that's the way that the match was going. Well, I don't think they'd have to worry at all about that second new ball now. Well, they'd certainly be delighted if it got to the point where they were thinking, come on, the new ball can still influence this. But again, you know, it is all a long way. Maybe I'm being a bit too pessimistic.
Yeah, my immediate instinct was that a couple of wickets make it hard for Derbyshire to keep going. Probably 3 wickets make it hard for them to keep going. I don't know where those 3 wickets are coming from, by the way. That Blake Mickey Arthur won't care. He'll be like, let's do it. Let's do it. But if there were to be a clatter of wickets, then Derbyshire are in a strong position to shut up shop. Whereas Middlesex would be finding it that much harder to take the wickets if they weren't going for the runs. That's why I kind of gave the draw a bit of an extra boost. Maybe one of those artificial boosts we were talking about before with the light towers, which are up now. They're at full mast.
Just keeps that one out on the back foot again to Roland Jones to get the bat down on that, Madsen. I'm trying to think the sway of the match as well in terms of sessions. First day fully belonged to Middlesex, didn't it? All 3 sessions. Derbyshire on the first 2 sessions of the second day, Middlesex winning the evening session.
Yeah, that's true. If you did that, as they do on television, the pie, the 15 pieces of pie for the 15 sessions, who gets to have them? Middlesex would have more pie.
Nice shot, put away, off the leg, square of the wicket. Madsen moves to 35.
But Derbyshire would have both of the pieces from today.
Well, exactly, yeah, absolutely.
So it's about when you get your pie. If you get all the pie at the end.
Possibly leave the pie analogy, Colo.
I was trying to go full circle to the life of pie or something. Sorry. I'm sorry for all those who are watching. 4 days on comms back to back. When you've been in a car accident a couple of weeks ago, is hard yakka. 163 for 2 as a plane starts making its way from our left to over to the west of London, back from the city. Whereas we wonder where that's coming. We talked about big jet TV yesterday. Wonder if the bloke's in the paddock with the phone today might have a look at tea. Whoa, look at that. Check out the undercarriage on that one. Whoa, he stuck the landing, you little beauty.
Oh, that comes back down the slope.
What gets me is you kind of, obviously, when you're commentating, you kind of drive in second gear and allow yourself to go up to third if there's a wicket, or fourth if there's a big wicket, or fifth if there's a significant, huge moment in the game. Big Jet TV, he sort of drives in fourth. My morbid fascination has been, what does he do if something goes wrong? Where does he go? Where does he go if something goes awry for one of these pilots?
Oh, inside edge. Oh, cry of run. Throw will go to the non-striker's end. They will be through. White coming around to collect. He's got a little something happening here, De Cares, hasn't he? That missed cut shot a ball or so before as well. That after one had come back in, similarly to the one just taking the inside edge there.
Well, that's had two things going for it. One, the dip, and two, the turn. I mean, we kind of offhandedly said that he hasn't had a lot of lateral movement yet, but with the slope he should. I don't mind this round the wicket either.
That's put away. That was what he wanted, a couple of balls back. Just dropped short.
And the reason that shot's there for him is because of the reverse sweep that Madsen played in the previous over. Deep extra cover, or let's call it deep cover point, went to deep backward point. I'm not saying that deep cover point's cutting that off, but it just means that any time that De Cares is short, he can rock back and place it through there to the short boundary. They do make that tweak again, back to deep point. He's milking it here. That's super batting from Madsen, up to 40.
He had a good over last up, didn't he, De Cares? This was my fear, actually, with this spread fields and that short boundary. The reverse sweep that Madsen likes, dropped short at all that boundaries in play. But also, if they just wanted to milk him, then with the field spread, there's 4 or 5 and over comfortably. And they're down to 186, trailing by now, 187 to win. Still 6 and a bit minutes to tea.
Well, we mapped this out pretty nicely, didn't we? Thinking that if it's somewhere between 180 and 200 in the final session, and they've got wickets in hand. I think you said if there was 5 wickets in hand, well, they're going to be in a better position than that. Barring something very unusual here, it's going to be 170 something, maybe with 8 wickets in hand. And well, from there, I might even be tempted to adjust my win viz to put Derbyshire ahead. And I've been a bit more sheepish than you on that front through the day.
I think my 5 down. I was thinking they were done at 5 down. If it was 5 down at tea, I think.
Right. So anything better than 5 down?
Yeah, they're just about. What I look at again now, going back to where this match may go, is the 2020 scenario. 186 off 40 overs. If they can keep wickets in hand, then 20 overs out. What are they going to require? 110 probably off the last 20.
Why not go to the Pro 40 example? It was that was Ravi Bopara used to dominate that, didn't he, back in the day?
Yeah. Middlesex, the last winners, remember, of the Pro 40 Division 2.
What would Ravi do? He'd have a go.
played. I think there's a lot more to be gained than lost in this match for Derbyshire. In particular, for Middlesex, this would feel like a bad defeat first up. But for Derbyshire, were they to gamble that defeat for victory, not that Middlesex are going to be worried about that now. I think they'll be thinking, look, win it first. I'm not thinking about anything else right now. Then I think they have to win it from here almost.
Well, I mean,
which is obviously my draw.
Without writing the sort of the postscript yet, because we shouldn't be doing that. But
it's clipped away. 4 more. Madsen's on to 44. 173 for 2. 183 more to win. No, I don't mean it in terms of postscript. I mean in terms of the mindset for Derbyshire going forward here. If it comes to any point where they think, should we stop? I think they would be thinking there's a lot more to be had from the victory than there is to be lost in defeat. For a side that lost more games than anybody else last year.
Oh, no, I agree. It took them till the final round to win a game. They're nearly halfway there. It's worth noting that they've dropped back deep square. That's not a great sign for Middlesex. That's protecting a tired bowler with 4 minutes until tea into his 14th over, most of them in this session.
Single taken again. Yeah, they didn't go
frustration through the effects mic. Sorry, Kev, then as well. You could hear Roland Jones exclaiming then. We could hear through our effects mic. He's frustrated. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders as acting captain. He's given 2 4-balls away in a couple of overs bowling from this end. And he's bowled unchanged for about an hour and a half.
And they didn't go to Holden, which I thought would just be worth it. Before tea, throwing the ball last over down here. Bowling up the slope. They'd be hitting it with the spin, but against the slopes, the short boundary, if they chose to go that way. Two balls left of the session for Roland Jones. 1 more over after this for De Cares at the pavilion ends. And, well, this, even just watching, you feel like this spell can't come to an end quickly enough for Roland Jones. He's doing his utmost, isn't he, for his team. As standing captain in the absence of Murtagh.
Yeah, when Somerset came after 280 odd here on this corresponding day last season, it packed a real punch for Middlesex. Especially because they got 2 early wickets on the Saturday evening, and it just felt like they were going to return. And it did have the energy of a match that was just trending Middlesex's way, even though they had a collapse in the second innings. Here it's been different in that they did make 401 the first time around. They were dismissed at about the right time. 4 wickets on day 2. Yeah, it took them 117 overs to bowl Derbyshire out, but they made that time up by going at 5 and a bit and over in their own second innings.
It's back up the slope, but the pace of it is slow for Middlesex still, isn't it? End of the over, 174 for 2, 1 to go to tea.
But where this match turned on its head, and it was plain for all to see when Murtagh went down, you can't account for that. It was always going to be a good track to bat on last. It's more akin to what a very good day 4 test pitch would be, and that's what this feels like, a test pitch, and that's a really good thing. But it's not as though you're going to have balls turning out of the rough, even if Middlesex did have a frontline spinner at their disposal, rather than asking a 19-year-old to do the job.
Here he goes, last over for tea.
As well as he's accounted for himself throughout the match. It's asking plenty of him to bowl a team out on a really good pitch. And then you're left with 3 seamers, no all-rounder. I mean, it's the Murtagh moment.
Edged, just out of reach. Low to the right of Eskenazi. A second slip would have had it. He had 1 throw of the hand at it. Look at Simpson, he's not given up there, and that says everything. That's brilliant. That's brilliant from the glovesman. Helmet on, thrown off the glove and managing to dive over the top of it. Lords appreciates that from John Simpson. Wonderful catch earlier today. Saves a run there, but they know every run right now counts. So there's been a dominant and at times near destructive session for Derbyshire.
Great from Simpson. I wonder if it carried. Interested in getting another look at that. Whether Eskenazi might have just misjudged it a little bit. Tough chance, of course.
Single more. Have you had a look? I thought it carried to the extent that it would have been comfortable for second.
Yeah.
For Eskenazi, because he had to go so far across. That was the biggest issue. Slip out for Madsen.
Here we go.
Single ball out to deep square. One to go of the session. And that is tea on day 4 here at Lord's. Derbyshire 181 for 2, Guest 33, Madsen 47. They're more than halfway in terms of the runs, 175 more required, 8 wickets standing, 50 overs bowled, 38 remain of what's been a brilliant advertisement for first-class cricket here at Lord's between two of the, well, also Rans is probably being kind to them last year, two teams who lost more than anybody else. They produced a brilliant game of cricket, and we're heading into a thrilling final session of this one.
Yeah, a compelling session of cricket there. The 2 wickets felt like they would be decisive, that they would open Derbyshire up. Masood caught down the leg side from Bamber within minutes of the resumption, and then Godalman, who steered a catch to Eskenazi at slip, a beauty at that. Regrettably for Eskenazi, though, he has put down a chance on the stroke of tea. A tough one. It was steered in his direction. Wasn't able to snaffle it. So Guest and Madsen go to tea, set at 33 and 47 respectively, having arrived together when the score was 106 for 2. They've put on 75 to take it to 181 for 2 at a decent clip as well. It leaves 175 runs to get in 38 overs. So they're more than halfway there. And they've got themselves into a position where the coach, Mickey Arthur, will have one message for them at tea. We can do this. We can win at Lord's. We can do something special. For Middlesex, they have to hang tight. 38 overs. It'll be a long final session. 30 with the old ball. 8 with the second new ball. Anything is possible. Don't go anywhere. We'll grab a cup of tea on the Middlesex Live and Heartstream, and back in about quarter of an hour for the final stanza of what may very well be a thriller. Derbyshire 181 for 2. Welcome back to Lords for the 12th and final session of this first round clash between Middlesex and Derbyshire. The home side set the visitors 356 for victory across 88 overs on this final day. And at tea, with 38 overs to go, they are more than halfway there. Derbyshire, 181 for 2. They require 176 runs from here to record something very special. A victory at Lords. And not only that, a record-breaking victory at Lords. It'd be their biggest chase here, their biggest chase against Middlesex. And they've got Brooke Guest, who's set on 33. The number 3's faced 79 balls. And Wayne Madsen, the veteran, came out with a more attacking attitude at the fall of the second wicket. He's 47 from 57. And on strike to start the final stanza, Tom Helm away from us. Carving hard towards the gully to start, saving 4. Max Holden. So the field is spread as well. 4 out. To consider where Middlesex were this morning when they boshed 57 runs in 6 overs to declare at 258 for 5 after 50 overs, 50 productive overs, doing exactly what they needed to set the game up and give themselves a degree of comfort, a buffer. But Middlesex have chipped, or Derbyshire have chipped away at that. First run of the session, Madsen off the inside part of the blade. And crucially, the home side are without the services of their captain. The veteran, the 40-year-old, Tim Murtagh, went down with a hamstring injury in his 5th over of this 4th innings. Straight off the ground and not sighted since. He'll take no further part in this game. And without all-rounder Martin Anderson, who wasn't fit to play in this opening round, they have just the 3 seamers and the 19-year-old Josh DeCares and his off-spin. Oh, past the edge with some carry. Tom Helm has been a threat throughout from the nursery end. Adam Collins with you, Kev Hand with me. Kev, we thought it might end this way, or when I say thought it might end this way, we hoped it might get to a stage where we had a session to go with plenty to play for and all 4 results on the table. That very much remains the case here. There's no doubt that Madsen's going for the runs, and Middlesex will know if they can get a couple here, Derbyshire have 3 number 11s to finish off. Bit shorter. Guest carves away his first single of the session as well.
Yeah, just the basic maths of it. 175 from 38 overs, the equation. So required rate of 4.6. With 8 wickets standing, Middlesex will get a second new ball for the last half hour. 2 set batsmen. Madsen 48. Guest 34, 81 balls faced for Guests, coming in at 3.
And that, of course, was a big part of the deliberations around the declaration. How would they structure it in such a way that they would have that last gasp option with the second new ball? Well, it's going to be more than a last gasp, you'd think. It's going to be a big part of their thinking in the final session. 30 overs with the old ball, 8 with the new, prospectively, if it works out that way. If they want to take it, if Derbyshire are in cruise control towards the target, it may not be in their interest to take it. Of course, a long, long way from that eventuality. Just one slip for Helm. End of the first over of this final session, 183 for 2. So 173 to win from here.
So in, 29 overs time, Middlesex will get a second new ball. This one's looking pretty old now. Middlesex's attack just looking a little tired, as you'd expect towards the end of the first day opening match of the season. There's the spells, 13 in the legs of Bamber, 12 Helm, Roland Jones, who bowled a spell that worried me before tea when he came back on from the nursery end, that you don't want him bowling himself into the ground or into an injury at this stage of the season with Murtagh off. But here's Bamber, who's ever full of energy, isn't he? Bustling bowler. Always feels like he's around the corner from producing something, Ethan Bamber. Middlesex really do need something here. from the pavilion end after tea.
Yep, the man they turn to when they need a wicket. And so it was after lunch, picking up Shan Masood, who looked $1 million when he got out. Here at Guest on 34, who did give a chance just before tea from the spin of Josh Dekers. He steered a ball off the back foot. The initial impression from our vantage point was that it was well away to the right of Eskenazi, but the replay wasn't kind to him. It wasn't far away from his right boot. It wasn't a straight up drop, but there was at least half a chance. He did take a ripper to get rid of Godalman for 38 halfway through that middle session. But what they would have given to have had a fresh batsman walking out to start the final session. So for Derbyshire, the two right-handers here, Madsen and Guest, will be followed by two left-handers, Deploy and Rees. And after that, the two all-rounders in Dahl and Thompson, who combined for 86 yesterday. Half-century for Dahl, who's been good throughout the match. And then 9, 10, 11, not much to speak of, including the injured side bottom, a torn hamstring himself. So much of this will come down to what sort of dent Middlesex can put in this Derbyshire lineup between now and what might be a final frenetic 40 minutes or so when the second new ball is due. How will they manage the rotations? It seems inconceivable that Bamber, Helm and Roland Jones will bowl all 38 overs between themselves, because they'll need to have a degree of freshness for the final 8. Starting with Bamber and Helm. Down the ground, nice shot. That'll take Madsen beyond 50 at least. It'll go all the way to the rope. And on drive past the boots of Bamber. Madsen walked out with Derbyshire at 106 for 2. And from the moment he arrived, he wanted to score. 7 boundaries to 63 balls. And this pair have put on 82. And they're not done yet. At age 38, a lot of experience to draw down on. He's been in situations like this time and time again across his 14 years at Derbyshire. 31 centuries. If he can make it 32 here, it'll go an awfully long way to them securing all the points here at Lord's. It's taken off from the seam, just up towards the splice of Madsen's blade.
I think that's got to be Middlesex's best bet now, is just to stick on that length there. Just full of a length, just on the off stump. Ask them to score off that off stump on a pitch, which, as we've seen, a drive down the ground there, so there's no problem with the pace of the pitch at all. It's not too paced. It's, you know, some of the words that get thrown around, or when it's slow, then you see those catches in front of the wicket. You've never really seen that. The issue for Middlesex, though, is with the ball now 52 overs old. Bamber, Helm and Roland Jones, plenty of overs in their legs in this match. And 2 set batsmen. If anything, any zip in the pitch hasn't materialised throughout the game. It hasn't increased in pace at all on day 2. Mickey Arthur, I think overnight, was chuntering after the first evening. Just maybe it'll quicken up a bit on the second day, and that never happened. If anything, it's probably a fraction slower at this stage than it was even on the first morning, but perhaps that's more to do with the ball and the state of the bowlers at the moment.
Is that a broken bat for Madsen there? There'll be something of a delay.
Oh yeah, handle's wobbling a bit for him by the looks of it, isn't it?
So the light towers are up. That's going to be, that could well be a factor here. So it's 10 past 4 local time, 37 overs to bowl. We're still some way away from it being.
I wonder if they put it up in fear of that. Whatever day 2 was it, when the one above the tavern stand stayed down. The other 3 went up, and the one above the tavern took a while before it got up.
Yes. Yeah, I think that could well be why. A preemptive strike.
Because I did think they were a bit pessimistic about the current conditions and the surrounding skies when they first went up, and it just struck me at tea. Maybe it's just to make sure if there's a problem, let's find out now rather than it gets to 5 o'clock and have to deal with it then.
It's sniffed a premature, but the way in which the game might play out, it might. I mean, we have seen the light deteriorate this time of year very, very quickly at Lord's. There is a bit of cloud cover. It's nowhere near as bright as it was yesterday. Still sunny enough though. Bamber bowls, and Another easy single for Madsen. There are several on offer. Deep fine, deep square, deep point, deep third. Into the over, 188 for 2. So 167 to win from here. Madsen beyond 50 in that over.
How did you get your recharge at tea, most importantly, Colo? Cake, biscuits, caffeine?
No, I went orange juice.
Oh, sugar, nice.
Yeah, I sort of thought it through. I recharged by calling my daughter, my 2-year-old, and having some orange juice. That was the right balance, I think. I also called Daniel Norcross and told him to put it on. I said, cracking finish coming at Lords. Tom Helm, away from us. Oh, nearly cuts Madsen in half. A ball that's gone back up the slope off the seam. Madsen is his 14th consecutive season for Derbyshire. The same number that Dominic Cork and Devon Malcolm played. Jeff Miller. Gives you some sense of the status he has at this club. The 7th oldest player on the circuit since the retirement of Ryan Tendescarter. Picks out point. He's been so consistent. A century in each of the 13 seasons he's been at the club. As I said before, 13 in total, or 31 rather, in total. He's went beyond 1,000 runs on 5 occasions. He's a man of the church. His Twitter bio declares that everything's in God's hands, so he'll, I suppose, have that degree of faith when it comes to whatever will be over the next 36 overs or so. He's, of course, had his other sport as well, played hockey for South Africa. Still fit as a fiddle. In excess of, well now, close to 13,000 first class runs. He made 30 odd in the first innings, so he was 148 away from it when we started the match. So he's every chance of going beyond that. Put it this way, if he passes 13,000 first class runs today, that'll mean Derbyshire are going to win this game. Shot again. Brooke Guest, balls of his feet. Saw the gap in front of square on the offside, and bisected a couple of fielders in that direction to move along to 39. 194 for 2, only 162 to go, and plenty of time for the visitors.
Anything short in this match has gone. Just sat up again from Helm there at the nursery end, who bowling up the hill. Used the ball before, it's just there on off stump again, pretty full length. Basser's a little wary. Helm pick up some extra bounce. Similarly, Bamber in the previous over, I said I think at this stage now Middlesex's only hope is to bowl just full of a length on that off stump.
Yeah, and given Guest's upbringing, another single there to move into the 40s. Help yourself stuff from the hip. Tired over this from Helm so far. Having grown up on those bouncy tracks in West Australia, specifically at the Wacker where he played his junior cricket, Brooke Guest, before coming to be a permanent professional over here. He played in the WA 17s and 19s, played a lot with Jai Richardson, who would have given him a working over in those famous Wacker nets a number of times, I'm sure, when they were younger. He found his way to the professional game through weight of runs playing club cricket over here. And if Helm's over, he's bowled 12.4, so 4 of those deliveries were to complete Murtaugh's 5th when he was injured, none for 43. Did bowl with zip after lunch, helped contribute to that 2nd wicket to fall, bowling in tandem with Toby Rowland-Jones. But the problem that Rowland-Jones has, the acting captain, is that there aren't many options in terms of rotating the quicks. What he would give for Martin Anderson right now, just that 4th seam option. Usually Middlesex have 4 or 5 seam options, but just the way the cookies crumbled this week with injury. Bamber, just 1 slip. That is very interesting in terms of the mindset. 4 out, Kev. Sorry, 3 out now. They've brought deep point in, but still just 1 catching man.
Yeah, and a little bit of fizz just gone out of the 3 that they have. Helm's over, as you say. It looked a little tired there, didn't it, from the long hop outside off onto the hip next ball. I can only see really at this stage Middlesex's best hope is just bowling full-ish at that off stump and asking them on a slower surface to score off the stumps. Obviously that's a fine line, you're bringing the onside in then. But just thereabouts, just keep it there and say, right, we'll really force off that front foot if you can. They've got to take the wickets as well, Middlesex. Derbyshire bat out 35 overs, they're winning this. So Middlesex have to try and take the wickets. Yes, this match could end in a draw, but I think it'll end in a draw by chance, if you follow my point, in that, i.e. somebody's just fallen short.
What would spice things up is if they lost 2 wickets in the first hour of this session. That would pose an interesting conundrum for Derbyshire, especially if one of those 2 players was Madsen, because by then they might only be 80 or so away, but only 2 wickets away from their long tail. I expect they'd keep going. I mean, your point before about how infrequently they were able to get into this position last year. Inside edge, spits away past the leg stump. Bamber happy with the single, gets to 41, 160 to go. I mean, the opportunity to turbocharge their season through a massive win like this, and it would be a massive win, chasing 356. What it would do for morale around the club. The first time they've opened their season at Lord's since 1986. I'm sure they would have circled that fixture as a great opportunity against Middlesex, a team that struggled last year. They won the toss and bowled and it backfired, but they hung tight the whole way through. They never threw in the towel with the ball, and they were able to bat for 117 overs themselves the first time around. So they are permitted to have a dart at this. They earned the right to be in this game early in the final session, because they've never thrown in the towel. That a number of times it could have got too tough, but well led and obviously well led and well supported off the field as well. They've backed themselves to get to this position. Yeah,
if there was ever a side that was going to blow open a particular position in a match, it was pretty much Middlesex until now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, timing is everything, as we're seeing from Wayne Madsen right now. He remains on 54, 196 for 2, 160 to go across 34 overs. We were sort of joking about this before tea, where the 12 pieces of pie for the 12 sessions across a match. Who's got more of the 11 so far? Well, Middlesex would have more of the 11, but the fact that the most recent 2 have been claimed by Derbyshire means that they have got the wind at their back somewhat, and that's is partially a function of Tim Murtagh not being there and Middlesex being hamstrung on what they can do with their bowlers, but also because this pair and the pair before them have batted so nicely. And now they're able to milk singles wherever they see fit. I mean, it feels to me like Middlesex have almost made a decision that they need to be careful here. They've got 8 points they're mostly focused on guaranteeing for the draw before they'll be close to getting into a position to win.
I mean, absolutely, as you said, if 2 wickets was falling this hour, the last hour is going to be fascinating, especially with that new ball becoming available. The biggest problem for Middlesex on that is the 2 that have fallen in 55 overs we're now into. Just 2 wickets. As we're describing, it feels like there's a bit of fizz come out of either the pitch, the ball, the bowlers, a combination of all 3.
Close, bit high, turned down, maybe just trending down as well. But first impression was that Madsen was high on his toes. Hard to give that out. Make for an interesting replay. He got caught on the crease. One of those that could have gone either way, but yes, height.
See a fair bit of off stump as well, couldn't you? Other than that, it was a good shout.
Of course, you can communicate with us on YouTube throughout or on the social media streams as well, Middlesex_CCC. If you're watching on YouTube, get in the text comment box there. Another shout. That's closer. That's gone. Persistence from Tom Helm. Back up the slope, hitting the seam. And wins the decision from umpire Illingworth. And it's a big one too. Wayne Madsen, who made the running either side of tee, passing 50, but his innings ends on 54. Derbyshire lose their third wicket with the score on 197. And sure, they have enough time for their victory target of 356, but Middlesex do as well. 7 wickets to get. We've got a cracking finish coming up at Lord's, Kevin Hand.
Yeah, and as Madsen started to scamper for a single there, he knew really he was in trouble on that one. That little bit fuller. Middlesex needed something pretty special. Mercer off the field. Roland Jones has been bowling his heart out. Bamber doing what Bamber does, but they've just needed an extra little sprinkling of magic from somewhere. And Tom Helm, the pick of the bowlers in the first innings, picks up his first wicket of the second. And it couldn't have come at a more crucial time, just at the point where things were now starting to drift from Middlesex. They need, as you said, 2 wickets in this first hour of the final session of the match if they're to give themselves a chance of picking up 6 in the second and stopping Derbyshire turning this match around.
So Lewis deploy. The 2 left-handed Lewises, one after another. Deploy, then Rees. Both know how to move the game along. In the case of Deploy, enjoyed a good run of form back in South Africa through February and March. He racked up nearly 500 runs in 3 hits, playing first-class cricket back there. Of course, he was a most effective contributor for the Welsh Fire in the 100 last year, but struggled with the bat for Derbyshire in 4-day cricket, averaging just 18 through that campaign, passing 50 twice. So it's a case of having a high ceiling, but inconsistent recent returns. He's got a couple of centuries against Middlesex. Round the wicket, Helm here.
28 in the first innings. Caught White bowled Mercer for 28 off 66 balls, 119 minutes. Hasn't got 119 minutes to play with in this second innings.
No. But he does have that ton at Lords from a couple of years ago. Again, it's sort of we talk about it probably more with the bowlers than we do with the batsmen, but just feeling comfortable at this ground, which can be difficult to settle for visiting players from time to time. Helm bowls and Deploy decides to go back.
Yeah, immediately around the wicket to Deploy, targeting that off stump. Mercer picked him up over the wicket, that angled ball across. Taken by a good catch by Wide away to his left at second. Talks about 1 or 2 that kept low from Helm from the nursery end in his last spell. 1 or 2 that spat from Roland Jones, the pavilion end.
So the second slip in, extra catcher. We did see Deploy caught at second slip in the first innings from the bowling of Tim Merter, but not available in this final session. 55 overs gone, 33 to go. 197 for 3. Brooke Guest, the number 3, remains there on 42. Deploy yet to score. Observation here from Ken Saberi in the comments that reasonable declaration. They weren't to know that Merter would get injured. The pitch isn't deteriorating. The odds are in favour of the batting team. He posted that before the third wicket. And, I think that what gets lost a little bit in this is that as people rush to the extremes, as they tend to do when following cricket, this game's been in the balance. Because it was only ever going to be a wicket or 2 before Middlesex would get another bite of the cherry, and that's what they're striving for here with their depleted bowling lineup. Ethan Bamber, who has been super effective at breaking up partnerships and taking wickets early in his spell, as he did on cue after lunch, with Shah Massoud tickling one down the leg side, beautifully taken by John Simpson. If you can do so again here, it'll leave Derbyshire exposed. And Middlesex with a long stretch to the finish line and a second new ball. If you're somewhere in North London or Northwest London, get down. Could be a brilliant finish to witness firsthand.
£5 on the final day, isn't it, to get it to Lords? Can't remember if it's free after tea. Something seems to say I could be wrong, so apologies if you turn up and pay a £5.
Oh look, I mean, I think it's worth paying a £5. So Bamber going to stay over the wicket. I wouldn't be surprised if he reverts to a round, not so much for the sort of ball that straightens down the slope and hits the top of off, but more the one that comes back in up the hill. We've seen him be so effective at getting the ball to move up the slope to the left-handers, and that angle's exacerbated if he goes around the wicket. Still 2 slips, deep third as well. Prodding forward, yet to get off the mark. Yes, that first innings dismissal for Deploy wasn't pretty, was it? That was the one moment on that third morning that would have been frustrating for Derbyshire. He flashed at a ball from Murto well outside the off stump, and Robbie White took a specky, second slip, diving away to his left, where he's still positioned next to Stevie Eskenazi.
Just looking at the economy rates of these bowlers in the second innings as well. 3.6 Bamber, 3.2 Helm, 3.5 Roland Jones, 4.3 De Caires, which no disrespect in that at all for the young spinner. Not much in it really for the spinners in this game. Thompson bowled very well in that first innings. Middlesex first innings. But yeah, that just goes to show that all of that, I mean, of the 3 that were named there, and you include Mercer, he only had 4 overs going at 3.2. But of the 4 of them, there's generally one of them around 2. One of them's going at a pretty economical rate, but Masood sorted out with his 62 off 68 at the beginning. Strike rate of 91. Really got this chase off to a flyer.
He is going to make so many runs in this division through the year, Shah Masood. Off the mark, little misfield too. Looks like he would have been through comfortably regardless, but Stoneman made sure of it. Deploy off the mark, retains the strike, 199 for 3. 157 to go for Derbyshire.
Deployment of the Middlesex bowlers, yeah, that's going to be the difficulty for Roland Jones. You can just see at the back of the shot there, having a natter with Ethan Bamber. 5 or so each for these 2. Yeah, after tea.
I think the main question for Roland Jones to answer, and he won't be able to answer it yet. He'll have to be malleable as the game evolves. But when do they throw the ball to Josh De Caires and say we need 5 or 6 overs out of you here, tidy overs? It won't be here, of course, with Helm getting a quick breakthrough and having the new man Deploy, who looks proppy so far, to bowl that. But there might reach a stage where they have kind of no option but to do that, short of one of Helm or Roland Jones or Bamber bowling a 10-over spell, which Bamber could do.
I was just trying to work out whether one of these 2 could go through for an 8-over spell here after tea. Roland Jones picking up at the other end, and the one who dropped out bowling 4 then switching to the other end.
Yeah. They'll be tired boys. They bowled a lot of overs. Remembering that Derbyshire did last 116.4 overs the first time around, and their first innings only ended, well, not even 24 hours ago. And Middlesex have been back out there for 56.2 overs with the ball today.
First innings, Mercer 26 overs, Bamber 24, Helm 25, Roland Jones 24. So they're all there around that 25 mark. In the first innings, at the moment, just a reminder, Bamber 15, Helm, 14 effectively, finishing off a Mercer over, and Roland Jones 14 as well.
Crabbing forward, propping forward, Deploy so far. He hasn't quite found his rhythm, allowing himself a chance to play himself in, but yeah, they don't have loads of time to burn in terms of having players find their feet. And I suppose that's where the responsibility falls onto the shoulders of Guest to keep the ball ticking over while Deploy finds his way. We saw that with Goldelman, who took the senior role when Guest came to the middle and took about half an hour to get moving. Again finds the fielder.
So yeah, what's Bamber bowled now? Probably 3 in this spell, or is it 2? Is it Helm into his 3rd and Bamber gone 3 as well since tea? Because effectively at the end, the final session begins now in terms of overs. There's 32 overs left of the match. So they've already put a couple of overs into the legs just to catch up with the day. Tea taken not with 32 overs remaining on the final day, but with time at the forefront, 340. So. Yeah, Murtagh, if he were to bowl through an 8-over spell here, he'd already be up to something around 21, 22 for this innings, if he did go through 8 at the pavilion end now.
I was thinking just as much about the second new ball. It's better from Deploy, controlling it down to deep 3rd in front of the Warner stand, where the shadow is starting to encroach upon the playing field, and they get through for Derbyshire's 200th run, 200 for 3. 156 is the number on the board they're most interested in, which is the runs to go, but they can take a moment to acknowledge that they've given themselves a big chance here. They've got a sniff with Guest on 43 and Deploy starting off on a couple.
If he bowls to 21 in this spell, is it possible that he can remain out of the attack through to the new ball then and bowls another 4 then with the new ball, the last 8?
Yeah, it's who do you want with the second new ball as well, initially at least. Edged and taken! Oh, for a moment there it looked like Eskenazi. It was past his left mitt, but he held his nerve, held the ball. And that's 2 wickets for Tom Helm since the final interval. Guest goes for 43, and Derbyshire lose their 4th wicket with the score on 200. Middlesex go bang bang. And they're only 3 wickets away from the long Derbyshire tail. There have been a number of twists already today. And just as it was yesterday, Kev, it's Tom Helm who has shown that when it matters most, he can be the man that can get the breakthrough for Middlesex.
Good catch, great recovery by Eskenazi. That ball flew on a pitch that we've been talking about has just started, or a ball or bowling attack that's just started to lack a little bit of fizz. That one flew in between Slip and the keeper, and he was to his left as well. Slip, you don't often go to your left as a slip fielder. That's not to say for a moment that it's Simpson's fault. I'd imagine he was slightly wider at Slip because he's the only one in place. But a brilliant recovery to take that catch from Eskenazi. For all the world, we thought he was going to be picking himself up without the ball. But somehow, as that ball dipped down behind him from the end we're looking at, and indeed on the stream, he emerged with the ball and a huge smile on his face as well. Huge relief for Middlesex, that. And as you say, a huge scalp for Helm. 2 wickets, Guest and Madsen. He's picked up that set stand tee that really looked as though they could do an awful lot of damage, and just set an even better platform for the pair that are on your screen now. Deploy and Rees, still danger men, but both of them building afresh, and that will really help that slightly jaded Middlesex attack with an old ball and a pitch that doesn't have an extreme amount of pace in it, but they'll at least be able to put pressure, get on the front foot here against both of these.
Yeah, coming back to that catch from Eskenazi, that was flying. And never easy when going behind the wicket-keeper, and it looked like it was past him as he was going down to the turf. We were obscured by his backside as he went to the ground, and up with the ball he came. And both set men are gone since tea. Bamber's turn. We talked about the 2 left-handers following the 2 right-handers. Well, that's how it is with Lewis's Deploy and Rees. Kev, over to you to call the next half an hour, see what happens. Anything could happen.
Luke Holman there, sub-fielder on, with that throws and ours. Just picturing to see that nobody else has gone off, and he has just come on for Souter. No, Souter's down there, so let's see who's off. Souter's down at long leg. I think it's Robbie White. It's gone off at the moment, so not one of the bowlers, crucially. Squeezed there well by Bamba. Again, exactly what we were saying before, they've got to hug that off stump right now. Just keep that pressure on. They could go back to a slightly straighter line, as they had earlier in the day against this pair. Both of them will want to keep that scoreboard ticking now. 156, 31 overs. All of a sudden, just something happens and the pressure cranks up, doesn't it? Everybody sits a little bit more pensively watching on now.
Yeah, and I think Derbyshire need to keep this in perspective as well. Had they been offered 4 down at tee in pursuit of 3, 5, 6, so roughly where they are now, when they started their 4th innings, they would have thought, well, this is still game on for the chase. They would have still been setting up to finish the mission. But just with the energy of the session, that both men have fallen in the space of a few overs, both to Helm, great catch from Eskenazi. It feels as though Middlesex are the team more likely here because, as you say, neither of these left-handers are set, and after that it's the all-rounders. So, yeah, it's going to have to be... We've talked about 5 players needing to make a contribution. Well, we've had 4 players make a contribution from Derbyshire so far. It might very well be they need 6 or 7. Reece, Deploy, and one of Dahl and Thompson with 156 to go. And needed to go at near enough to 5 and over.
Smith on the full, toe into the bat though, down to mid-on. Yeah, there's a lot of debate about momentum in cricket, isn't there? But the momentum in this innings is with Middlesex at the moment, and that's the thing, because for sure, if you'd have offered Derbyshire this morning 200 for 4, 156 to win, 31 overs, yes please. I'd have taken that all day.
Sure.
However, the pressure of the particular moment now is on Derbyshire not to lose another couple quickly. There's a huge amount of pressure on this pair new to the middle. Tumbling stop there by Roland Jones. Tired. Oh, Helm, sorry, tired. Into the final day. End of the over. 200 for 4. But yes, the tails are up for the Middlesex bowlers now. Have him... You know, what that does, the world of good. Just one wicket, but both set batsmen gone. What that does for the energy levels of a really tired and depleted, I must remind watchers, depleted Middlesex attack with no Tim Murtagh. So they're all going to be bowling there or thereabouts, 25 overs again in this second innings. So 50 over matches to start the season. Not often that happens in April for bowling units, but they'll be feeling it. But yeah, again, if Derbyshire then were to break down this final session of the match, if you were to say 200 for 4, 156, 30 overs, they'd even break it down to a 20-20. They'd say, well, what would you get off the next 10? What would you require off the final 20 then?
Yeah, another way of looking at it is that roughly this stage of play yesterday, Middlesex were 60 for 3. And they closed at 200 for 3. Their last 140 runs. Derbyshire require 156 from here, but, you know, roughly the same degree of difficulty. And they were able to rattle them off at a run a ball. But the difference between the energy in an innings when it's declaration runs, and the third innings compared to now when it's all on the line, even if the track is good, it does mean that, used that word momentum before, something that people debate constantly on social media, whether it's a thing or not, but I subscribe to it. I subscribe to the cricket gods. I'm a believer. And,
I think
when you're on, you're on.
I think you could just change the word to pressure. What pressure is there out there at the moment? Which side feel a little bit more on top right now in the moment in the middle? And that's Middlesex with those 2 wickets and this man Tom Helm. But he'll have lifted Bamba. He'll have lifted the field, as you can hear. But yeah, going back to the bigger picture, if they were to work it down to a 20-20, if they could go at 4 and over for the next 10 and have it down to 116 to win off the last 20, they'd be pretty happy. You know, short boundary again. Yeah. But they are 4 down. my biggest wonder now is whether Derbyshire, say, get to that back 20 and say, you've mentioned it, 3 number 11s. Do they say we risk 3 wickets? Do we risk 2 wickets and then at 6 down we say shut up shop? Once they get to the 20 over mark, I've seen teams do it here before. And you ask them at the end of the match. That's got away. Just fine of Holman. I thought he was going to get out that hand swing. He did make a good attempt, picks himself up. They've turned for 2. Think about the third, but settle on a couple. Deploy doubling his tally. You talked to players after in this situation before. What were the thoughts? And the thoughts were, get it to 20, see where you are then. You know roughly where you stand in the modern vernacular of 2020 possibilities. You've got to factor in the wickets down. How many you're prepared to gamble? Gamble 2, and then try and shut up shop if, for 15, 10 overs, you've only got, as you say here, 3 number 11s. And lose one of the final set 2 at that point. But you don't want to be batting to save the game with the 3 number 11s is the point, especially with that second new ball coming. So there might come a twist point for Derbyshire, a stick or twist point now.
Yeah, it reminds me of a match we were talking about yesterday where India did exactly that at Brisbane a couple of years ago. They had 180 to get in the final session and they were able to go after it because they knew that when push came to shove, they had the artillery to bat quite deep and bat quite aggressively due to their grounding in white ball cricket. And so it was with Rishabh Pant and Washington Sundar on Test debut. I mean, one of the truly great performances in Test cricket, that end of the over, 203 for 4, 29 left for 153 runs. So again, up at about 5 and over. And this was roughly the run rate India had to go for at a comparable stage of their chase. And they backed themselves on the same grounds that you're talking to there. But the difference here for Derbyshire is that they will know, for all of the confidence that Tom Helm's bowling with at the moment, and for all of the energizer bunny qualities that Ethan Bamber has, bowling over after over, at some stage, the standing captain, or the acting captain, the stand-in captain, Toby Rowland-Jones, will have to mix things up. He won't be able to stick with these 2 all the way through. He'll bowl himself. He'll probably need to turn to a 4th bowler, the spin of De Caires, before the second new ball comes. So that's still a long way away. 21 overs to go.
Silly off in place now for Bamber. Oh, thick edge along the floor to point.
And to that end, it almost comes back to a similar situation to what it was when they began their chase about the preservation of wickets. If they can, Lewis Rees and Lewis deploy, just bat sensibly and conservatively for the next 5 or 6 overs and get a couple more overs into Helm's legs, likewise Bamber. Rowland-Jones looked tired before tea, bowling from the nursery end. Gave away a couple of 4 balls.
Should be a single. Sloman collects.
It might be that when they get to the stage you're referring to, say 20 overs to go, that might just be when they're getting a look at De Caires. Or they're getting a look at Rowland-Jones, who'll need to have a blast with the old ball and a blast with the new ball. But if it doesn't go well with the old ball, he'll have his options limited once more. So it's not necessarily about the run rate between now and, let's say, 20 to go. It's about staying about 4 down. And look, there are still 4 out on the rope. I mean, there's a deep third, deep point, deep square leg, and a long leg. There are going to be single. They're going to keep the ball ticking over due to the configuration of the field.
Well, right back to the first thing this morning. There is a very, very short boundary here for pick-up shots, but equally bowlers and captains have the option. Put that ball on a full length on the opposite side, as Derbyshire did this morning. And Middlesex, in hitting out, they did sky a few, trying to target the short boundary. Clipped away. Stoneman's dropped back, just a single. So yes, if there does come a point where Derbyshire are swinging hard, Middlesex might go for those wide Yorkers, as we saw this morning Derbyshire doing in return. Saying, well, go on then, try and manufacture it. Max Holden, left-hander John Simpson as well, really trying to take those big steps outside off stump to try and open up the short boundary when the bowling was from the pavilion end. Robbie White back on in the foreground there. As you can see, he's the man at silly mid off, and Luke Holman has gone off the field again.
Yeah, they didn't last long or give two slips a chance to go for long, did they? They had a second catcher in there for Reece for a matter of moments and whipped him out. That straight catching extra cover, I suppose you would call it, or very straight mid off alongside the pitch.
Top ball again. Just in a tweet from the Tailenders podcast. Middlesex versus Derbyshire in Division 2 of the County Championship with a copy of the latest Playfair annual, please. That's the real Super Sunday. Felix White and Greg James downstairs in the Compton stand.
G'day,
watching
gents.
on.
Yeah, we had Greg was listening in over the last couple of days. Good to have a big presence of people following the stream around the country, around the world. We've had people listening all over the place the last 4 days. Reinforces the extent to which there is this chance for the domestic game to grow in the UK through these streams, and yeah, welcome one and all to what could still be a thrilling finish.
Felix White quote tweeting that. Choose County Cricket over City Liverpool, the Masters and F1 today. Or chose, sorry. No regrets. It's a decent sprinkling in today, but Sundays can be a funny day for crowds. Sometimes you think, well, it's a Sunday, we'll turn up in good number. Best couple of days attendance-wise were the first two. Helm around the wicket, starting the 61st. I guess there probably is a good number actually down in the Compton stand below to our right. That's where the sun will be creeping in, I suppose. If you're in the Warner or the grandstand, or indeed the pavilion, the sun's behind those three stands now, so any warmth that's left to be had on this Sunday evening is the lower tier of the Compton. Much warmer day, 13 degrees. There was no peeling the covers from the grass with the frost holding them together this morning, I'm sure, for Carl, the head groundsman. Short mid wicket in place now with Helm around the wicket to the left-hander. Funny old noise off the bat on that one for Reece. Just has a look at his bat.
What a contrast between our game and the game down at Chelmsford, where Alistair Cook is doing impressions when bowling. I'm not sure who he's trying to take off here, but that tweet's doing the rounds of him running in. I'll give you a look at it as well, Kevin, see what you think. Who was Alistair Cook trying to be here on the run in?
Was that the Bob Willis? I only caught the end of it. But that was
I
only
don't
did
think
the
it
Bob
is.
Willis of no.
That's Bob Willis. That's something else.
Oh yeah, I only saw the last bit of it. Was it Cook that did the Bob Willis a few years ago?
Got a wicket. Yeah, in 2014. Was it Ishant Sharma hadn't caught down the leg side, his one test wicket.
Are they playing Kent? Is he trying to be
No.
Darren Stevens? Is he trying to be clever?
They're well, sorry, no, right, of course they are. Yeah, they are playing Kent. No, it could be Darren Stevens, yes. Hadn't even considered that.
Edged! There was a noise. Helm goes up, so does the keeper, and so does the finger. 206 for 5. Reece has gone. Helm with the third wicket in the session. He's come to life. The game's come to life for Middlesex. Still 150 out Derbyshire. They lose Lewis Reece after the two set batsmen go quickly after tea. And all the pressure heaps to Lewis to ploy now. What can he do with the two all-rounders? All of a sudden 150 is a long, long way away for the visitors. Helm's third wicket in the spell. And boy, oh boy, has he deserved it.
Yeah, a defining performance from Tom Helm, a defining spell from the nursery end, removing the two set men in Madsen and Guest initially, and now Reece as well. Bang, bang, bang for Helm, referring to those bowling rotations that Roland Jones has as acting captain, depleted as they are, not having Tim Murtagh at his disposal, but being able to set and forget with Tom Helm from the nursery end has been the right call after tea. 5 wickets to go, and it ended in a hurry yesterday. Remember, Derbyshire lost 4 for none when they reached 304 for 6, and we see the first of the 2 all-rounders, Anuj Dal, who made a really impressive half-century yesterday, adding 86 with Thompson. Well, it's Dal then Thompson now. And as you say, 150 from here. There's no need for them to panic. They don't need to shut up shop. They don't need to rule out where they are in the game as far as victory is concerned. However, 1 more wicket here, especially if it comes soon, and Middlesex will be downhill skiing. 2 more wickets, it'll be a fait accompli.
They'll be doing a Dirk Nannes.
They'll be doing it, well, Dirk on the moguls more than the downhill. But yes, it sticks, the winner of the Blast in 2008 here at Lords for Middlesex. And Tom Helm, I mean, what a performance. He would have been the last name on that team sheet. Won the spot ahead of Blake Cullen out of the 12. 3 wickets in the first innings, including 2 in 2 balls to set off that final collapse that gave Middlesex the opportunity to bat for declaration runs yesterday. That game was drifting, and drifting badly. And it was Helm who opened it up with 2 wickets, and it's been Helm again, just when it looked like Derbyshire were in the box seat to change the game again. 2 left in this over.
Comes back up the slope slightly. 2 slips in a gully in place now for Helm. Backward point, cover, mid-off. Mid-on, mid-wicket, long leg. How quickly a game can change. 6-3 field, orthodox stuff from Roland Jones and Helm in the field placing. Plenty of chatter. 5 wickets for a Middlesex victory. 20 more overs for a second new ball, so they will get that if it's required. For Derbyshire, what I think now is quite certain, they'll get 1 bite at this. There'll be 1 stage where they'll decide, get to a certain stage, whether it's 20 overs out, 15 overs out, possibly even now. And I reckon they can only gamble 1 before shutting up shop at this stage. 206 for 5, Helm 3 for 49. Had to come on to replace Tim Murtagh this morning. That's that 16.4 if you're only joining us this evening. Murtagh out with a hamstring injury, but Lewis Rees gone for 2. Caught by Simpson, clear noise. Had to be bat. Had to be bat. Helm virtually went straight through after the appeal. It took a while for the finger to go up. Whether he was just giving him the chance to walk, I suspect that was it, because that was quite the little sound I think that we all heard on the effects mic. 206 for 5.
Yeah, good last ball there from Helm as well, setting it well wide of the off stump, but decent hoop back. Maybe just a hint of, perhaps, dare I say it, reverse swing. Ball is 61 overs old. It'll still be a conventional swing, I suppose, with the Duke's ball at the start of the season, but the point being is that Helm has got it going both ways. And now Deploy, mentioned before, he was the man in form in South Africa. Only a couple of months ago, they need him here. He's been proppy to start, trying to jump on that front foot, but unable to find the gaps. Seeing the ground staff here, to their immense credit, they've prepared a cracker of a pitch. The fact that we're in the 12th and final session, and both teams can still win. That's exactly what you want. As a curator, you want all the results in play as deep as you can get.
I thought you meant the sunshine.
That too. There they are. They're taking a curtain call there. I'm really interested to see how Anuj Dal takes to this task. We've reflected on the end of his 2021 season, a couple of half centuries, an unbeaten 49 in their win to finish his maiden first-class 100. Was involved in a couple of big partnerships. Had to do it the hard way. Started at Notts. Didn't get an opportunity to play a first-team game. Got a second chance at Derbyshire through the second 11. Proved himself as a useful all-rounder last year. We referred to his batting then, but took 20 wickets last year with the ball as well. A couple in this match, including a snorter of a delivery to knock over Davies early on the second day. Has that broader responsibility as the vice chair of the PCA, working in collaboration with James Harris, formerly of Middlesex, now of Glamorgan again. He's got a bit about him. They'll need it here.
Solid in defence again. They're right on that off stump once more, Middlesex. Bamber ever reliable.
And in the case of Dahl as well, he did get his start more as a T20 player. They used him in the Blast before he started getting opportunities against the red ball. So when it comes to that equation you're referring to, Kev, about where are they at 20 overs? Well, they're still 7 overs away from that. 150 on the board. Yeah, it looks a long way away, but if they can just maintain their composure and keep their cool, as they have at tough moments through the course of this match, seeing a couple of catching covers put in here for deploy on the basis that he just keeps lunging forward.
Yeah, two in there. Just working out, it's Holden that's moved to backward point now, so the first coming in to collect that one, Jack Davis. The other's Josh DeCares. But yeah, you know, with the advent of 2020, the game's changed massively in terms of what's capable after tea now, on the final day in chasing. So there have been many occasions when, you know, it's been close, and there's always come a point where you think, well, have a go and see, you know, whether it's a long shot or not. But usually the equation comes down to that wickets column. Are you 3 down, are you 4 down? Will you gamble it to 7? And at 7, shut up shop? Oh, it's beautifully put away. Goodness me, full face of the bat from deploy. And just pushing it gently, but timing it sweetly. Wide of mid-on. Up to the Warner it goes. 4:20 over, 62 gone, 25 remain of a brilliant, 26 indeed, 26 of a brilliant Division 2 match here. Brilliant match of first-class cricket. 147 more required. Derbyshire 210 for 5.
Well, the required rate might have gone from about 4.6 to 5.6 across the last 55 minutes since his final session started, and they might have lost 3 wickets, but if deploy can strike the ball like that and find some touch, then it won't take long before they're back in the hunt again. That was a beautiful shot. As you say, full face of the bat, through wide long on, up the hill, classy stuff.
Just comes back up again, right in behind it, Dahl.
I wonder how many overs they bowl here for Helm. I mean, it's just that fine balancing act. My sense is they'll be thinking, well, wind at his back, as it were. 3 wickets in this stretch. If he keeps threatening, then they have to just keep bowling him and deal with, well, let their future selves deal with the problem of the second new ball.
Yeah, I think I'd go Roland Jones at the pavilion end, take Bamber out and ask him to replace Helm in a little while. He, as such, in terms of spells, he has bowled a couple of overs more than Roland Jones, but in this spell now, just keep him going, let Roland Jones start up from the pavilion end. Bamber bowled 19 now, sorry. We wondered whether he'd go through to about maybe 20, 21 maybe, and then be withdrawn for Roland Jones, coming back later for the new ball. There's perhaps a little indication. Gully warming up is Josh DeCares. Thompson bowled with great success in the first innings from the nursery end, where he was bowling against the slope, and right-handers then were hitting with the spin to the shorter boundary. However, what he had in that first innings was, well, as strong a winds. Strong enough to keep those floodlights down. They weren't allowed to put them up on day one because the winds were too strong. He was bowling almost straight into it. It was resulting in a lovely bit of drift for him. But you'd have to think that DeCares from the pavilion end is perhaps the answer. So maybe Roland Jones will replace Bamber with DeCares.
Just that extra yard, isn't it, with Helm. Clearly the fastest on show in this Middlesex lineup throughout the week. We saw 2 balls ago thud the gloves of Simpson. Then an in-swinging Yorker. Then full and straight. No speed radar, hard to tell what pace he's actually bowling at, but just in relative terms, that is a factor here. And again, into the gloves of Simpson. And that goes to the pitch as well. We were referring to what a great surface it's been, but at no point have we seen balls struggling to get through. There were maybe a question or two about the pace in the track earlier in the match. Well, I don't remember many instances of the ball not getting through, and typically, both in the case of Guest and Simpson, taking the ball comfortably. And all the slips chances have carried when there have been genuine edges.
Bowls again. He's in a lovely rhythm at the moment, Tom Helm. Lovely groove. 3 wickets here at Lords, and that will feel mighty good for him. Again, that chat last night about getting in the side and staying in the side. What he's got to do so. Well, he's, I think, penciled himself in for Cardiff, that's for sure. This is a fine start to the season. 210 for 5.
Yeah, that Middlesex flag flying on top of the turret on the left-hand side of the pavilion. That's where we were commentating the Blast games from a couple of seasons ago. Feels like a long time ago.
It looked cold up there.
Yeah, it wasn't fun. It was a great experience to be up there, and we worked out that cricket hadn't been commentated at the top of the pavilion for about 20 years since they put the media centre in position. So it was a privilege on that basis. But yeah, far prefer being where we are at this end of the ground, needless to say. And they are pulling the lever here with De Caires. I think this is a good idea. I think this is acknowledging their resources aren't what they would want at this stage of the game. When is the chance to milk? Yeah, it might be 3 overs, but as many as 5 overs out of De Caires just to take some miles out of the legs of the seamers so that they can reach the finish line firing on all cylinders, or as close as they can to firing on all cylinders. And they've picked the moment when the left-hander's on strike. Granted, hitting towards the short boundary if he sees fit, but surely he couldn't take that on at this point.
Deploy. Turns to deep square.
So overthrows don't help.
Oh no. Down the hill it goes as well. Bamber sets off. What have they taken? An extra 2, yeah. So deploy moves to 13.
But
no,
yes,
they only got back for an extra 1, did they? No, hold on. Yeah. It's been a long 4 days, Collar.
No, that's okay. We're going okay. We're going okay. Yeah, but if you're going to milk these overs out of De Caires, yeah, it might be 3, might even just be a couple, just to break things up a bit. Best to do it now, when Dahl's not set, hasn't scored a run as yet. Deploy with the exception of that lovely stroke down towards wide long on, hasn't looked good.
Nice bit of loop, started wide, and Dahl able to just trap that back down on it for a single. Swept up by the sub-Souter.
On the other side of the equation is Derbyshire need to play this smart. They need to be mindful of the wickets column, principally, at this point. And I think they can do that by, well, without necessarily ruling out going for the win. So long as they get through the next 5 overs without losing a further wicket, they can stop and prop again. That's the position they're in. And that's because they only lost 2 wickets before tea. Between the start of their innings and tea, they've earned the chance to have options deep. But they'll give that away if they lose their heads between now and the point where about 20 overs to go. Mindful of that second new ball as well. The window might be that they've got sort of a 5 or 6 over burst before the second new ball, and again they can assess how they're going to play it. They can attack that short boundary.
It's a nice length. He's found that a couple of times in the last 3 deliveries of the over there, De Caires. It's an outside top of off. Just a length where Deploy relatively happy back, but could be forward as well. And again, scoring off that length and that line with the slope as well, a difficulty. 2:14 for 5, 24 overs of the match remaining. So the last half an hour isn't, oh sorry, the last hour of the match isn't going to be called for another 8 overs, which will be what, 25 to 6. Sun's pretty high in the sky though, blazing through some hazy cloud at the moment, pretty happily. The floodlights are in position though if needed. Been blessed with the weather these first 4 days in terms of the light anyway. So those that have been here over the 3 days won't thank me saying that about the wind chill, but just see it's a hazy cloud at the moment, and that sun is fully illuminating Lords. No need for the floodlights anywhere near just yet. Here's that change. We wondered what they'd do. It's Helm out, 3 for 49 from 17.4. Roland Jones 1 for 49 from 14. Stand-in skipper goes back to himself again after that long spell. Excruciating it felt watching before tea. Starts up on the legs. Long leg will come round, try and run him out, happily be back for 2.
Yes, so we saw Roland Jones start that spell from the pavilion end, then swung himself around, so it was a spell in 2 chunks. The first half of it was most potent, looked a threat throughout, found the edge of Godalming, but the second half away from us, not so much.
Roland Jones continuing with this orthodox field, looking for the wickets. He's got that protection at cover. That's Holman back on as a sub again. See if it's Robbie White. No, he's in at second. Might be Eskenazi actually. He's popped off. Slip's changed. Cares is the gully. White is at second. I reckon slip is probably Jack Davis at the moment.
Yeah, that's right.
It's that brilliant catch by Eskenazi, wasn't it? Where for a moment time stood still. He and the ball fell backwards after a slight fumble, and you wondered whether he'd emerge with it. He did. That in itself feels like an eternity ago now.
Yeah, part of a collapse of 3 for 9 after tea. So they started well after tea. So 17 runs in 4 overs, and we're at that run rate they needed to be. And then, yes, Tom Helm clicked into gear.
Right, Philly's missed out a little there. Dahl, loopy one, full outside of the off stump. Really just traps bat, ball and ground together. Smiles on faces at the moment. That wasn't the case half an hour, 40 minutes ago from Middlesex. Not done yet though. Dahl and deploy. Again, I'm still looking at the what can you do in a T20. It's 141 more to win, 24 overs out. Let's have it down to that 125, 120.
Yeah, I think that's when they, again, it's about what have they earned. If they're 5 down with 20 overs to go, a couple of overs into the legs of Roland Jones, if De Cares is still bowling, that'll be an important part of the risk-reward assessment they'll make.
Oh, that keeps low. Bat trapped down on it, deflected off the toe in the end, off the inside edge, and there's that big smile of Roland Jones. Feeling a much happier team right now as he collects his sweater from the umpire. 2:16 for 5, the end of the 65th. 23 remain of a really finely contested, finely fought 4 days here in the first class game at Lords. 2 teams that had a pretty rough 2021. Could be they walk away with the honours even, but one of them could be walking away feeling pretty rough tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, that last ball was still fairly well outside the off stump. There wasn't any prodigious movement back towards Dahl, but just a thick inside edge that nearly had him in strife. So it's deploy He'll have to get against the spin, but to the short boundary. Only one man out. They're tempting him. They wouldn't mind him to try and take on deep mid-wicket. So a deep forward square leg on the rope. A deepish point, but that's it. We'll deploy, take the bait. Instead he'll take a single. But it's that... You know, I think it's about getting to sort of maybe 18 or 20 overs to go, almost ignoring the runs until then, accepting that the ball will tick over. Needed to do better there. Full toss missed out on by Dahl, especially when the field's spread for Roland Jones, or more spread than it is at the moment. De Keer's going at roughly 4 and over so far in the innings. So a couple of singles to the sweepers either side of the wicket in this over so far. 2 balls left in it. And there, if they're still 5 down, and there's, as we say, 18 overs to go, still 10 away from the second new ball, with all the bowlers having bowled since tea, I think they go, right, this is our window. We allow ourselves effectively happy hour, give ourselves 10 overs at it, dart to finish, well bowled, good over, just 2 runs coming from it, 218 for 5, deploy 14, Dale's 4, this pair have added 12, 138 to go if they go for it in 22 overs. But yeah, from say overs 18 onwards, they say, right, this is our window, it opens between here and the second new ball. If they manage to bat in a way that they have the wind at their back and they add 80 or so runs in that 10 over block, well, it continues against the second new ball. If it doesn't, and they lose a couple of wickets, or they can't get any momentum, but especially if they were to lose wickets, then it becomes a very straightforward decision for the Brains Trust to make, and they shut up shop and they bat conservatively against the second new ball and they see out the game. But yeah, I don't think that window's open yet. I think they're going to have to just bide their time here and wait till Dahl gets set. He's only faced 17 balls, and Roland Jones is only starting this spell. A lot of this is about working out when the right time is to take on the bowlers based on how exhausted they might be. And for Roland Jones, as we saw before tea, really good for 4 overs from the pavilion end, zippy, but by over 5 and over 6, he was ropey. As you'd expect for a guy who's bowled so many overs over the last 3 days.
I was just working out of the 9, 10 and Jack. Connors at 9, Lackmal 10, Sidebottom severely hampered with that hamstring injury in the first innings. Looks in a lot of pain, a lot of discomfort when he's out there for just 2 deliveries. First delivery was forward defence. Second ball was a lifting one taken by Davis in the slips off Roland Jones. There's Billy Godleman on the far right. Started it off so well. Second left, Mickey Arthur. But what capability does Connors have to hold up an end to save a game? Lackmal likewise. I guess it's Thompson next though. It feels like this partnership or bust, doesn't it, for them? And then by the time you get to Thompson, you don't want to leave yourself to last chance saloon with 9, 10 and 11.
Yeah, that's kind of my point before around if they're still 5 down in a few overs time. Like, they probably can't afford to play that hand if they're 6 down. Because you're right. As we saw yesterday, 6 down, well, they lost their last 4 wickets for none. That's it. That's evidence enough for me. Haven't seen a short ball today, down the leg side. Having sent out the deep square leg. So 2 out for that shot. Dahl thinks better of it. But if they're 5 down with 18 to go, again, sort of picking a number out of the sky to an extent, but more to do with Roland Jones. And maybe they go a little bit earlier against De Keers, but at that stage, it might just be they say, look, this is an opportunity we've earned, and we're going to give ourselves the chance to grasp it. And if we can't, if we're not good enough, Then we have the insurance policy with Thompson. And one of these two men at that stage would still obviously be there by deduction. And at 6 down, they could say, look, balance of probability is we have to play it out from here. We don't want to undo all the good work across 4 days. And they have put in some yards, Derbyshire. To think where they were at stumps on night one, 307 for 4. And that 6 for 69 they claimed to finish off Middlesex. And batting as well as they did across 117 overs. On the pull, chance, put down. That's Tom Helm racing around from long leg. Got a decent look at it. Gets a pat on the head, but that was the chance. That was the plan. 2 short balls consecutively. And Helm didn't quite go straight to him. It was flat. Had to move along to his left. But down it goes. 219 for 5. And we talk about the big moments that Middlesex have been able to take behind the wicket, especially Eskenazi. A couple of very sharp chances today. Simpson as well. Down the leg side against Shan Masood. Well, it might very well be that's the most important yet, and it hasn't been taken. De Cares continues.
Tough one on the move, wasn't it? He'd be disappointed he's not taking it. Roland Jones will be disappointed he's not taking it. You can understand why it went down from Helm. But nonetheless, he'll be mightily disappointed that he didn't hold on. Wonderful afternoon, wonderful evening that he's had.
Yeah, having bowled so well. Extra purchase there from De Cares. Just enough movement, but Dahl equal to it, steering away a couple. He's 7.
Wonderful.
221 for 5, 135 left on the board for Derbyshire.
Wonderful game, in fact. 30 not out in the first innings, 44 balls. They're pretty crucial right now. Just topped them up down the bottom, didn't they?
Yep, absolutely. He's done everything right, Tom Helm, until then. Flatter from De Cares.
Actually brought up the 4th batting point, didn't he, for Middlesex after the fall of Simpson and Roland Jones.
Well, spot on. He only had 1 ball to do it. Hit a 3 from the final ball, hit a boundary.
Middlesex winners. He stole a man of the match off Eskenazi. It's 118.
So gap at mid-wicket if Dahl wants it. Man in there catching, but the man out is a deep backward square. Good from De Cares around the wicket. Squeezing him into the offside. End of another tidy over. Get through it quickly as well, just to keep the board ticking over. That's a factor as well. Suddenly, 20 becomes 18, becomes 15, and so it goes when you've got a spinner going at one end and you can bowl a 75-second over like that. 2-2-1 for 5. And we are to 20 overs left. So 135 to go. That is inside 7 and over. Far from out of reach. But it's going to take a moment in time when they decide that they want it. I wonder whether it'll be this Roland Jones over. They have ridden their luck to the extent that there were 2 short balls. Dahl was willing to let the first one go. Had a bite at the second, put down at long leg. Now it's deploy on strike. Roland Jones is going to stay over the wicket by the looks of things. No, he's changing angles, so we might see the short ball again. Man at fine leg. That's Helm. And a deep square, Holman, who's a jet out there, as we've seen in the blast over the last couple of years. Catching mid-wicket as well, and 2 slips. So, in outfield. No deep point. If he drops short, he'll be hammered away for 4. You can be sure of that. So it has to be full enough to bring deploy forward or leaving, or short enough to bring the 2 men in the deep into the game. In between length won't work.
Just pondering that. If Middlesex win the match, Helm man of the match. If Middlesex don't win the match, Eskenazi man of the match because of that drop catch, Tom Helm. Robbie White as well. Big mention for his 81 in the second and needs to go with 65 in the first. So 146 runs across the match. Excellent for him. He's the highest run scorer in the game, isn't he? Or indeed Masood. Masood's got 153.
I'll pop a fifth name in there. Pending what happens in the next hour or so. If Andrew Dale can steer Derbyshire to victory after a crucial half century and a cup in the first innings, that is, to get them beyond 300, and taking the wicket that got the collapse going on morning 2, a sensational delivery around the wicket, pavilion end, bending back the off stump of Jack Davies. If he were to be there all the way to the end, I think
he grabs it
in the mixer as well. All to play for. There's the short ball, taken on, only for one. A controlled hook from Deploy. Deploying that stroke for the first time. He's 15. 2 for 5. I mean, it doesn't feel like they've decided to put it away, that's for sure. If they're still looking to hook, and as we saw a couple of overs ago with Dale, they still, and again, this comes back to the philosophy of someone like Mickey Arthur. The message coming back the other way won't be that, look, let's wind it up. It will have been more along the lines of, I'm sure, let's just get through to a point where we can have a dart with a bit less risk, and they've given themselves that stability here.
Well, there are a couple of balls off a run of ball, aren't they? 20 overs left. 134. Plenty more words from Toby Rowland-Jones to the batsman as well, like that, I'm sure, as well. But, yeah, at a run of ball to win, they don't need to be sending the ball to all parts, do they? Especially with a short boundary, because a tiring bowling attack will send down a few loose balls to be put away.
So 2 out again for the short ball, not far away from each other. When's it coming? Not here. Past the edge. Snorter. Comes through so quickly and on such an angle that not even Simpson can glove it. Rowland-Jones still bending his back, the acting captain. He's bowled 17 overs, 1 for 53. It remains 2 for 5, so 134 now in 19 overs.
That was the bounce, pace, climb that Helm managed to get to extract guests earlier on. That catch that Eskenazi had to do extremely well to hang on to. And again, nursery end at Lord's, big fellas like that bowling up the hill, you can hit the incline and go up. Speaking of big fellas bowling up the hill, I wonder how many times he bowled up the hill here at Lord's.
The great Gus. So 2 slips here for De Caires. Could have done better with that, short and wide, but picks out Holman at deep point, the only sweeper on the offside.
First time I spotted Gus on the balcony in this game, I think.
There with Jade Dernbach, bowling consultant.
Poor old Rory Coote, surrounded by all those bowlers.
Just one sweeper on the offside for Dale, and that's deep point again. Tom Helm doing the tidying up. So will Deploy take on the short boundary? 1 man out at deep backward square. Where does the calculated risk come in? Are they going to let De Caires bowl to them?
Yeah, I was going to ponder whether actually, of all the bowlers that we mentioned, perhaps De Caires is the one. Because again, he's got to help. He's got to get through some overs here. And if they decide, look, if we're going to take a risk, the risk we're going to take is against the young spinner.
Was it the 4th over of his spell? He's done a job. Beautifully bowled. Still offering a bit of flight as well.
Yeah,
they got 2 slips for that delivery.
He's almost done enough, hasn't he, with this 4 over spell? Then you really need a couple more out of him, and then you think the other 3 will be able to get through the last 17 or so.
They want to, they should get to. So Deploy shuffled across his stumps there. Actually, Deploy wants... No. For a moment, wanted 3, but they thought better of it. 2, 4 for 5. So again, just a little bit of resourcefulness there from the left-hander, jumping across his stumps before the ball was bowled. bit of managed risk trying to access that quadrant of the field. Last ball. Flat and straight. Good. Very important spell from De Caires. It may not show up in the analysis, 12 overs for 47, but the work he's been able to do to provide a break to Bamber and Helm is vital. Because the second new ball will come in 10 overs and they're going to need one or both of them to be fresh and firing, and that wouldn't have been possible if they were forced to bowl the whole way through, and De Caires has given them that flexibility they say desperately need after Tim Murtagh went down. He's bowled 12 of the 70 overs, 12 overs for 47. The rate required as it was, no problem whatsoever. Roland Jones again. 2 out for the short ball at Dale. So he bowled 2 bounces at him in a row. Nearly got him out with the bouncer. Hasn't bowled one since. When's it coming again? It must be coming again.
So look, Derbyshire can win this. There's no two ways about it. But if you were to put it in the terms of T20, to say that Derbyshire are now into their 3rd over of the chase, they still require 130 and they're 5 down. It's never happening. This is the first class game. Deploy has been out there for 49 balls. Dal 33. Different type of pressure to that arena of T20.
Solid. Getting hundreds of listeners, or watchers rather, coming our way on YouTube as they leave the other games around the country.
Where have you been?
We've sort of moved away from paying too much attention to the other games. I might give it a very, very, very top line summary. Northants need 73 runs. They're still going for it. They're 226 for 4. They should get there from there inside the last hour. Thrilling finish at Wantage Road. Glamorgan has seen off the threat presented by Durham. There's the short ball, controlled into the onside. Gets a single.
Bemused Roland Jones at the way that was played.
So at one stage Durham had Glamorgan in strife, but Kieran Carlson done the trick there. We've got Alistair Cook bowling at Essex. Indeed, he's batting in the second innings. Sorry, yes he is. That game's irrelevant to our interests, but just to note that, yes, if you want to see Alistair Cook bowling in professional cricket, you can do so by jumping on Twitter and typing in his name. He was bowling earlier this afternoon. A ball draw at Edgbaston between Surrey and Warwickshire. They'll be shaking hands. Nope, they've already shaken hands there, as they have at Essex. Full from Roland Jones around the wicket to deploy. If he's short, again, there's no sweeper on the offside. That is the short boundary. Leicestershire are 1 wicket away from defeat. Worcester have got them 198 for 9, so Worcester should finish the job there at Grace Road. Notts won by 10 wickets. They bowled out Sussex for 172 in the second innings and collected the 14 runs they needed without losing their openers. So a come from behind, well, not come from behind victory, but Sussex did make 375 in the first couple of days. Well played them. Notts get on the board. Roland Jones full and straight again. So the 2 games of meaningful interest that are left very much here at Lord's. Don't leave us here. Worcester will have the job done very soon at Grace Road, so there's not much interest there. And Wantage Road, that'll be the grandstand finish. They need 67 runs, the home side, in 11 overs with 6 wickets in hand. That'll be fun. Maybe in a second tab. Roland Jones finishes here. Another tidy over. 227 for 5. So we've reached that mark around that mark I was talking about, Kev. 17 overs to go. 129 to win. They're not going to get their batting conservatively. We've reached the stage where conventional batting won't get them to the finish line. The required rate from here is up at 7.6 and over. They're not going to get there in ones. They're going to have to get there by taking down a bowler or 2 and then backing themselves against the second new ball to let the good times roll. That's due in 9 overs from now. Dale's faced 35 balls for his 9. Deploy has faced 52 for his 18, and they're going to go with De Caires again, which has worked so far. And now they are feeling a little bit more freedom with their field placements. They've got a silly point, a short leg and a slip. So they might have assessed that they're not quite going for it as hard as they were before. Drive out to cover here to start the over. That is a sign, isn't it? They've detected that Derbyshire have pulled back a gear, and maybe there won't be that dart we've been expecting. Leaving a lane outside the off stump, further evidence of that.
Yeah, which is great for De Caires. This will keep him in the attack for a little while. That second new ball still 9 overs away.
It really does have to be here, doesn't it? 3 dot balls to start. Hard to be critical of Derbyshire, but I do think they have the right to at least give themselves one more chance at victory here. They have stemmed the flow after 3 quick wickets, and they're letting De Caires bowl to them.
It's 8 over now, isn't it? The required rate.
Yeah. Well, they're letting a 19-year-old spinner bowl to them.
That was what I was going to say, that if they were to think, right, one last shot at this, then maybe they should take on De Caires at this moment. No sign of it at all, though.
Yeah, 5 dot balls. We'll go around the wicket to finish, as he's done a couple of times to complete his overs. So Davies just goes a fraction squarer at short leg, and they push out the deep point. I think Davies will probably end up on the offside. In there at silly point, and they go with a leg slip instead. Wide at slip. Into the gloves of Simpson. That's where De Caires looks most dangerous. Across the right-hander. Extra bounce. Maiden complete. Haven't said that too often in the second innings of Derbyshire. 227 for 5 the score. 129 from 16 needed. So into that final hour. And it would feel from here, as they officially signal the final hour. Ring the bell at Lords. We're into the final hour. Kev, why don't you do the first 30 and I'll do the last 30.
So, the 32 minutes past 5, it's a minimum of 16 overs. So as many as they can get through in this hour now, isn't it? The final hour is signalled. So with De Caires bowling, could be 17, could be 18. Nice ball to start up around the wicket again from Roland Jones to deploy. Interesting, they've still only got 2 slips in place for deploy. Points back. Should that be the case at this point? Perhaps.
Yeah, it feels as though they've got 2 separate games going here. One to Dale and one to deploy. They fancy themselves with deploy trying to take on the short ball. Out goes a deep mid wicket for it too. So searching for wickets with 5 men out. They've got a plan. What will it be?
Goes full with this one, and they'll pick up a single. They've got no covering, so I guess Points being deep is covering 2 positions, isn't he?
Well, the plan's to get Dale on strike then.
Yeah.
If pushing out the deep mid wicket, then bowling a delivery that's full and straight. That's not about trying to get a top edge. It's about believing they've got a better opportunity of knocking over Dale and getting a look at Thompson, and so it goes. Which stands to reason. Deploy a far more seasoned veteran, a man in good nick in the last couple of months. And for all of Dale's development in the last portion of 2021 and the fine innings he played yesterday, he's still very much the junior partner, coming in at number 7. Short leg now too.
No run, no run. Just dabbing the bat down on that one. Short leg in. Reminding that ball can be dropped in short, can't just plunge forward.
You know, I'm a little bit surprised they've gone this way, Derbyshire. I just felt like they were scoring at a decent enough rate, only 3 or so and over, but a decent enough rate that it didn't get completely out of hand with 18, 19 overs to go. What was it? 7.6 and over to go, I think it was, when De Caires bowled his previous over. And they let De Caires bowl a maiden to them, Dale specifically, instead of trying to manufacture something there, knowing that Thompson was to come. Instead, catches around the bat, and the game moves into a different phase where the runs to win become less of a factor unless something out of the ordinary happens from here, and we see a a dramatic shift in gears. Holman jumps over to the onside and makes his way to the deep mid-wicket rope. So 3 out for the short ball, plus the short leg, telegraphing his punch.
Just plunge the single. Throw goes in. It's well wide from Stoneman. I think that'd have been safe anyway. He was opening up his body, to go to the non-striker's end, Stoneman, but then decided he would try to run out, deploy at the wicket-keeper's end, but well wide with the throw.
Isn't it interesting how against the grain it's been for them to pull up as well, in that, I mean, what we've both discussed through the last 24 hours has been, well, you know, with a session to go, with 20 overs to go, the modern game, white ball cricket, the proliferation of high fourth innings chases that we're seeing around the world in first-class cricket, that they went all the way to that point, then lost 3 for 9 and said, actually, you know, we've been put off by that, rather than thinking, well, we'd only lost 2 wickets to tea, end of 73, 229 for 5, so that's 15 overs left, 127 to get, rather than thinking, well, we only lost 2 to tea, which means even though we've lost 3, we've still got 5 wickets in hand with Deploy, a man who can really put the foot down. He's got 100 at this ground.
Yeah, just before those 3 wickets fell, we were discussing, weren't they, that 2 had fallen in 55 overs. Just a little bit more, maybe. And you said Middlesex, they need 2 in the first hour of the final session of the match, really, if they're to open this up. Well, they very quickly snuffled 3 immediately after you said that, and as you say, Derbyshire have gone the other way then. I thought, right, 3 quick ones like that.
Comment here from Harry Clem on YouTube. Deploy 100 mode coming. I think he was the second highest scorer at the Welsh Fire last year, so if that were to be the case...
And as you say, Dahl came in as a T20 player. Yeah, that's true.
But again, the energy has just changed in the last quarter of an hour.
Oh yes, as I say, it's well gone now.
The very fact that they've got the 3 catching men, not even bothering with a deep point.
Which away. Gets through, 4 runs it is. Dahl's on to 14.
Well, at least he put away the short and wide one.
Yeah, those runs almost feel irrelevant now. You wonder, could he get another one around the bat, just mount the pressure in terms of the field placings.
Well, maybe this is rope-a-dope stuff.
Nice looking drive. Away it goes for 4.
I'll build on that now, because back-to-back boundaries. Maybe they wanted, maybe Dahl's plan was to lull Middlesex into a false sense of security, and now that they've brought the field in, this will be the point where they choose to unleash. I mean, you don't see that as a strategy. It's not plan A, but...
Well, maybe what happened was that if they do go on from here, is that rather than look at the last 20, because they were 5 wickets down, let's leave it that little bit later to go.
Yeah, quite possibly.
Solid defence there. Thinking, look, if you go for the last 15, when you're 5 down, then you haven't got as long to shut up if a couple fall quickly.
And the point about the 100's a good one too.
Full toss, no run. We're straight to mid-on.
Yeah, in relation to Deploy, I mean, I know we're sort of trying to find a route to victory for Derbyshire here. It's in our interest to do so. We want the game to go all the way to the end. Why wouldn't we? We'd love to see a thrilling finish. I'm sure everyone feels the same on the stream. But like, Deploy has got that ability. They push the field out now.
Holden's just gone into second slip, hasn't he, from silly point?
Whilst giving singles on both sides of the ground.
End of the over, 237 for 5. I was chuckling because I could just see the close-up of Holden there dancing back and forward behind the batsman, not realising where they wanted him. Eventually settled on second. So 14 overs to go, a minimum of 119 to win. And 237 for 5, the Derbyshire score.
Yeah, I don't mind your theory there, as far as just trying to find an achievable route to victory for Derbyshire. Noting that they're near enough to 10 and over to win from here, so the probability has gone through the floor, given it was 4.6 and over at the final break, and they've lost 3 wickets since then, and yeah, things just haven't trended their way. But it might be that they go later to give themselves less time to shut up shop entirely, if that were to be so. And Roland Jones here bowling the 5th over of his spell. He'll be a tied boy.
Scampered single. No, I mean, look, there's runs around the park, isn't there? Again, it wasn't far off a runner ball not too long ago. But
James Keyworth saying here, I know it's the commentator's job to talk up a chance at Derbyshire's chase, but I think that ship has sailed. It may very well have sailed, but we're just sort of sketching out after those back-to-back boundaries and looking at the fields that are being set, and on the basis of what deploy can do. I mean, it's unorthodox to try and do it all in the last 10.
I think because it's this partnership or bust, as we said, then maybe that's what they're thinking. Look, it's going to have to be you two. If one of you fall, that's definitely it. There's no more. So maybe they leave it to the last 10 and go. And in that last 10, there is that second new ball. And they make the decision against a tired attack. Look, this second new ball could really fly if these two get in. And if it doesn't, if it only flies in the sky and one of them's gone, then quickly shut up shop. They'll need to tick over a little bit over these next few overs, though. An indication there that was more of a defensive push to mid-on, where he could have been a little bit more positive against that one, though, which again tends back to what we were saying that Derbyshire had done.
And I have respect for the position that it's the first game of the season. Derbyshire have done everything to earn their points from the draw, their 8 points, and why would they want to sacrifice it from here? That is the very worthy other side to this. That the risk profile on doing something enterprising here and backfiring and then losing the game and walking away from here with only a few bonus points to their name, that'd be galling after all the hard work. So yeah, there are two sides to this.
From Middlesex's perspective, 5 wickets in 13.2 overs. They've got work to do themselves. The bouncer, but it'll only take one though. Just one, and all of a sudden new batter in, an end opener. The chat will be relentless. It's still pretty busy out there. Crowd have just about hung in there, as you would at this stage, really. There is the chance. 5 wickets. Well, for 0 runs at 1 point, 4 for 0 to end the innings. Then Middlesex is first of their second innings. That's exactly what they'll be clinging to here, Middlesex. 238 for 5 then, 13 to go. So 118, you can pretty much forget that bottom right corner now. It's mainly about the bottom lefts. And that single digit in the middle of the board at the top. 5 down, 13 overs left. The last 8 of the day will be bowled. The second new ball now. Duquesne is done, none for 55 from 14, so Bamber comes back on, 1 for 62 from 19 for him. So he's not held back to the second new ball. Maybe they'll go nasty with Helm and Roland Jones, or... well, I suppose he could almost bowl through from here, 7 overs. Bamber, that'd take him up to 26 for the innings. Around the wicket to deploy. 2 slips, a gully. Backward points being sent just a little deeper. I don't think he's going all the way, is he? No, he is going to turn tail and head off to the boundary rope now. Max Holden. Perfect line of length. Right in the top of off stump. Deploy perfectly in behind it as well. Again, the pitch, the ball, the bowlers, just not quite the pace to really be fizzing through at this stage. But a 6-3 field. Bamber just sends back the deep square as well. Just died on its way through to Simpson. Everything we were saying really about the pace of this surface. Certainly been more noticeable on this final day, the ones that have died through to the keeper, or a couple that have died on their way through to the slips. Also just found one or two more that were starting to lift, certainly from the nursery end. Again, fabulous 5-day surface, this one. Quick single to that vacant point. Luke Holman runs to collect. So yeah, Bamber could bowl through from that end now. Whether Roland Jones will take this little spell, then give Bamber and Helm the second new ball to finish from either end. So 2 slips in a gully. And back in down the slope. Davis and White there. That's slip and second respectively. Where's Eskenazi headed off to? So Holman's on as sub again.
What a crucial spell from Josh De Cares. He sent down 6 overs and conceded 20 runs from the pavilion end, and we spent a bit of time talking about what was needed in this final session for Middlesex. When Derbyshire were 2 down, and of course it was 8 wickets, yes, but it was how do you construct a session of 39 overs, make that 38 overs. How do you play it in such a way that you don't end up giving Derbyshire a rails run to victory, and how do you keep yourself in it with rotating your bowlers? And De Cares had to be part of that equation, and he did his job perfectly. 6 overs, none for 20.
Now, that one found a little bit of bounce again. High up on the splice, bottom glove off from Dahl. Ended the over, 239 for 5. Dahl 18, deployed 21, and as is the way, all the way through, there was talk about Middlesex didn't set him enough, should have batted for longer, should have gone on a little while longer. As it turns out, probably set him too much. Derbyshire now shutting up shop. If they were 50 runs closer, they might be thinking about it still.
Oh, no, yeah. Nothing wrong with the declaration. There's always Monday morning quarterbacking on declarations, no matter what the situation is when you don't get the 10 wickets. Had Middlesex set Derbyshire fewer runs in more overs, then, well, that was it speaks for itself where we'd be right now. So, I think they got that spot on, and they couldn't have foreshadowed losing Tim Murtagh in the 9th over of the 4th innings either. De Cares has bowled so well that he's earned himself another spell at the nursery end as well. There,
good ploy this. See if you can pick up some bounce from the nursery end. Trying to turn it away up the slope from the left-handed Lewis Deploy. He's on strike first up. Oh, cry a catch. Backward points. Luke Holman. Certainly played away from the body there, Deploy. It was not really a cut. Only just bringing the bat down on it. One for leg slip and short leg.
I feel like I want to revisit Kevin Handviz one more time.
The draw.
Noting that you went short on the draw and I went long on the draw just before tea.
You did.
And I copped a bit of stick in the comments about how we framed it up, but let's just... Where it was then, I had Middlesex 25, Derbyshire 23, the draw 52.
Yep.
Thinking that if there are a couple of quick wickets, they might find it hard to chase it down. So it's been. How would we do it now?
Derbyshire 0.
I'm going to give them 1. It's because of the modern game. I'm going to give them 1.
You're giving Ty 0? Or Ty has to have 1 then as well, then, does it?
But Ty, no, I think because Ty's such a small chance, you don't even give it a number. It's like a 0.1, right? You round it down. I think I'm giving Middlesex 20 in the draw 79. That's a bit high on Middlesex, even though, isn't it? If they would need another wicket before the second new. If they get one more wicket before the second new ball, maybe I'd take them back to 20. purely because we know that 2 more wickets from here and it could be game over quite quickly.
Yep, I'd go with that fully. That's pretty much what I had in mind just before you said it, those percentages. 239 for 5. What's massively, dramatically changed it was the 3 quick wickets. After that long wait, just 2 wickets, all innings long. What over was it when the 3rd wicket fell?
When the 3rd wicket fell, the score was 197.
And they were in the 55th overs. Yes, 2 wickets in the first 55 overs of the innings meant that they needed another 7. Middlesex in the last 33.
Yeah, they take 3 for 9 at that stage in 37 balls, courtesy of Tom Helm.
Bamber's just moving long leg, which is Cracknell now as a subfielder. Taking a straight line down to long leg. I'm sure it probably was sliding anyway, but oohs and ahs nonetheless around the bat as you'd expect.
And I think that 37 balls is probably as important as any other number there, because 3 for 9, that was when they weren't able to sustain the run rate they were going at before tea, and it made it that if they were going to relaunch, it was from a position of weakness where they were, I think with 19 overs to go, they needed 7.6 runs and over.
The thing about those 3 wickets as well is they were seriously bowled out. This wasn't going for shots.
Yeah.
This was proper bowling from Tom Helm.
Absolutely.
We talked all match long about a little purple patch for a bowler, really, to ignite things. Saw it at the end of the Derbyshire innings. 4 fell for no runs. And then those 3 wickets that you just mentioned there for 9. They were perhaps even the greater surprise than the collapse at the end of the final 4 wickets for no runs at the end of the Derbyshire innings. Which again is that 9, 10 and Jack scenario, isn't it? Which is why Middlesex have got that near 20% chance still. That's a nice shot. Just to be for 1 though, Roland Jones will get around. Simpson standing up now to keep deploying the crease. Just try anything at this stage really.
So Helm comes back from the nursery and with the new ball, we know that much. So there'll be 10 overs after this, so that'll mean that it's Bamber here, De Cares for 1 more, Bamber after that, new ball, Helm, and then the question is, does Bamber keep going, or does Roland Jones come down the hill and try and do what he did to win the comp in 2016?
12 bowls. Yeah, I think maybe give Bamber an over with the new ball, 2 overs maybe. If something's happening, keep him going. If
yeah, 2 or 2. Yeah, that's fair, I think. Well, given he'll already be 3 overs into his spell, maybe it's 1 over with the second new ball and then Roland Jones 3 to finish, acknowledging that Roland Jones looks the most spent of the Middlesex seamers and the extra burden that's been leading this team today.
What I fancied more with this as well was that they would gamble at least 1 more wicket than they have. But maybe they just thought, look, you're gambling when the 3 wickets fell, they're then gambling 1 wicket for 130 odd runs or whatever they required at that point. They thought realistically you're better off holding that wicket and taking the points for the draw. This man won't have given up though, Ethan Bamber. Still persevering away, just full of length on that off stump. Kept out by Dahl into the over, 241 for 5, 10 to go. 115 shy of the victory target that they had, Derbyshire. Which, 1 point, they looked in a very good possession, but never ever did they actually get to the points charge. Which I guess from a neutral perspective, if it turns out to be a draw, that'll be the shame that Derbyshire never actually reached the points charge, because that's when the match really would have ignited for both, because wickets come into play again then of course as well.
Yeah, kind of what we're seeing down at Wantage Road. I should go back and give you a sniff of this scorecard, Kev, because this is game on big time. And again, I don't want to draw eyeballs away from our stream. You can do it in a second tab, but 36 runs needed in 5.1 overs, but they've lost 2 quick wickets at 6 down. Well, So Tom Taylor's batting with Lewis McManus. Taylor's the new man to the crease. Zafar Gohar, the left-arm spinner, who they recruited late last year. Gloucestershire's taken 3. And that truly has all 4 results still alive with 5 overs to go. Looking here, they've got a number of bowling options. Ryan Higgins took the clutch wicket of Zaib, who was hanging around and made 65 for Northants. So, yes, again, I'm not encouraging people away from our coverage, but if you it would be worth keeping an eye on what's going on over at Northants as well.
Helm's warming up at mid-on. It's the last over from the nursery end with the old ball. Oh, goodness me. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. If that skidded on with the slope at all, then that off-stumper deploy was in big, big trouble. That should be it for De Clears in this match. Done for 55 from 16. He's done very well in this second innings. He hangs his head backwards and looks to the sky, but De Clears was the one that if Derbyshire were to go, they'd have gone at him. He never gave them any assistance or any indication that they'd be right to do so. Very, very well bowled from De Clears. Wonderful 80 with the bat. First-class wicket in the match as well for him, as well as his 50 in the first dig. He can walk away very happy with what he's done. He's certainly made a fair old point for the season ahead, selection permitting at university.
Yeah, I wonder how they'll play that with him. I mean, I suppose that the plan will be the plan as far as his study's concerned. No rush.
Going back down the slope from Bama. This is the last over with the old ball.
Yeah, then we enter the final frenetic phase that we foreshadowed earlier today, and we can see Tom Helm beneath us warming up, ready to roll from the nursery end, I'm certain.
Go short. Looked way down to Tom Helm, as you say, warming up down there at long leg.
And if that is it for De Clears for a time because of his commitments at university, I think that's fine too. He's a later marker for later in the season. With the ball too, again, that 6 overs from, or those 6 overs from the pavilion end was so important in this final stretch, just to almost take Derbyshire winning out of the equation. 3 maidens in that stretch too. 16 overs, 3 maidens, none for 55 will be his final analysis, assuming he doesn't bowl again from here. Gets a ripper from Sam Connors yesterday. I mean, he's beaten 2 balls before by a ball that does plenty up the slope, and next ball shoulders, or 2 balls later, shoulders arms to the same delivery and hits his off stump. You know, that happens. That's just an occupational hazard being an opening batter. It'll have happened to all of them at different times. He was looking to do the right thing and not expose the outside edge of his bat after making 80 in the first innings. Looked brilliant. Had 1 chance on 21, dropped at point, or backward point, but gave it the kitchen sink. It was a ball to be hit. It wasn't a technical error. It was just, again, something that can happen if you don't completely execute on the back foot. But the decision making we saw from him, especially the leaving alone in the first hour and a half when they were laying the foundation for this match, that's enough. Big tick, and we'll see, what happens with De Clears in a couple of months when he's finished school. In saying all of that, it may very well be that he is available, and I'm misreading the situation. But my assumption is that it'll be,
yeah, it's a fair assumption.
My assumption is that he'll return when he's ready to return, and when exams are complete and all the rest of it.
It's been a good over from Bamber. I think this over particularly highlights the trouble with trying to bowl Derbyshire out here for Middlesex. Every single ball has asked a question of the outside of the edge of the bat, but they've been there. Every ball has been asking a question of off stump, there or thereabouts. They've had to play every single one on the front foot. And so he ends on that spot as well. Brilliant over from Bamba. 80 done, second new ball available. 8 overs remain of the match. A minimum of, we should say, but it's likely to be the quickest bowler in the ball, so you can't imagine they'll get another one in on top of it. Crucially as well for Middlesex, over 8 naught. It's a red naught, which means it's not far away from a -1, but a naught it is. 243 for 5, deploy 23, dial 20. Middlesex live and enhanced stream here with myself, Kevin Handon. Adam Collins will take you through to the close.
Right, so Tom Helm once more with gusto, and that'll be the instruction from Toby Rowland-Jones. I'm sure if Tim Murtagh was available to be out there right now, it'd be him taking the second new ball. But in Tom Helm, they have a man in form. 3 wickets in the first innings, including 2 to open up Derbyshire's lower order. 4 for none to finish the job, all out 304. Well, he's got 4 overs here with a second new ball. And the second new ball and the new ball full stop hasn't been much of a factor in the game, it must be noted. But this is why they declared when they did for this last half an hour. 3 slips. Back of the length to begin.
Perfect spot. That would have been landed nicely for him to know what does the ball feel like, what does the pitch like, what does it do. That was the length where if anything really was going to happen. I want to go fuller now and just bring the batsman forward.
Well, what they can do is sort of disregard any fielder's saving runs, really. 113 to win, moot point.
It's been no fourth slip?
Yeah, it's been exactly that. I was going to say 4 short leg, a man at mid-wicket. Ooh, uppish. Again, that extra pace.
Silly Madon.
Yeah, but 4 short leg, just in terms of one that might hit the shoulder of the bat. Wearing pitch. As you say, maybe a 4th slip or a more conventional gully. It's more a backward point at the moment.
We touched on Shane Warne and Stephen Fleming when I commentated on them both captaining here at Lords for Hampshire and Notts in 2005.
Sliding.
Yeah. Nonetheless, that'll just keep them all interested. Yeah, it was. You could have just commentated on the captaincy alone, and Warne, in a situation extremely similar to this, really pushing right at the last for a victory. Everybody in an attacking, catching position for quite some time in the last hour. Every single player, and with each and every ball, somebody was moved just slightly. Just gets away, going full, targeting those pads, but away it goes down the slope.
Yeah, buys as well. That won't please Simpson, but not to worry.
But yeah, honestly, those 2 matches I'll never forget, because you know when you see something so different to what you've ever seen before or have seen after, really. Just captains so alive, alert, brilliant to watch.
Conducting the orchestra.
Indeed.
As it was with Warne. Just loved captaining teams, and he didn't do it as much as he would have liked at the international level, but relished the chance to be the captain of Hampshire for many years. Here comes the 4th slip, or not quite. Gully. Jumping over now. It's a bit naughty. Down the leg side again. Another 4 runs. This time off the pad, I fancy. Waiting for the signal from umpire Illingworth. Would it be rude to say I couldn't see whether he was signalling 4 or not there off the leg byes? I was obscured by his midriff from his body full stop. It's just true to say. I'm not passing judgment, but
it's just the angle.
From our angle, it's right behind where he would have been signalling to the scorers had he been doing so. So now 4 slips. So that previous ball, that was cheeky.
Max Holden.
Holden was at gully, then he was at 5th slip, then he was at 4th slip, and that all happened when Helm is charging in, as he does again. Last ball of the over the wicket now. Out the middle of the bat. So, 7 overs left, 5 wickets needed. Quick round the grounds to Wantage Road. 2 more wickets have fallen. Northants 266 for 8. They need 33 from 3.4 overs. They're going to have to put it away. They're going to have to call the chase off, I think. The last 2 wickets, both falling to Ryan Higgins, who's had a monster game. Higgins, the former Middlesex man, made 139 in the second dig after taking 4 for 68 bowling the first time around, and now has 3 for 43 the second time around, and that includes the wickets of McManus, the wicket-keeper, gone for 15, and then Gareth Berg out first ball, so he's on a hat-trick. Bit of former Middlesex against Middlesex there, and yes, Nathan Buck and Tom Taylor trying to hold off into the 4th last over. They won't be chasing down those runs. Can they survive Northants in their first game back in the top flight? It's a cracking contest, that. Bamber, his first chance with the second new ball. 7 overs to go. What's that rule of thumb? When you need more wickets than there is overs to go, you're in strife in a situation like this?
Well, they'll think that, the last man side bottom, which takes us all the way back to the start of the match when he limped out. I think of Murtagh limping out this morning, side bottom limping out of that first morning. If that is the last wicket to go, Middlesex will fancy their chances.
3 slips. Oh, close! Inside edge. Couple of noises. Umpire Kettleborough turns down the vociferous appeal. No concern on impacts, but yes, as we could hear through the mic, that second noise, and that was surely inside edge before front pad.
Well, that's why we're still watching. That's why folks on the stream, well, we're still watching because we have to, but folks on the stream.
Imagine we packed it in there. Yeah. Been in for 12 sessions, but second new ball, lights on at Lords. We'll go and get a cup of tea. No. Oh, 4th short leg in the game. Should have seen more. We should have had a short leg in. Both teams should have had a short leg in more often this week.
What are we paid by the hour? Is that worth sacrificing the last hour?
Not quite. It's not quite how it works. Yes,
But yeah, that's why there's 1,000 still watching at the moment on the stream.
And the rest watching elsewhere through the other platforms that do the rounds. Bamber. To Dale, who's been stoic. He's faced 70 deliveries for 20. A comment here in from Peter D, who's been chatting away throughout the 4 days, and we've enjoyed his company. Thank you, Peter, and to everybody who's been part of that ongoing conversation in the background on YouTube, all part of the fun. Credit to Derbyshire, who've battled hard, but this feels like a little opportunity missed. That's how I feel as well. Absolutely credit to them to split the difference here, chasing the game for so much of it after losing their third quick. Runs there, 4 of them. Nicely clipped by Dale. Overtaking deploy. 24 to 23. And Derbyshire go beyond 250. No, they were already there. 255 for 5 the score. So 101 to win from here, but that's not going to be happening. They decided that was the case about an hour or so ago. But yeah, with that extended tail, and even with Thompson still to come, who batted really well for 45 in the first innings, and has been around the block a couple of times, the assessment was that having fought so hard to get back into the game, the wickets on day 2, morning 2, even the economy rate on evening 1, they were able to keep things in check. 6 overs left, 255 for 5. That sort of on that basis, they weren't going to allow themselves to miss out on the opportunity to draw this game, even if there was the outside chance of a win. And I respect that. I mean, if it were me, I would have given one more chance, but one more opportunity to open the game up. But I think I have a lot of respect for the fact that they have been the team behind in the game more often than not. And on that basis, as Helm starts with 4 slips, the fact that they made the call. And remember, you might be tuning in now and saying, hang on, they're miles away from victory. They needed about 7.5 an over to go with about 19 overs, 20 overs when these two were in, and that was when they said they wouldn't be taking on the short boundary, they wouldn't be taking on the teenage spinner De Caires. Yeah, and again, I would have been interested to see what would have happened if they had a 5 or 6 over go at it just to open things up, but the fact that that wasn't to be, I think that's fine, given where they were. Shadows lengthening here now, lights are all on, through the cordon. On the bounce to third slip. Thought it snuck through just based on the reaction of Eskinazi, but it bounced comfortably in front of third slip. All the lights on, so we're starting to get that four-way reflection on the players. Still fine for the quicks, there'll be no bad light considerations, I don't expect. 6:10 local time. Past the edge.
Felt like there was
interested.
Felt like there was a noise.
Wasn't. Yeah, little bit of something going on.
But ground.
Whatever the noise was, it didn't prompt Simpson into a meaningful appeal, and Helm was barely up either. It was Holden at fourth slip, and Eskinazi was unmoved too. So it was the fielders who were further away from the bat who weren't front on.
Bat didn't seem to hit the ground, but it felt like there was a noise on the effects mic. Bat a long way away from the body. He dabbed that bat down, but it looked as though it kind of shook there. It didn't actually hit the ground.
It's an odd one. If that was edged, it would just be surprising that it wouldn't elicit a response from bowler or wicketkeeper, who normally are the first two to go up. Well, I suppose you could say if there was an edge and the bowler and keeper didn't go up, they made a big blue. Nice rhythm again from Helm. He's enhanced his reputation here through the last couple of days. 3 for 49 his figures so far.
Yeah, this is back to the Helm of that 5-wicket spell I was talking about at New Road, in front of the England Bowling Brains Trust, where he really impressed, and they said that's as close to test standard as you can get, or it is test standard. Absolutely rips through them. Yeah,
and he found himself in that 50-man training squad in the COVID bubble and was brought back for the one-day squad on a couple of occasions against Ireland in 2020 and Pakistan last year. So he has been in the thinking of national selectors, even if he hasn't been a permanent fixture of the Middlesex 4-day team. 5 overs to go. That was a maiden, 255 for 5. So, yes, the handshakes it is. Right, so it will be drawn.
Have a go.
With 5 overs to go, they've done the math and said 5 wickets, 5 overs. Let's call the whole thing off. First round of the County Championship 2022. Honours even between Middlesex and Derbyshire. 356 were what Derbyshire was set in their second innings, and for the longest time it felt like it was game on here at Lords. They went to tea at 180 for 2, needing 176 in 38 overs, so they needed to go at 4.6 runs and over from there. And they started well after the final break as well. And then Tom Helm intervened, picking up Madsen leg before wicket for 54 when the score was 197 for 4. Then Guest caught by Eskinazi. A beautiful take, moving away to his left behind the wicket keeper Simpson. Took it in his left mitt. Also from the bowling of Helm for 43, 200 for 4. And then Lewis Rees caught behind the third wicket in that stretch, 206 for 5. Helm goes bang, bang, bang. The match looks like it's there for Middlesex to take. But at that stage, Anuj Dal entered to join Lewis Deploy. They finished with 24 and 23 not out respectively. Batting out the last hour and a half, and Middlesex did well to shut down the option for Derbyshire. They weren't able to have it tilt at their victory target in the final hour. Josh De Caires played a role in that as well, an important spell of 6 overs, conceding just 20 runs from the pavilion end. But when they have a drink tonight and consider what's been over the last 4 days, they'll say that with the bat especially, it's been a fabulous start to the season, and they've shown enough with the ball, especially in the absence of Tim Murtagh today, particularly Tom Helm, that they'll fancy their chances of having a productive season in Division 2 throughout 2022, Kevin Hand.
Yeah, you see the two injured off the field. Let's find out what was up with Eskenazi at the end. He was on and off for a while, wasn't he? But then off mostly. Could be the hover cover rather than the celebration of the draw starting down below us here on the effects mic. But yeah, 255. I'm a little bit disappointed that Roland Jones didn't just have a dip with that second new ball from the pavilion end. Just having seen what he's done over the years, when he does all of a sudden pick up a couple of quick wickets, 2 in 2 balls with that second new ball from Roland Jones and the 3 number 11s as Derbyshire had. It would have been nice to see him just give himself 1 over.
Yeah, had they gone bang bang in that over, they would have had 4 overs with
3 wickets.
a fragile, very fragile tail. So I'm surprised by that as well. But I suppose the decision being made by the captain out there, sensing the game and feeling the game and the rhythms of it, as he felt like the probability of victory from there was so low that it wasn't worth putting more overs in the legs at the start of what will be doubtless a long season.
Yeah, exactly. And with that, overs in legs, that's the 2 bowlers that ended up being off the park at the end. Sidebottom off the entire match, Murtagh for the final day. And had Derbyshire had their full array of bowlers and Middlesex likewise on the final day, then quite possibly, I brought that up for you, Colo, and you didn't even see it at the end. I was help yourself. We've got the kettle, we've got the tea. Our
might pop that over there. We are on the screen at the moment, Kev.
I was trying not to draw attention. I was hoping people were looking,
that's fine.
Looking at that wonderful jacket and
not at all.
polo top.
So all told, it's a draw at Lords with Derbyshire reaching 255 for 5 in their second innings. They were some 101 runs short of the finish line when hands were shaken here to close off the first round. To everybody who joined us on YouTube or on social media throughout the last 4 days, thank you. Thanks for sharing it on social media as well. Great to have Kevin Ham with us on all of the home games on the enhanced live stream this year for the next home game where Middlesex play. Maybe you've got that off the top of your head, Kev. Otherwise, I'll check my notes. Leicestershire in 3 weeks' time from now. You'll have Matt Floyd with you while I'm overseas, and we'll rotate that commentary team throughout the season. For us, it's good night from Lords. You can follow all the post-match chat there on the Middlesex_CCC social media streams. Kev will be talking to the captain, Tim Murtagh, and any other player he can get his hands on in just a moment. Good night from Adam Collins, Kevin Hand. We'll see you again soon. Honours even here at Lords.